Suddenly, our valiant hero awoke from sleep, completely unaware of the lands he had found himself in. Looking around in confusion, the first person he saw was a young servant whose heart overflowed with indescribable joy that his master had finally returned to life after long suffering. An awkward silence fell between the two before our hero suddenly jumped out of bed as if stung by a scorpion. He started looking around in such fear, almost losing his breath, praying to all the gods that it was just a bad dream and he hadn't been transported anywhere. After these turbulent struggles, the noble young man calmly and carefully surveyed the lands around him. The clothes covering his body, as well as the furniture, clearly showed that he was far from home. This meant that cruel fate had truly brought him to unknown lands, and the man before him looked like a loyal servant. Turning his gaze to the chambers behind the servant, the young master noticed the writings. They were skillfully crafted by a calligrapher during the Zhengtong reign of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the simple yet elegant furniture design remained very popular until the end of Zhengtong's reign. Everything pointed to the reign of Hunji, which meant a great upheaval was coming soon. The last emperor left behind complete chaos, corrupt officials, betrayal, an empty treasury, and a people unable to feed themselves. All this chaos unfolded during Emperor Hongji's reign, who granted the country a brief respite. Later, wise historians would call this period the Silver Age of Hunji. Hunji was from this Ming dynasty, and his name alone was associated with the restoration of former glory. However, although the current ruler was known as a wise leader, our hero knew well that many mysteries in history remained unsolved. This meant that since fate had cast him into these lands, he had a great many tasks to undertake. Clearly, the subordinate was deeply surprised when the young master suddenly started talking about serious matters. So he immediately shouted loudly, thinking the young master had fallen ill, and demanded a doctor be called at once. Our embarrassed hero turned to the servant in confusion, not understanding why he had caused such a great commotion. At that moment, 3 burly guards closed in on him, blocking every escape route. A frightened healer also rushed in, knowing that since the young master was sick again, they had to perform acupuncture on him. And immediately, on the doctor's command, 3 muscular men lunged at our hero to stop him from moving. The doctor finally took out his tools and explained to the young gentleman that an evil spirit had clouded his mind, so he should not struggle or resist. Whatever the doctor does will drive out the evil, and finally the illness will retreat. Of course, our hero tried to prove he was not sick, but the doctor wouldn't listen. All signs pointed to his ailment, so the doctor simply asked the young man to be patient, as his acupuncture skills were passed down through generations. He could heal any illness, allowing the young man to enjoy carefree days once again. In the end, just as planned, the healer made the puncture, and the needle's tip truly reached straight to the young man's brain. He screamed in unbearable pain, unable to understand how such torture could be called treatment, as if the old man intended to kill him. In fact, only after the acupuncture did the doctor admit to the servant that there is no cure for the ailments of the mind. Even he could only temporarily ease the master's suffering. It all depended on the mercy of the heavens. The loyal servant begged the doctor not to give up, as the young man was the master's only heir, and they had to use every means to heal him. And so, in these agonizing attempts at healing, an unbearable month passed. The sufferer's head was completely wrapped in bandages from countless wounds, and he fiercely wanted to kick that cursed old man. After a month of constantly feeling sharp objects on him, the hero finally saw the truth. The true owner of this body is none other than Fan Zifeng, the only son of Da Minan. The noble title of the esteemed Fan family was earned through great battles. Approaching the emperor's throne, the lord personally handed him an iron bowl of rice. But the story of the true owner of this body was much more complicated and tragic. He was the worst among the youth in the capital, a scoundrel of scoundrels, known as a worthless troublemaker and hopeless rake. Finally, our hero realized why everyone thought he had lost his mind when he suddenly spoke like a sane person, because he was supposed to be a complete scoundrel. Therefore, to avoid being seen as mentally ill, he had to act like the true master of his own body. This meant one thing: he was destined to become a villain. At that moment, the maid came to check on the young gentleman's condition. However, our hero showed extreme displeasure at being disturbed so early in the morning. That's why he immediately flew into a rage and yelled at the girl for making noise at dawn. The frightened maid explained to the young master that the morning was already quite late, and even the young man felt a bit guilty for scaring her. But he had to be a real scoundrel. However, there was one quirk in his behavior that he couldn't help but appreciate. He immediately hugged the girl, amazed at how much she had blossomed, and wanted to take a closer look. The servants had no doubt that the young master had changed and finally come to his senses. But hearing the servants' satisfied cheers, the hero attacked the servant, sending him to a place where the mountains are dangerous and the waters even more so. The young man knew well that aside from his good looks, he had nothing truly worthy. The servant insisted he was a good person, but such flattery confused him, especially since the body's former owner had been utterly useless. At that moment, lying on the ground, the servant began to whimper as if in pain. The young man even worried he might have hit him too hard, but it was necessary to convincingly play the local rogue. As it turned out, the servant had been crying tears of indescribable happiness all along. He ran up to the gentleman and laughed with joy that he had regained his strength. The loyal servant was so overjoyed he was nearly moved to tears, and only then did our hero realize that exposing his deception would likely be delayed indefinitely. At that moment, the healer arrived, having heard that the young master was feeling better. For this reason, armed with his needles, he decided to perform preventive healing. But our hero only grew furious at the cursed old man and sent him to the demons along with his therapy. The frightened old man immediately ran away, fully convinced that the young master had healed and had no reason to stay. The servant was glad that even the famous doctor confirmed the young master's recovery, while our hero rejoiced in the happiness that no one would hurt him anymore. And yet he absolutely hated the thought of having to behave like this forever. But since he is a man, he will change how people see him. After all, that was his duty. He immediately told the servant to gather all his belongings and accompany him on his walk. Right away, the faithful servant brought the clothes his master preferred to wear. Soon our hero was dressed in fine silk clothes and ready to stroll through his estate. As soon as the noble young man stepped beyond his chambers, he realized his palace was truly magnificent. It seemed the area covered at least 50 acres, and even on the roof, there was the purest ribbing that took your breath away. This area housed the main ceremonial halls, the backyard, and many other chambers. The only problem was that the place was somewhat dilapidated and plunged into a gloomy darkness. So our hero asked his loyal servant to renovate the house, as he hadn't noticed how outdated the estate had become while he was unwell. But for some unknown reason, this demand terrified the servant. Deng tried to explain as gently as possible to the young gentleman that the renovation was too expensive for them. The young man saw this as a blatant lie, considering their grand estates. It was hard to believe they couldn't afford to keep them in proper order. But as it turned out, though our hero paid it no mind, thousands of acres of their land were fully planted. Despite receiving many praises and awards, they had little money, living solely on gifts from the imperial treasury. Digging into his memory, the young man recalled that around this time the emperor introduced new banknotes, but because too many were printed, they had almost no value now. In this era, the economy was structured so that land was the true treasure, so it was leased to peasants, especially in fruitful years, exchanging crops for money. But the costs of running the estate were so high that little money remained. Our hero was deeply saddened that even after moving, he would still have to earn a living on his own. But suddenly he realized there was an easier way to achieve wealth. He remembered the records of the local history of the Tunzhou region. About a month and a half from this date, several ships carrying ebony will sink north of Tunzhou. Although ebony became very popular among the nobility during the reign of Hongji, its prices began to steadily rise. As soon as these ships sink, wood will become extremely scarce on the market. So, if you stock up on this wood now, you can make a good profit from it. And indeed, the idea of stocking up on ebony wood was truly excellent, though even now it remained quite expensive. So he asked the servant to find out how much money they had left at that moment. It turned out they only had a couple hundred flaws. The stunned gentleman realized that in such a situation, he had no choice but to sell off the family lands. Back then, only total spendthrifts would do something like that. At that moment, our hero remembered that the owner of this body was a true moth himself, practically the king of losers. So this kind of behavior was right in character. So he immediately ordered Deng to call their manager and accountant right away, giving them only 10 seconds. And indeed, 10 seconds later, the out-of-breath men arrived, nervously apologizing to the young master and ready to follow his every command. The young man, acting as if nothing had happened, decided to ask these simple folk how much the lands he owned were worth. It turns out the village outside the city covers 730 mu, with mountain areas spanning another 1,000 mu. This was truly great news, so our hero immediately ordered the land brokers to be called at once. His command was clear: sell all the land completely, leaving not a single piece behind. Such a thing could only astonish the manager, the accountant, and even the servant. They all immediately fainted. They even needed a doctor because they were feeling unwell. However, our hero ordered his subordinates to stop fooling around and even warned that anyone who refuses to work will simply be castrated. All three immediately sprang into action, promising the young master to complete all the work, realizing that since he had fully recovered, it was best not to argue with him. Only then did the young man realize that his subordinates worked much harder depending on how strict he was with them. Soon, a stout man named Wen Junyan entered the young gentleman's office, bowed respectfully to the young prince, but our hero knew this courtesy was unnecessary. He realized a buyer had come to inspect the lands up for sale. At that moment, the fat man explained that all the lands owned by the hero could easily be valued at 60 or even 70,000 lions. However, the young man felt this was too small a price. But if he haggled with this man for too long in front of his people, they would think he was crazy again and start poking him with needles. However, the guest suddenly noticed that the young master's mansion was truly extraordinary. The painting hanging behind him was a calligraphy piece by Zhao Yuan, a priceless work of art. It was such a precious treasure that it couldn't be obtained anywhere, no matter how much you wished for it. However, Feng Zifeng quickly explained to the man that he could buy this painting, as they had a vast collection of rare items available for purchase. The assistant's faces twisted in horror, unable to grasp what the young master had planned. However, he calmly explained that he was selling everything without exception because he desperately needed the money. And while the two went off to inspect the estate's treasures, the unfortunate trio once again lost consciousness from the shock. Several more days passed in this chaos until our hero heard the joyful shouts of the servants announcing that the master of the estate had returned. This was the father who, upon entering the courtyard, immediately wanted to know how his son Feng Jifeng was feeling. He was clearly serious as he listened to his servant's reports, but as soon as he heard that his son was fine, his face lit up with the kindest smile. He immediately rushed into his son's room, eager to finally embrace his child. However, to his utter shock, when the parent entered the office, he found absolutely nothing there. The frightened man immediately clutched his chest, unable to understand where the priceless paintings and calligraphy had gone, and even fainted. While the doctor was resuscitating him, he explained that the young gentleman had sold everything to get the money. Right away, the father pulled himself together, knowing the most important thing was that his son was healthy, and with their vast lands they had enough wealth to last for generations. However, the worried doctor quickly reminded the gentleman that his son had also sold all the land to buy ebony wood. The man clutched his heart again, seized by unbearable pain, unable to understand what sins had brought this punishment upon him. Feng Jinglong himself couldn't understand why his father, the general, had such a weak constitution that he fainted at every piece of news. At that moment, the doctor rushed to the man, ready to heal him immediately, but he was so stunned by the news that he just wanted to peacefully accept death. Our hero felt deeply ashamed before his parent, but he had to stay strong. All they needed was to wait for ebony prices to soar, then he would repay every last penny. The action moves to the imperial palace. The young man memorized treatises from memory and recited them to his father, who was responsible for verifying everything. But the more the parent listened, the more the man felt his son had never studied at all. The young prince mumbled that this was all he remembered from the doctrine on identifying traitors after a whole 2 weeks. The lord was deeply disappointed that Master Dian himself taught his heir, yet the heir showed no proper respect for the knowledge. The anxious heir immediately began apologizing to his father, fully accepting his fault. But the enraged ruler only grew more furious, reminding everyone that the young man was a prince and the future heir to the throne. If he doesn't seek wisdom, he won't be able to rule, not even grasping the simplest truths of the universe, so he must get to work immediately. The lord stopped only when he saw the deeply distressed prince, who was on the verge of tears and couldn't even lift his eyes. With a heavy sigh, the ruler realized that this boy had been overly spoiled by his mother. But he must no longer repeat the mistakes of the past. He needed to study diligently. At that moment, glancing at his servant, the lord recalled that the Nanhe district lord had returned after quelling the uprising in the southeast and wished to go to Beijing, but hadn't found the time to set out. The servant hurriedly explained that they had received the sorrowful news. The lord of the Nanhe district had fallen. The ruler was taken completely by surprise and immediately demanded an explanation of what had happened. Then the loyal servant revealed that the lord of Nanhe district had a useless son. As you know, the very scoundrel and villain of the capital was the cause of his downfall. The emperor was clearly furious upon hearing the news, realizing it was the result of poor upbringing. But very soon, Zhao Yu will begin, a kind of exam for the nobility. So the lord has ordered Feng Jifeng to participate. Even if he refuses, he must be tied up and brought by force. Hearing this, the prince couldn't help but laugh out loud, clearly earning a stern rebuke. The ruler decided that Hu Zhao had completely lost control, so he ordered him to rewrite the differences between the traitors 20 times. Immediately, the heir burst into tears, begging his father for mercy and forgiveness for his sins. Around this time, our hero was having a meal with his father, who couldn't stop crying. He asked the boy to hand him a handkerchief, and soon the old man's tears and sniffles made the atmosphere unbearable. Clearly, Feng Zifeng got scared and asked his parent to stop crying and calm down a bit. However, the boy had never spoken to him like that before, which made the father think he was sick again. He immediately started shouting and calling the servants to summon a doctor at once. Our hero grabbed his father by the mouth and ordered the old fool to stop behaving like that and not even think about calling that freak of a doctor, because everything was perfectly fine with him. Only after this did the parent believe his words and calm down. However, the man was troubled by the boy's inability to grow up. Even though the Fan family was blessed by their ancestors, the boy never liked reading, studying, or practicing martial arts since childhood. Of course, as a father, he wasn't bothered by others' gossip. But sometimes, seeing other children taking exams, he was consumed by dark envy. The Jiao Yu is about to begin soon, and as a father, he was concerned about his son's future, hoping he would take part because he deeply wished for his son to live a prosperous life. He explained to the hero that this exam was held for the nobility. Only after passing it did their status become official. Otherwise, such a title would bring nothing but trouble. Clearly, the father deeply wanted his son to face this challenge. However, Feng Jifeng panicked, knowing that even if he were tied up, he would never go there with his limited knowledge, hoping and praying that his father would stand by his side. At that moment, the frightened servant Da Den arrived with a messenger from the imperial palace for the young master. The head of the family immediately learned that the emperor had discovered the young lord's behavioral issues, and therefore demanded he be bound and brought to the exam. And of course, our young man was there alongside the other noble offspring. Before them stood the chief examiner, who greeted the representatives of wealthy families blessed by their ancestors and warned that the current test would be divided into various stages and ranks. The exam's goal is to find exceptional talents with outstanding skills and potential, so he hoped all the young men who came here would fight for their ancestors' honor and earn the golden belt. All the heirs immediately shouted that they were ready to face any obstacles in their way. Suddenly, Feng Zifeng shouted loudly, demanding that his shackles be loosened at last. The examiner immediately ordered the boy who was yelling to come to him at once. But when everyone saw his appearance, they couldn't hold back their laughter. Even Feng Zifan himself felt extremely awkward, as the method used to tie him up was completely unsuitable for transporting a person anywhere. In the end, to stop the boy from further embarrassment, they finally untied him, and only then did he realize how numb his limbs had become. Looking at Feng Zifan, the examiner was furious, seeing him as an absolute nobody. If his father weren't a great man, he'd have been kicked out right then and there. The tester was only angry that the boy's parent, despite all his greatness, failed to raise a worthy heir, and ordered the young man to do anything but disgrace his father's honor before everyone. Clearly, Feng Zifeng was shocked by such rough treatment, but he could do nothing as the exam was about to begin. Unlike all his rivals, our hero was extremely tense sitting at his small study desk. The thing is, as a high-profile criminal, he was even assigned a personal guard. Feng Jifeng immediately realized that this scoundrel had already seen through many people. Outsmarting this old man would be difficult, if not impossible, so he decided to control his words and actions as carefully as possible. Right at this moment, it's time for the first question. The tester immediately raised a sign that read, "Calm of the Southwestern Lands." To Feng Zifan's great surprise, these were far more than just words. As is known, when the Ming dynasty was founded, the emperor claimed the Southwestern Lands as his territory. However, local tribes, their chiefs, and frequent uprisings made the Southwest an extremely dangerous region, causing turmoil in the imperial palace and great unrest among the rulers. Our young man was about to seize this opportunity in his reply. If he speaks the right words, he can clear his tarnished name. When the time started, our hero began writing the characters at lightning speed. Even the examiner was amazed, as he couldn't believe this guy could write. All the other heirs who came for the trial were just as shocked. What was even more striking was that despite the young man's fiery temper, his handwriting was exquisitely neat. But our hero just smiled to himself, for this was only the beginning. They were about to witness his true greatness. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly as if preparing for a complex move and began drawing even faster. The examiner couldn't believe that this madman wrote so quickly and even thought the boy was truly something special. The answer was finally ready. The young man handed it to his tester, who didn't even know what to say or how to react. The others were shocked, as only 2 incense sticks had burned. There was still plenty of time left. Many believed it was because one of them was a complete loser. Surely he couldn't write anything in such a short time. But as soon as our hero finished the exam, he ran off with joyful cries, confirming people's belief that a lazy person like him can't change. With joyful cries, the young man returned to his home. Clearly, Deden was very worried because the young master went to the exam but returned far too soon. When Feng Jifeng explained that he had finished the test early, his loyal servant decided to find out how the exam had gone. Our hero said he could have done much better, but time was up, so he went to rest. Finally, when all the candidates finished the exam, the emperor himself personally reviewed the heirs' answers to the questions. One answer pleased the ruler the most, and he immediately wanted to know who had written it. But when I saw our hero's name neatly displayed, I nearly lost consciousness from the shock. It was hard to believe such a rogue could know all this. In his response, the young man demonstrated deep knowledge. For example, Local rulers who originally governed the southwestern lands inhabited by ethnic minorities gradually became the regional lords, thereby threatening the unity of central authority. However, our sage believed that recognizing them as part of the government would bring significant positive changes to their management system. Obviously, the emperor couldn't believe that this boy had such exceptional knowledge and even a prepared plan, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Feng Jifan to him for an urgent meeting. At that moment, the servant who had just arrived reported that, according to their information, Feng Jifang had opened his own shop at the East Market. Therefore, the emperor chose to meet him disguised as a commoner to understand who Feng Jifan really was. Clearly, his son, the young prince, also wanted to go with his father, giving the impression that he was willing to do anything but study. Around this time, our hero was eager to finally stock up on goods. However, his short-sighted servant reported that they couldn't get ebony wood right now. Not believing what the servant said, the hero shouted, then quickly apologized and decided to find the wood immediately, even if he had to dig it out of the ground. When the loyal servant left, the young man finally realized that over time, it had become much easier to maintain the image of the true master of this body. But suddenly, right behind him, he heard approaching footsteps. Turning around, he saw two figures searching for a man named Feng Jifang. From their appearance and wariness, our hero even thought they might be his father's enemies once again. However, he noticed the face of the man who had come to him. It looked like the eunuch who had connected with him back then and brought him to the exams. It was clear now that he was far too respectful compared to the uncle he had come with. Without much thought, the young man quickly realized who the old man must be, since the eunuch followed him and bowed with such respect. So, immediately dropping to his knees, Feng Zifeng greeted Emperor Ming, making everyone instantly feel extremely awkward. The emperor clearly didn't expect his clever disguise to be uncovered so quickly. However, the lord came to discuss the response given by the boy, who proposed implementing reforms in the current territories to restore stability. Bowing slightly, Feng Jifeng explained that the emperor had correctly understood his answers and conclusions. However, the ruler was worried that once they separated from the Western lords, a rebellion would soon follow. The boy's idea sounded good in theory but had several flaws in practice. But it turns out our wise man is simply offering 3 strategies to solve it. It was necessary to overcome the power of the leaders and local authorities, who were stubborn, for example, by turning them against each other, which would lead to serious losses for all. It was also possible to defeat them and simply force the authorities to stay and deal with the locals. They could use a range of methods, return their lands, provide resources for survival, and build schools to enable them to rise to high positions. But only if they support the imperial court, so that if the local leadership rises in rebellion, they won't get any backing. The emperor was amazed that this idler had thought everything through so thoroughly. The plan seemed entirely doable, and the boy was clearly more clever than he appeared. However, a servant suddenly arrived to inform the young master that the ebony tree had finally arrived, so they immediately posted a notice. The fixed price for this wood was 100 taels. Of course, the emperor was astonished to see such an incredible sum. He believed Feng Jifeng was exploiting his name's privileges to force ordinary people to buy and sell goods at prices he dictated, even though it was a crime. However, the young man calmly explained that he simply set his desired price. There was no pressure to negotiate, and everything was entirely voluntary. But the emperor believed that Feng Jifeng was taking him for a fool. If he truly made a fair deal, no sane person would come to him and pay that much. Suddenly, a merchant rushed over, ready to pay 50 taels for his ebony tree. As he approached, he wanted to ask the boy how much wood he had gathered, since the worried merchant needed his entire stock. Soon the emperor returned to his chambers, but his thoughts were still consumed by the boy Feng Jifan. Though he was a genius among scoundrels, he was incredibly talented, clever, and sharp-witted. Despite his behavior, he was still far better than the emperor's own son. The lord tried to explain to Ho Chao that he was deeply concerned about his future, which is why he hired the most renowned mentors for him. He was so angry that the boy still had the nerve to complain about nonsense and do nothing after all that. Before leaving, he ordered the young man to rewrite the essay on local land reforms and restoring former glory once more, warning that any cuts would cost him the emperor's favor immediately. In the end, the boy, frightened by the punishment, immediately went to look for those books about the reformation of the local lands, lamenting his fate along the way. Around this time, our hero stood at the market while the fat man was clearly very angry at Feng Zifan for setting a price and refusing to lower it. Even Deden had already asked the fat man to calm down a bit and be more lenient with the young master. Our hero simply smiled quietly, understanding that his buyer was clearly quite nervous. However, the young man explained that his decision was final. He would sell the wood for 100 taels, not 50. Then the old man tried to negotiate down to 80, explaining he couldn't offer more. However, our hero kept insisting on his price and wouldn't budge an inch. In the end, the man had no choice but to accept the price Feng Zifang set for the wood, and the boys started laughing, knowing that with this money he could not only buy back his sold property but also earn a good profit, so he praised himself for his cleverness. At that moment, Deden drew the young gentleman's attention to the crowd gathered ahead of them. At that moment, the merchant was explaining to some young gentlemen that they were scholarship recipients and their little shop was worth nothing. However, they insisted their cause was too small and simply couldn't let a person die from need. The merchant asked him to find other housing and was even willing to forget their debts. 3 young men begged the boss to give them just a couple more days, promising they would pay off their debts then. Of course, seeing the situation up close, our hero approached, not understanding what was happening. Here he heard the whispered words of people. Originally 4 friends were running the business, but one fell ill and the other 3 had to spend all their money on his treatment. As is known, there was still a whole month before the provincial exam, and it was unclear how these 3 would get out of the dire situation they found themselves in. However, Feng Jifeng could tell at a glance that the 3 young men were honorable individuals. However, if he, as an outcast, wants to help these people, he must be extremely careful, or the monster posing as a healer will start stabbing him with needles again. All he needed was to join the conversation the right way and things would fall into place. Nothing better came to his mind than to burst out laughing like a madman. He laughed at the guys for pretending to be best friends, then ordered the tricksters to leave immediately. Obviously, people immediately began to condemn him, seeing him as a disgusting and crude degenerate, so Feng Jifeng fell silent, fearing he might provoke the crowd further and be torn apart. However, Dedeng spoke up, announcing that it was his young master and told everyone to be quiet and avoid trouble. At that moment, Feng Jifeng literally lost face, realizing everyone had now figured out his noble origins. People have already surrounded him from all sides, scolding the young man for being rude to everyone and clearly looking for a fight. Then our hero realized that thanks to Dedeng he had gotten into trouble, but before he could say anything, his loyal servant stepped in to defend him. Dedeng couldn't believe these people actually dared to openly oppose a nobleman. Obviously, anyone who heard about his origins immediately stepped back, letting the hero pass. He resumed his haughty demeanor and turned his attention to the 3 young men pretending to be educated gentlemen. Bowing respectfully, the young intellectual explained he never intended to pressure the gentleman and asked the visitor to be more courteous. As he got closer, our hero realized the guy in front of him was a complete fool. Pushing him to the limit, he even called all 3 of them mere pretenders. All 3 were utterly shocked. Why would the gentleman insult them so boldly? However, the noble young man calmly explained that he wanted them to bow before him and call him master. No one understood such madness. Why would they do this? But our hero calmly pulled 2 silver bars from his pocket. He believed it was reason enough for all 3 to fall and finally bow before him. Obviously, one of the guys made it clear to the young gentleman that you can't buy them with money like that. Realizing this, our hero decided to calmly keep the money and walk away. When he turned around, the young men realized the nobleman was serious. Swallowing their pride, they named themselves and immediately fell to their knees, greeting Feng Zifan as the true master. Even our hero was amazed at how quickly they changed their minds. But as promised, he handed over 2 silver bars to one of them. Then he pretended that their pitiful greetings had saddened him, and ordered them to take the money and leave. Then the crying trio realized they had truly been saved. As he left, Feng Zifang simply reminded them that the provincial exam was coming up soon, and they had 3 days to find mentors and learn at least something. Before leaving, the young men decided to at least find out the name of their rescuer. Our hero calmly cast a cold glance at them and spoke the name Feng Zifang. But when the common folk gathered around heard the name, they were terrified to their core and began to scatter. And so on the vast square only 5 of them remained. Even Feng Zifang couldn't understand until the very end why people truly scattered in all directions, frightened by his modest presence. When Feng Zifang had already returned to his chambers, Dedeng kept praising him for brilliantly teaching the whole trio a lesson. However, the young man knew that if he hadn't done it, he could never become the great Feng Jifan. But suddenly another servant ran up to the hero. His father was calling him because a guest had arrived at their estate. Obviously, Feng Zifanu, who lived up to his reputation, couldn't have cared less about anything. But it turned out the guest was from the imperial palace. The young man immediately realized it was likely a court examiner, as he had heard even the emperor was interested in the results. So having no other choice, he agreed to come. But the moment he stepped through the door, the man grew angry at the boy for daring to be late. He immediately called him a worthless bastard who makes his father suffer. He supposedly had an exam, but he didn't even bother to prepare. There's no other way to explain how he finished so early. Rising from his seat, the angry man threatened the boy that he would teach him a lesson right away. Then he swooped down on him like a predatory bird. But the moment the elder was about to strike, Feng Jifang ordered him to stop. Lao Zong decided to hear the young man out, wanting to know what he had to say before being executed. Our hero calmly asked his father if he was truly a happy parent to have him as a son. He even shed a tear, so happy to have such a son. Then Feng Jifang explained that since his father was so happy to see him, he felt no pain at all. Right away, Lao Zong ran up to the old man, puzzled why he was spoiling his son so much. If he makes no progress, he will achieve nothing in the future and won't be able to marry, leaving him without a daughter-in-law or grandchildren, dooming his family to an inevitable end. And although the father understood this perfectly, he still couldn't say anything to his son. Then Lao Zong explained that he didn't need to do anything. He would handle everything himself. Feng Zifang was genuinely puzzled why Lao Zong had come here at all, as his entire life had been filled with punishments. At that moment, the father closed his eyes indifferently, allowing his friend to do whatever he wished. The fierce man prepared to lunge at the young man. But at that moment, our hero abruptly stopped him, causing the uncle to freeze in place for the second time. But he clearly wanted to know what that bastard wanted to say this time. Then the noble young man calmly explained that even in war, a commander must know whether there is a reason to deploy troops, so he wanted to understand how he, as a nephew, had wronged him. Uncle believed the boy's mistake was making his father worry about his uselessness. When the young man realized the old man simply wanted to crush him, he had already accepted that this would be his inevitable end. At that moment, the man charged at the boy with loud battle cries. But at the last moment, he stopped, for unexpectedly, an imperial decree arrived for Feng Zifan. Obviously, his father thought the boy had embarrassed himself in front of the emperor. However, it turned out that by divine blessing, the Lord issued a decree. Someone from Nanhe province proposed an excellent idea for an incredible strategy to reform the local lands. This won the emperor's heart, so he earned first place on the exam and will be awarded the golden belt immediately. Obviously, neither the father nor his own uncle could believe what they heard. However, soon realizing it wasn't a lie, the parents simply broke down in tears. He was deeply moved and utterly amazed. It all felt unreal, like a dream and reality at the same time. Moreover, the warm light and radiant glow of the golden belt enveloped the sun from head to toe. The air became like a hero to him, bringing hope and shining like the sun and a rising star. However, the venerable uncle still couldn't believe it wasn't a fatal mistake. At that moment, Feng Jifang reminded his parent that the one who called him a worthless idler was a fool, offended that anyone thought he was good for nothing, while his father couldn't understand why someone claimed he couldn't find a bride for his son and that the Feng family line was doomed. But since Lao Zan appeared among them unexpectedly, the priest decided to ask him to marry off his heir as soon as possible. Clearly frightened, the old man immediately lied, claiming he had unfinished business. He promised to talk later and then dashed off from the estate, not even through the gate, but straight across the rooftops like a skilled ninja. Watching this spectacle, the honorable gentleman realized his brother's skills were still top-notch. He was happy that his son was such a promising young man, so he decided to take his time with the wedding and carefully find him a worthy bride. And he remembered that the emperor himself had a daughter, who was no longer very young. It was these very thoughts that led the man to a brilliant idea. Looking at his conspiratorial face, Feng Jifan had no idea what the old man was plotting. Around this time, the scene shifts to the imperial palace, specifically to the young prince's chambers. The servants couldn't believe their eyes that their young lord had been studying for hours straight, and were eager to learn how the emperor managed to reform him. At that moment, the lord kindly asked his son to be more obedient and study harder, forbidding him from playing today. The obedient, beaten boy just nodded, continuing to copy the texts, with no idea if he would ever finish them in his lifetime. He missed his grasshopper terribly, and hoped it wasn't sad without him. As soon as the father saw his son's mind was clouded with distractions, he got angry and gave him a few more kicks. So the tearful prince continued his work. Looking at him, the emperor had no idea when his son would finally grow up. And just like that, a whole day passed, and morning came. Fan Jifan was awakened by the maid Xiang, who said his father wanted to speak with the young master and was waiting for him at breakfast in the main hall. When the young man entered the chamber, the old man decided to ask him everything. He admitted that no one usually expected knowledge or skills from his son. And then, sensing where the conversation was headed, he explained to the priest that he hadn't cheated on the exam. He was just incredibly lucky. However, looking at his father and the bags under his eyes, he realized that his parent had likely stayed up all night worrying about his possible fraud. However, the man tried to trust Feng Jifan and honestly admitted he was proud and happy to be his father. But they still had one more problem with their property. His heart sank when he saw the estate empty. Then Feng Jifang asked his father to wait a little longer. He would soon settle everything. Of course, father tried to explain that he trusts his son, but he still feels deeply worried. But they were interrupted by a servant who suddenly appeared and informed the young master that a merchant from the eastern market wished to meet him and had brought a dozen wagons with him. The father became very curious about how his son was doing. At that moment, the merchant appeared before the master, greeted him, and explained that he had prepared all the money promised to the young master. Seeing all these carts filled with gold, the young man made it clear to his father that there was no need to worry about inheritance or family property anymore, because all the wealth was now in these wagons. The merchant immediately approached the young gentleman, explaining that he had all the promised money but lacked cash, so he decided to pay him with property instead. Everything taken from the Fen estate will be returned to its rightful place. Additionally, they acquired 300,000 silver taels and 7,000 gold taels. Moreover, the lands near the capital belonged to them once again. There were also valuable banknotes and city shops here worth a total of 1.3 million layan. As soon as my father heard such an astronomical amount, he immediately shouted, unable to believe his ears. He even approached his son, suspecting he might be involved in something criminal. However, the heir calmly explained that all the money came from selling ebony wood. He didn't know why, but everyone seemed to go crazy and started buying it up. All the wealth accumulated over generations was once squandered by the prodigal son. Besides that, everything was sold for a meager 123,000 silver liang. But in an instant, it paid off tenfold. The Feng family became incredibly wealthy, and the news spread like wildfire. Rumors spread that their gold and silver were transported in countless carts and wagons, and the news was so unbelievable that stories about the family's special feng shui began to circulate through the streets. Spring has finally arrived, and the cycle of life on Earth has begun anew. One of the students came to greet his mentor. At that moment, the students noticed a strange glow at the entrance of the young gentleman's house. The eyes were dazzled by the sparkle of the jewels in the mansion. The young gentleman was glad the students showed up, as he had begun to think they wouldn't come at all. Then he turned to his student named Ouyang Ji, but felt the name didn't suit the boy at all. As a mentor, he believed Ouyang Feng sounded more formidable. Plus, it was the name of a character from a Chinese action film about heroes shooting at eagles. Obviously, the young man thought he would have a new name from now on, but Feng Ji asked him not to take it too personally. It turned out the young men came to thank their benefactor, bringing gifts with them. They brought dried meat as a token of gratitude. Celery also symbolizes the intelligence and diligence of its master, and dried longan, which gives rise to enlightened and talented people. However, it was clear our hero thought these poor students were giving him worthless junk. Their endless chatter was enough to make his head spin. He knew these 3 scholarship students were perfect for him, and would definitely come in handy in the future, and in the end, he would be the one who wins. He also reminded them that the provincial exam is just 2 weeks away, but if they study hard, they can pass it. As we know, perseverance and hard work overcome everything, but it's crucial to have a mentor who can connect with students and guide them to success. Obviously, the guys thought the patron decided to hire a famous teacher. Then they'd have every chance to pass the exams. So the young men decided to ask their patron where the wise man was now. And obviously, Feng Jinlong considered himself the top expert. By then, 3 guys had already started to hang themselves and prepare for suicide, realizing they had let their parents down and that their family stories would end there. Clearly, the enraged mentor immediately grabbed a stick and started warding her off from the students. After seating them at the tables, he reminded them to obey their teacher and not even think about pulling any tricks. But at that moment, the students began murmuring to themselves, remorseful for their actions. Hearing that indistinct murmur, our hero immediately ordered the men to come to him with the book. As soon as he saw the cover, he knew it was the Book of Rituals. So, in anger, he immediately smashed it into tiny pieces with his stick. Clearly, the student didn't understand what the teacher was doing. However, he warned him that if he ever showed up again with some childish book, he would tear him to pieces with his stick. The frightened student tried to explain to the teacher that it wasn't a children's book, but essential exam materials. But for snapping back like that, he only got a couple of kicks to the face. Obviously, the other 2 students were horrified, unsure how to react to this. And seeing their frightened looks, the hero landed a few blows to keep them from looking so stunned. Then he calmly explained that tears and punishment from the teacher would only benefit them. They must now work much harder. However, the young men still dared to defy, for their mentor taught them nothing at all. For such bold words, the heroes received another blow from the angry hero, burning with righteous fury because the students failed to grasp his superior teaching method. And then the beaten young man, lying on the cold ground, burst into tears from the torment he endured and deeply longed for his parents. Our hero calmly explained that the Shuntian Prefecture Administration had assigned exam topics, which, if he remembered correctly, were "Don't succumb to the temptation of wealth and status," and "Actions of imperial policy on care." Any modern person could understand this set of topics just by the title. So he simply started asking his students questions, warning them that failing to answer would greatly anger their mentor. After this, he unrolled a scroll before them listing 5 tasks. First, do not succumb to the temptation of wealth and status. Second, signs and symbols rule the world, not words and laws. Third, the actions of imperial policy are about care, and so on. Obviously, the students believed their teacher might have read Confucian classics and could write 8-part essays, which would have helped them a lot. But Feng Jifeng just turned away. He simply didn't know how to do anything like that. And then the poor young men realized they definitely wouldn't pass the exam and burst into tears. Soon the steward standing behind the young master's chamber doors heard loud screams and the sounds of men being beaten. Even he felt sorry for the 3, but he didn't know how to help them. As evening fell, the head of the family approached the manager, eager to know how his child had spent the entire day. The concerned manager immediately bowed, explaining that ever since Feng Jifeng imposed his mentorship on the 3, he had been gathering them in his chambers to teach them. With a tremor in his voice, he announced that these 3 young men were talented, state-recognized students who had excelled so much in their studies, they could be appointed officials immediately. The young gentleman was hitting and scolding them one by one, basically acting completely irrational. The manager believed the head of the estate needed to intervene, or the students' futures would be ruined. However, the father only punished the manager with a couple of strikes for such unforgivable words. He calmly explained that, frankly, he didn't care at all what happened to those young men. Everything happening to them now was for the good of the Celestial Empire. Obviously, the manager didn't grasp the subtle point and asked the gentleman to enlighten him. In truth, the father's wisdom was that Feng Zifeng was just toying with these guys, and no one knows what will happen when he steps out again, and how many others will have to suffer because of this. Therefore, for the sake of the world's value and preservation, they had to leave everything as it was. The father, aware of the harm caused, prayed to the gods for the boy's safety as he left, hoping they would pass the provincial exam. Soon it was time for all 3 to leave for their exam. The manager stepped out to wish the young men good luck and pray they would win gold medals. Moreover, the manager apologized to them for everything that happened to the 3 of them in the estate. However, it seemed the young men held no grudge, but deep down they knew they wouldn't be winning any gold medals with the coach they had in their final days. Then they calmly explained to the coachman that they were in a bit of a hurry and asked him to speed up slightly. Of course, words were unnecessary. So before speeding up, the driver simply asked the men to hold on tight. Then they took off at full speed. Because of this, the shaking in their palanquin was truly incredible. The young men inside were literally trembling like jelly, and it didn't stop until they reached the exam center. Upon arrival, they still had to wait in a long line of others eager to take the challenge. Finally, the examiner saw a young man who looked unwell and asked him to introduce himself. Well done, he raised his hand and introduced himself. A student from Boadin Prefecture named Ouyangji. But before he could finish the sentence, the poor young man began to feel sick from all the hardships of the journey he had barely survived. Looking at this poor little guy, the examiner realized he was the student who had somehow argued with Mr. Feng Zifan. So all he could do was wish the young man good luck on the upcoming exam. The young man, already turning pale from rising nausea, simply thanked the man for his words and headed to the trial. Soon, as everyone gathered in the hall, the drumbeat sounded, signaling the start of the exam, and that everyone needed to take their seats. Immediately, all the students in the hall grabbed their wrists, while our guy hoped he could give his all and that things wouldn't turn out too badly. The examiner immediately pulled out a sign with the first topic written on it: Actions of Imperial Policy on Care. And only then did the young man finally realize that this was the very topic the teacher had made him cram. One day he brought him his answer sheet for the question asked. The mentor was surprised that he finished writing so quickly and decided to take a look. But the nonsense written there was so bad he almost knocked the guy out and sent him back to redo it. His friends had no idea why the teacher kept making them rewrite this topic over and over. However, Feng Jifeng warned them to stop arguing with him and keep answering, writing down every response they can think of. Better yet, he would dictate them. Only now did the young man realize that the teacher had actually been helping them. They had repeated this question countless times. No matter how far you are from the topic, if you keep working at it, success is inevitable. So he cried, promising his teacher he would never let him down. And there stood our hero on his rooftop, watching the direction his students had gone. He simply wished them luck, for now the success of the trio depended solely on them. At that moment, Dedeng urgently begged the gentleman to come down, promising that if he did, no one would prick him with needles, but he refused to trust these tricksters. The exam soon ended, and the results arrived at the Imperial Palace. It was ordered that Cheng Wanjian would oversee the provincial exam, and he complied with the directive. The emperor also praised I Chin for his hard work on the ranking and asked to be given the list so he could review it and publish the results. The examiner decided to explain that he had recently received news. A few days ago, the Imperial Guard submitted a report about Feng Zifan, a young master from the Nanhe estate. However, the report was rejected. But he wanted to tell the emperor that he had committed a crime, capturing 3 students and forcing them to bow to him as if he were their master. They knew how hard the training was, and because of this wicked boy's mischief, the trio faced a grim fate ahead. Of course, the emperor couldn't believe it, but he ordered Feng Zifan to be immediately arrested and the magistrate's investigative bureau to be notified to thoroughly investigate the matter. Of course, the examiners were thrilled, because once the magistrate's investigative bureau starts its investigation, the villains from the Feng family won't escape justice for their crimes. The emperor opened his list, eager to see the names written there. However, our lord was so shocked by what he saw that he nearly lost his mind, so he decided to gather the sages and ask the assembled lords what they thought of the 3 heroes: Ouyang Ji, Jiang Cheng, and Liu Wenshan. The same examiner reported that all 3 were scholarship students who fell into the hands of that very scoundrel, Feng Zifan. The emperor couldn't believe it and shouted out in an inhuman voice. The thing was, these young men took 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place respectively in that provincial exam. Even the other examiners cried out in disbelief at his words. Such a thing simply couldn't be possible. The emperor thought he was dreaming, unable to explain the latest marvel connected to our hero. But at that moment, the examiner boldly stepped forward and slapped him sharply, making it clear that this was no dream. Only then did the frightened ruler remember that he had just signed a decree about Feng Zifan. As it turned out, that ill-fated decree was supposed to be in the reception area right now. Therefore, the emperor, horrified and losing face, immediately ordered everyone to stop this decree and halt all procedures. At the same time, all the lists were posted for the students. The young men could hardly believe their luck when they saw they had taken the top 3 prizes. Our hero also came to check their grades and was pleasantly surprised to see his wonderful students take the top 3 spots, praising them wholeheartedly. And the young ones cried out, showering their mentor with heartfelt thanks. The other students couldn't believe what a seemingly obsessed person like Feng Zifan could possibly teach the top 3 exam students. They were sure their ancestors had helped them, otherwise it was just a complete mystery. Around this time, a young man in golden robes arrived and personally greeted the lord from the Nanhe estate, Lao Zan. Obviously, Lao Zan immediately assumed that since this young man came to them, Feng Zifang must have done something wrong. And indeed, the guy reported that about an hour and a half ago, a crowd gathered near the old Fan family mansion. To be precise, they are all rushing to their family tomb, and the authorities fear that riots may break out. Obviously, even the father couldn't believe that these 3 students took the top 3 prize spots. Lao Kong realized it was no surprise the crowd gathered at their family graves. They probably believe there's some special blessed energy there. Afterwards, Lao Zhang asked his brother to find out if there was still some space left in their family tomb for his ancestors. However, this question reminded the head of the family of what he needed to do right now. Therefore, he asked the visitor to convey his thanks to the department for the valuable information, and promised to find strong young men today to keep the thieves from disturbing the Fan family's ancestors day and night. Then the father, as if nothing had happened, hugged the 2 men and suggested they talk about his wonderful son, who was also an incredibly talented mentor. At this moment, the events shift to the imperial court. The emperor sat alone, still deep in thought, realizing just how gifted the young man was. For the first time, he gave a brilliant answer about restoring the former glory of the local lands. And now even 3 of his students took the top 3 spots in the challenge. However, according to others, he was a complete madman, but even so, he was no match for the prince. When the father looked at his son, the boy was completely lost in his own dreams, not thinking about anything serious. The emperor was clearly deeply disappointed. He hired every renowned master for his son, each a Confucian of their time, yet in the end achieved absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He realized that Feng Zifan was the perfect person to train his child and guide him on the right path. So he immediately called the servants and ordered everything to be prepared for him to leave the palace. Traveling to Lower Nun, he disguised as ordinary townspeople. And obviously, Prince Hujiao immediately asked to go along with his father. And the emperor barely held back from sending that foolish boy away right then and there, in front of the servants. Soon, the events moved straight to Nanhe province. When a knock came at the gate, the servant opened it in surprise, not knowing who had arrived. The guest explained that when the emperor heard the young lord had a mental illness, he sent the imperial doctor and asked to inform the servant that they had come to visit Feng Zifan. Clearly, from this conversation, the servant concluded that the imperial doctor himself had arrived. So with loud cries, he ran off to warn everyone that the tormenting doctor had arrived. Obviously, even the manager raised the alarm, knowing trouble was coming. remembering what happened last time they brought in a doctor. The young gentleman caused complete chaos, running across the rooftops without any fear of falling. The young master was in the backyard, so the steward immediately knew he had to do everything to keep the boy safe. So they sent their 2 strongest servants to detain the nobleman. Then the manager called 2 more servants to escort the visitors to the young master. He also sent a servant to 3 outstanding scholars, as they were students of the young master and could be asked to help calm him down. Everyone witnessed complete chaos erupt throughout the estate, as people scattered to keep the young master from learning the news or escaping by jumping across the rooftops. Even the emperor felt as if the servants had completely forgotten about the guests who had arrived at the estate amid all the chaos. In the end, they stayed put until everything was settled. But soon Hu Zhao lost his temper, not knowing how much longer they had to wait to get noticed. However, the emperor calmly asked them to wait a little longer, believing they would be greeted very soon. So much time had passed, it seemed the guests were ready to be covered in cobwebs from age. And the angry emperor decided that since no one came for them, no one ever would. So they would go themselves to where that wayward youth was. At that moment, the young gentleman lay on the hill for the dead, while his servant knelt crying, suggesting the master simply avoid meeting the doctor to spare him extra worry. Dai Deng was crying because, although he was Feng Jifan's personal servant, it seemed they were the only ones unaware that his mental illness was still untreated. Therefore, the servant anxiously urged the young master to take care of himself. As the imperial doctor had already said, needles would be used, meaning Feng Jifan must not overexert himself. The disciples also came, bowing down and praying for their teacher to accept the help of the renowned healer. And obviously our hero had no idea what everyone there was doing. He was only acting that way to scare them. However, their whining and screams began to irritate him, but he still stayed lying on the table, waiting to see what would happen next. Soon the emperor entered the courtyard to finally understand what Feng Jifang was actually doing. However, he was literally left speechless by what he saw. The hero lay on the mortuary table while everyone around him wept, unable to understand how the young master could be so cruel to himself. Clearly, everyone at that moment thought the young man had died. However, the emperor, pretending to be the imperial doctor, immediately declared that even death was nothing to him. He could bring the young man back to life because he could not let him die. Obviously, Feng Zifang jumped up immediately, not understanding what was happening. Everything was going completely against his plan. And then it turned out that Feng Zifan's death was just a misunderstanding. But this only made the emperor angrier at the boy who dared to scare them like that. Looking at the noble features of this man's face, Feng Zifang immediately realized he knew him. And then he realized with horror that the Son of Heaven himself had come to him disguised as a healer. At that moment, the emperor, as if nothing had happened, asked Feng Jifan where his chambers were so he could provide him with medical care. Only then did our hero realize how embarrassed he was. The Lord himself had come to speak with him. So he decided to turn it into a joke and escort him to his chambers. However, as the young man was blocked, the manager approached him, understanding it was just a performance, but begging him to keep his promise and accept the doctor's treatment. But the angry hero kicked him to stop pretending to be a caring servant. Then he escorted the entire delegation of the imperial physician to his chambers. Behind closed doors, the Lord admitted he had heard the youth had taken in 3 apprentices, and was eager to learn how they made the top 3 in the provincial trial. All our hero could do was pray that the emperor came here not because he suspected him of deceit. Then he calmly explained that he had randomly chosen the most common topics with the students, and one of them came up on the exam. The emperor couldn't believe that the guy who was randomly coaching the others had used his knowledge to catapult them into the top 3, and his husband's glare showed that Feng Jifan's answer had infuriated him. He just had to gather his courage and figure out how to get out of this situation unscathed. At this moment, the ruler demanded that Feng Zifang tell him everything truthfully, or he would punish him severely. And then our hero clearly understood that if he didn't give the husband a satisfactory answer right now, he would be in serious trouble. And at that moment, Prince Hozhao kept laughing at the situation unfolding before his eyes. The young man immediately realized that the laughing boy was a prince, but he had no idea why he kept gloating over him. In the end, he bowed, apologized, and explained that the method he used to train the trio was ridiculously simple. This was the art of hand-to-hand combat. Obviously, hearing something like that, the emperor and the prince could hardly believe their ears, but they still demanded to hear all the details. He calmly said that there's a wisdom. If you spare the rod, you risk losing the child. Leave them to themselves even once, and everything falls apart. If you skip 3 days of beating the kids, they'll climb onto the roof and start breaking the tiles. Throughout the day, he hung his students from a tree and whipped them mercilessly. At night, he hung them in his chambers and practiced strikes on them. Then he took a break for an hour or 2 to rest and let them recover from the emotional trauma. And it all started over again. Obviously, the emperor couldn't believe this was a serious method for training the trio. However, leaning in, He explained to the ruler that no student would dare lie or disappoint their mentor after such a punishment. At that moment, the prince realized just how brazen Feng Zifan was. He had set it on purpose to be subjected to the same training methods, and the hero was quite pleased when he noticed the prince glaring at him with displeasure, for that was exactly what he wanted. At that moment, the emperor decided to find out which method of punishment was most effective on the three. And right then, our hero showed the lord the whip he usually used. Her sound soothed the soul and mind, and the emperor awkwardly asked the hero to lend him that whip. However, Feng Jifang quickly explained that the emperor didn't need to be so polite. If he was thirsty, he could take the whip. The young man just wanted to know who the man intended to use it on. The emperor glanced aside and calmly explained that he had one person in mind. And of course, Ho Zhao felt with every fiber of his soul that it was about him. However, the emperor came here not just for that reason. He had a few more words for Feng Jifan. After all, he was a young gentleman from Nanhe with a golden belt, so the words and actions of the Feng family reflected on the reputation of the imperial court. He longed for the boy to finally stop his antics and, looking at the young man's bowed head, hoped he had understood his words. Of course, Feng Zifang couldn't promise that, because obedience would ruin his villainous image when he was under suspicion. He had to play his part. However, he explained to the emperor that he was still a young and healthy man, so up to 10 incidents a year was not such a big deal. The emperor was stunned that Feng Jifang even bargained with him, typical behavior from such a brazen rogue. However, he declared that the guy could only get away with something up to 3 times a year, or else forgiveness would be out of reach. And for this, our hero was grateful. So he bowed, thanked his august guest for the guidance, and took his leave. The events are moving into the evening. After returning to the imperial palace, the ruler immediately turned to his son, making it clear that he would stay there today. Before leaving, he had to recite the entire Chungguan Zongbo from the Book of Rites that he had recently learned, while the trembling boy begged his father for mercy. And he immediately started waving a whip in front of him, causing the boy to cry and honestly admit he could only tell him everything next time. And after that, the disciplinary lessons began. Meanwhile, at Feng Jifan's estate, the imperial envoy arrived, announcing his appointment as head of the imperial guard by the ruler's decree. And obviously, the head of the family immediately approached with tears of joy in his eyes and accepted this imperial decree. Feng Zifang watched in amazement, mouth wide open, for the imperial guard is one of the 26 elite military units closest to the royal family. Their main duty is to protect the royal family, usually patrolling the areas around the palaces, and only the most trusted are worthy of this title. A position in the imperial guard offers the best opportunity for children of noble families to prove themselves in military service. Our hero couldn't understand why the emperor had chosen him as the head of the guard. At that moment, his parent was overjoyed, realizing the rumors about their family being lucky were true. The hero couldn't believe that instead of praising his son's skills, his father kept rambling endlessly about their buried ancestors. In the end, the day quickly came to a close and the next day began. The maid Shangsheng came to help the young master dress in the required clothes. That's how he ended up in the outfit bearing the golden dragon emblem. And looking at himself, he knew he must look majestic in it. Even Shangsheng was taken aback. The young master truly looked quite majestic, so it was time for the young man to leave. He asked the servants not to cause any trouble while he was away and to be courteous to his students. But before he could finish his instructions, the eunuch came for him, reminding the young master that he was already late and needed to hurry into the carriage. Only then did our hero remember that he had completely forgotten to ask where exactly they were headed. As it turned out, His Majesty personally ordered that the gentleman be taken to the Consulting Institute on his first day of service. And then the young man realized this was the very place where the prince was being trained. It turns out they were told yesterday that His Majesty borrowed a whip from a young lord in Nanhe, and when he returned to the palace, the prince was beaten from head to toe. When the queen found out, she was very angry and cried all night. Clearly, Feng Zifang panicked. He knew this institute would become a hellish place, and the blame for beating His Highness the Prince now fell on him. If he went to the Eastern Palace, he probably wouldn't survive. So he calmly explained to the eunuch that he was too young for such work and needed to stay and learn a bit more. However, the eunuch had anticipated this reaction and immediately ordered the coachman to rush to the destination as fast as possible. In the end, they sped off like lightning, and our hero didn't dare jump out on the move. But until the very end, he couldn't understand where the person who could run at such a crazy speed even came from. He ordered him to stop, and he did so right at the gates of the Consulting Institute. The hero didn't know whether to rejoice or weep now that he was finally here. First, the noble young man cleared his stomach after the hellish shaking he endured on the journey. At that moment, our hero saw Hu Zhao and was literally stunned by the sight of the youth. At that moment, His Royal Highness was beaten and looked nothing like himself. his gaze completely unrecognizable. The prince calmly understood that since he had met Feng Zifan again, luck was not on his side. And then he lunged at the boy, aiming a kick straight at his face. Feng Zifang stood his ground, as if ready to take the incoming blow. And Hao Zhao was even glad that this pathetic little human didn't even try to run away. But at the last moment our hero bowed to his royal highness, causing the prince to fly right past him. Obviously the young man was angry, believing that Feng Zifang must wish him dead for setting him up so badly. But at that moment he noticed the boy's face instantly change. He couldn't believe his eyes that he had actually met the prince he admired so much. He said he had known his highness for a long time and eagerly looked forward to meeting the prince. However, it was clear that Hao Zhao thought Feng Zifang was talking nonsense simply because he was afraid of facing the consequences. But the young man calmly explained that he admired his royal highness and was amazed that the prince remained as wise as he had always known him to be. The prince seemed divinely blessed with his mighty tribute. He leads millions of loyal warriors. Not only that, he's also skilled in horseback riding and archery. However, to be honest, he knew that all of this was just the tip of the iceberg. He truly believed that His Highness the Prince was the reincarnation of a legendary martial arts master who would one day conquer deserts, subdue northern and western barbarians, and rule the earth and sky like a dragon. Obviously, Hao Zhao was stunned that Feng Zifang truly thought that way about him. However, noticing the guy changing the subject before they resolved the main issue, he grabbed Feng Zifan and shouted loudly. Because of him, the prince was hurt and still furious, so if he doesn't knock some sense into the guy right now, his anger will never fade. At that moment, Feng Zifang pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket. He wanted to gift a modest sum of 10,000 liang for their first meeting. Although he knew it was little, he hoped the prince would accept his respectful regard. Clearly, the prince was amazed by such generosity, since his father controlled his finances and he only received 100 liang a month. This man was clearly too generous. He should have called him Big Brother for that. When he asked again if the young man was really ready to give him all that money, he was stunned by the answer. Bowing even lower, Feng Zifang explained that as a humble man, he saw money as a temporary burden. Righteousness always came first, and his relationship with the prince was worth more than any gold. And looking at the guy, the prince even began to wonder if he had truly changed. He had no idea that the bent-over hero was giggling, hiding his face. The thing is, he thoroughly studied everything about the Ming dynasty and Hao Zhao, so now he can finally get this boy in his grip. At this very moment, everyone was wondering what the prince would do to the villain Feng Zifan, who had dared to humiliate him. Rumors spread that he was pelted with stones and beaten with sticks, and everyone was eager to see him get his comeuppance. But imagine the shock of the servants when they saw Feng Zifang and Hao Zhao walking hand in hand, laughing joyfully. Clearly, no one could understand what had happened in such a short time. The prince addressed Feng Zifan as a brother and was very courteous to him. At that moment, the prince invited his little brother to ride his prize steed. Clearly, Feng Zifang was quite upset. He knew Hao Zhao would just embarrass him if he agreed to ride the horse, so our hero decided to come up with an excuse. Just in time, a eunuch arrived and told the prince he shouldn't ride today because it was too early. He had to attend a lecture at the institute, and if His Majesty the Emperor found out he skipped it, there would be trouble. In the end, the prince had no choice but to promise Feng Zifan a ride right after the lecture. And our hero was truly glad to have such good luck this time. But there was still one question. Would he have to ride with the prince afterward? He needed to come up with something fast. Meanwhile, 4 disciples continued discussing Feng Zifan, hoping the prince would reward him accordingly. They laughed happily until one of them froze, seeing the very Feng Zifang they had been talking about standing next to his friend. Then he quietly whispered in his comrade's ear to watch his words. In the end, he fled in terror. Clearly, none of them expected Feng Zifan to show up here. The atmosphere was like a horror movie. However, the young man from Nanhei ordered the 4 to calm down immediately and demanded they bring paper, wood, and a knife, without being late. At that very moment, their silhouettes seemed to vanish into thin air as they set off to carry out Feng Zifan's order. Finally, the lecture was over, and Hao Zhao couldn't be happier that everything was done. After that, he turned to the eunuch and asked him to find his brother Feng Zifan, as he planned to invite him for a horseback ride. Finally, the hero entered the room, and the prince immediately suggested they go horseback riding. However, the hero firmly rejected this offer. The prince was upset because Zifan had only recently agreed to it. However, the hero quickly showed him the gift prepared for the prince. He showed him chess pieces carved by the finest master craftsmen to order. The figures were connected to the military, including commanders and various troops. The prince loved gazing at them. The figures sparkled like something out of a fairy tale. The noble gentleman expected such a reaction. Having frequented libraries in his past life, he knew the prince was passionate about military matters, mentioned troops and formations, and the prince's interest sparks instantly. The rules of the game were simple, so our hero took it upon himself to explain everything to the prince. But the prince had already placed his bet and threatened the guy that he would definitely beat him in this game. That's how they set off to play. It was late at night, and Feng Zifang was angry, ready to leave immediately. He tried to shake off his highness, who clung to his leg begging him to play just one more time for a tiny chance to win before finally going to bed. The next day, the young man returned to the institute. He clearly understood that Hu Zhao was obsessed with this game, and would most likely ask him to play again. However, he never imagined that being the head of the guard would be so carefree that he could play chess every day. When he entered the prince's chambers, he heard loud screams. The prince kept tormenting his servant, who had no idea what was going on in their game, and Feng Zifang was amazed. Just like in the story, this guy's footwork was on point. As soon as Hu Zhao saw Feng Zifan, he smiled and invited his brother to sit down, eager to try out his new foolproof strategy. Of course, the eunuch tried to explain to the prince that it was too early to rest, as he needed to attend the lecture or the sage would be angry. But the prince insisted he wouldn't go anywhere and even suggested lying that he was just sick. Feng Zifang realized this boy was a complete fool who needed to change, because he was the future emperor of the Ming dynasty, and his family was their long-term ticket to prosperity, but he was about to ruin everything. Therefore, Feng Zifang calmly explained that he no longer wanted to play this game. Obviously, the prince took this response as Feng Zifan refusing to be friends with him. But suddenly, our hero suggested to the prince to play a slightly different game. Playing chess is pretty boring. They need to raise the stakes. For example, if Feng Zifang loses, he'll give the boy 300 liang. In the end, the prince also agreed to pay the young man the same amount if he lost. However, Feng Zifang believed his highness had mistaken him for a poor man without money. In the end, the youth had no choice but to find out what Feng Zifang wanted from him. And he suggested that if he lost, the prince should perfectly learn one topic. And the young man froze instantly, saying nothing. Our hero just laughed, thinking his highness was quite afraid to lose. And the prince, quite offended by such suspicion, accepted the hero's offer. This is how Feng Zifang came to love his job as head of the guard, waking up early and rushing to his post. Usually, Hao Zhao rarely attended his lectures at the institute, often pretending to be sick, spending the rest of his time with Feng Zifan playing chess and studying. Sometimes even our hero had to admit that Hao Zhao's lineage wasn't so bad, especially since he had an excellent memory. Several days passed like this, with Xiang once again preparing the young master to head to his post. At that moment, a worried Dedeng arrived, reporting that the master had recently been unusually courteous to those around him, which could be a sign his illness was returning, so the servant intended to call a doctor. But in the end, Dedeng was immediately struck right in the face by Feng Zifan. He flew off with such force that he immediately crashed into the wall, which cracked beneath him. But he still praised the guy for the great shot. He was starting to understand his style. Every move naturally unpredictable. He could bet the guy was solid. Deeming all these people fools, our hero decided to join the service as soon as possible, ordering the doctor to be dealt with immediately. But the suddenly appearing father asked his son not to be so angry. Besides, he had heard that his son took 50,000 silver liang from the treasury a few days ago, and hoped his son still had some money left. But it turned out the young man gave his highness about 30,000 lian for pocket money, and even lost a bit playing chess with him. So the boy calmly explained that all this money had already been lost. Obviously, the parent couldn't believe what they heard and was about to faint. In the end, the man fell to the ground, realizing his son had slipped back into the prodigal son's ways, and now they were truly doomed. His offspring had no idea that the money he spent was meant for an important event. By this time, Feng Zifan had finally arrived at the imperial palace. And right then, the prince, seeing him, invited the young man to play chess since he had stayed up all night waiting. However, our hero knew it was still too early, and today they would have to postpone the games because the wise Yan was already waiting for him at his lecture at the institute. But the prince had no intention of going. He had already asked the eunuch to tell the sage that he was feeling unwell. Today he was ready to deal with Feng Zifan and was very angry that the boy didn't want to play. After hours of non-stop play, our hero is already quite tired. He played for a long time and seriously got tired of it. But suddenly he saw a man approaching their quarters, emerging from behind the curtain. Feng Zifang immediately recognized Emperor Hongji. Obviously, the guy didn't realize that His Majesty had forgotten why he was here, who invited him, and why they hadn't been informed of his presence. He suspected the ruler had come here to teach them a lesson. At that very moment, the prince shouted loudly, celebrating his victory over the enemy commander in the battle. Our hero trembled with fear and bowed, greeting His Majesty. At that moment, the prince told Feng Zifan that whenever his father saw his mother, he immediately became obedient, like a puppy. One day, his father wanted to punish him, but his mother shouted at him, and in the end, he got away without any punishment. Shaking even more at these words, our hero bowed lower, wishing the emperor a long life. However, Hao Zhao believed that Feng Jifeng was just trying to scare him and distract him because he knew he would lose. He needed to secretly switch the pieces. He was sure no one could fool him with such a cheap trick. But when the prince turned around, he saw his father standing right behind him, so he immediately began praying to all his ancestors for salvation. The emperor came because he heard his son was ill and made time to visit him. However, he was amazed that his sick son was so energetic today, so he ordered him to stop wasting time. Since the room was too cramped for a conversation, he decided to wait for them in the temple hall. In the end, as soon as the emperor left, the two were left staring at each other, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, the poor eunuch ran in. Noticing the servant, Hu Zhao grabbed him, scolding him for not warning that his father had arrived. The young man knew the ruler would surely kill him now, and there was no escape. So he ordered the eunuch to immediately go to his mother and tell her son was in danger, and to bring thicker clothes to at least soften the fall. But at that moment, before the eunuch left, Feng Jifeng asked him to stay a little longer. Bending down, he also asked to prepare warmer clothes for him, as he would surely need them too. Soon they arrived at the temple halls, where the emperor and his servants were already waiting for them. Obviously, they were amazed when two guys, now 5 times bigger, showed up in the gym. At first glance, it looked like these two were freezing, so they stuffed pillows into their clothes. Of course, the emperor knew this autumn was quite chilly, but wearing so many clothes still seemed a bit silly. At that moment, the prince bowed, explaining that he had been ill and the wind chilled him to the bone. However, the emperor didn't believe their words and immediately ordered both of them to slowly undress. In the end, the arriving assistants began to undress them. But beneath the first layer of clothing, there were 5 more layers. His Highness the Prince was in the exact same situation. At that moment, as the prince was being undressed, a steel plate suddenly fell out of his clothes. Feng Jifeng immediately realized how much the boy feared his father's blows. Apparently, the emperor was truly powerful. Although the slab fell, the prince remained calm. No one would have guessed he was prepared for even this situation. At that moment, bowing, Hao Zhao explained that the steel plate belonged to one of his servants and must have ended up with him by mistake. But the father just shouted loudly, ordering everyone to be silent. He saw that his son was lying and stalling, trying to dodge his responsibilities to mess around, and he thought of him as a pathetic fool trying to drive his father to the grave. He always respected his son's opinion. When he found out he was sick, he couldn't sleep all night, and when it came to his education, he sought out the best masters and scholars, putting in so much effort. And on top of that, Feng Zifeng, because the emperor thought highly of him, spent all his time just playing around. In the end, the rulers realized that nothing worthwhile would come from their time together. And in that moment, Hou Zhao realized the end had come. But Feng Jifeng suddenly spoke with confidence, asking the emperor not to jump to conclusions so quickly. All the servants nearby were stunned by his words. Leaning in, he explained that His Imperial Highness was no fool. He believed the emperor had made a mistake condemning the two of them. The emperor was clearly furious that some boy dared to question his judgment, and apparently saw him as a fool. So he immediately ordered the two to be hanged and whipped. Of course, Feng Zifeng knew that if he spoke out against injustice, the emperor would likely bring up his past deeds. Then it will all end with everyone mistaking his achievements for deception, so he had to come up with something before it was too late. So he asked the prince what he had learned from his defeats, and it turned out the young man knew the treatise of Mencius. Bo Yi made peace and settled by the North Sea, thriving under Wen Yuan's guidance, knowing the earth lay beneath the heavens where elders were respected and kind. In that red house they raised horses and silkworms in such abundance that there was enough silk for everyone. Obviously, everyone was amazed. Could he really have learned it all? Even though it was the very topic he didn't want to study, now he knew it by heart. And Feng Zifeng couldn't help but be proud of himself, as he had truly taken the right approach to teaching this boy. After that, the boy fell silent, for that was all he had learned. The emperor couldn't believe his son had truly recited the treatise word for word, as he usually just played around and barely memorized the Book of Rituals, retaining nothing else. He once didn't even know the author of the Book of Rites, but now the words of Mencius bounced right off his teeth. However, the emperor decided to see it through to the end, so I asked him a clarifying question. What was this topic supposed to convey to him? However, the prince calmly explained that this topic was necessary simply to clarify the problem of food and clothing shortages. Only then did the emperor realize the boy hadn't just memorized everything, but truly understood the subject. Even the wise man couldn't believe it and thought the prince had truly become a different person. The boy explained that what was written was, in his opinion, only a superficial explanation. He meant that there are still deep moral truths. People will only embrace knowledge and understand the situation if they live in comfort. Therefore, when an emperor faces a rebellion, he must first ask himself if he has done his job right. Ruling the Celestial Empire is challenging. The Emperor must consider everyone's opinion to find the right solution. However, the Emperor abruptly rose from his seat after those words, making the prince even wonder if he might have been mistaken. But in that moment, the Emperor burst out laughing, realizing his boy truly was talented. The prince was absolutely right. This book truly contained the essential rules of governance. Then he approached the sage, bowed, and thanked him for teaching his son. He fell to his knees, thanking the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. But the Emperor understood. He had entrusted his son's mentor, who taught him with true professionalism, eased all his doubts, and even awakened a great talent in his son. As Emperor, he knew the value of good teachers, and the sage had fulfilled his duty, so the Emperor was grateful. However, the man explained that he was a sinner deserving the death penalty, for he had not taught the prince this treatise. Startled, the Emperor immediately turned around, looking at Ho Zhao with a questioning gaze. And then the boy calmly explained to his father that it was not a sage who taught him, but Feng Zifang. Of course, the ruler was amazed and couldn't believe that such a wild youth had trained the prince so well. Even Feng Zifang didn't know how to react. If he was too modest, someone might get suspicious. So he had to acknowledge his achievements, but explained that he only helped the prince with his training a little. The Emperor had no choice but to admit that the Feng family truly deserved praise. But he became curious. How did the boy manage to make the prince learn such a difficult subject? Of course, he couldn't tell the Emperor that he gambled with the prince, who learned from every loss and then randomly quizzed him. The Emperor thought the young man might have used the same method as with the 3 students. Physical force. But obviously Feng Zifang wouldn't dare lay a hand on the prince. At that moment, Ho Zhao cried, confessing to his father that he had truly endured many hardships. And clearly Feng Zifang had no idea what kind of troubles this scholarly youth was even talking about. The Emperor immediately grew angry, reminding Feng Zifang that violence against the imperial family was a crime. And then our hero realized he was definitely done for. He couldn't believe this was the thanks he got for all the help he gave. The Lord calmly reminded that every land has its laws, and every family has its own rules. There are laws and rules for rank and status too. A prince is a prince, a servant is a servant, and a servant hardly dares defy their monarch. Feng Zifang should have known that opposing the monarch is a crime. Clearly, Feng Zifang asked her husband not to act rashly and not to turn against their benefactor after his help. At this moment, even the wise knew that Feng Zifang was truly young, and the Emperor should not be cruel. The prince also knew his father was very angry, and Feng Zifang was truly finished. He tried to stand up for his friend, but the Emperor harshly ordered him to be silent. The sage understood that the Emperor was expressing his displeasure, but if he was seriously accusing Feng Zifang of treason, then he was surely doomed. The mentor spoke up, trying to reason with his majesty. But he shouted so loudly that everyone fell silent. The Emperor only harshly reminded Feng Zifang how inappropriate it was for him to slander him, as he was right about the youth. He had beaten the prince, which was treason against the monarch. Maybe he just forgot the meaning of the word monarch and the difference between a monarch and his servant. In the end, our hero realized there was no escaping such slander, and the prince simply burst into tears, hoping they would remain brothers with Feng Zifang, at least in the next life. At that moment, the servant brought the Emperor his battle sword. Everyone knew that what was happening would lead to nothing good. And Feng Zifang realized the Emperor was completely serious. The man was punishing him, even though this was his first real mistake. Soon the Emperor was already approaching the boy with his sword. The guy couldn't believe the Emperor himself had decided to kill him. But it was still too early for him to die, so it seems he'll have to act like a madman again. After all, the Emperor is unlikely to kill someone mentally ill. When the Emperor approached, our hero tried to say something, pretending to be crazy, but fear left him speechless. But at that moment, the Emperor handed the blade to the hero himself. He fully understood that trying to harm the prince was a crime against the prince, not against the Emperor. He gave Feng Zifang this sword. Any interaction with the prince will be considered his will, so Feng Zifang faces no restrictions and fears no laws in raising the prince by any means. Therefore, he hoped the young man would teach him with strictness and precision, even entrusting his family with the task of raising the prince to be a decent person. Even the wise rejoiced, knowing they could always rely on His Majesty, who was prudent and just. Therefore, they had no choice but to respect and honor him. The prince couldn't understand why his father was so eager to condemn his son to suffering and realized how deeply he had disappointed him. At that moment, our hero bowed, thanked the Emperor for his trust, and vowed to do his utmost to fulfill his will in the best way. And looking at these two, the prince realized what future awaited him very soon. At that very moment, the servants announced the arrival of Her Imperial Highness and the princess. And right then, a beautiful woman in her golden outfit and headdress appeared in the hall. Haojo immediately burst into tears and ran into his mother's arms, complaining about everything that had happened here. And then everyone realized that the queen herself, the ruler of the land, had arrived. The woman immediately realized her son had angered his father again, and hoped he would at least apologize for his behavior. But this time the prince didn't anger his father at all. So the woman let her son go and reminded him that his grandmother was asking about him, urging the boy to visit her as soon as possible. The emperor didn't even say a word to her. And Feng Zifang realized that the empress was truly an extraordinary woman. She even dared to speak to the heir as if they were old friends, while the emperor seemed too afraid to utter a word in her presence. At that moment, just before leaving, the son looked at his father questioningly, as if asking for permission. And of course, the ruler freed him, allowing the boy to visit his grandmother at the Renshu Palace and pay her a respectful visit. The boy immediately smiled happily, bowed again, and went to check on his mother. And our hero realized that this woman deserved to be the emperor's wife, as she devoted great care to protecting her child, which was truly admirable. At that moment, the hero fixed his gaze on the lady accompanying Her Majesty the Empress. Just by the look of her elegant outfit, it was clear she was the young princess of the palace. He looked at her as if hypnotized, which clearly embarrassed the lady. However, she quickly thought him rude for staring at her like that. But in that moment, despite the questioning looks, our hero walked straight up to the princess. Bowing, he greeted her, but noticed Her Royal Highness looked quite pale. So he urged her to take better care of her health. And obviously the girl thought this guy was crazy, not understanding what he was even saying. The thing was, there was only one record in the history books about the emperor's daughter. She passed away before reaching adulthood. Records stated she suffered from severe headaches and died from a high fever. And modern experts believe the princess's illness was likely a simple viral infection. Right now, all he could do for her was simply ask her to take better care of her health. And the princess felt the young man was completely out of his mind. How dare he say such a thing to her? Even Hao Zhao knew that no matter how influential Feng Zifang was, even he couldn't treat his sister that way. Even the empress was outraged, unable to understand where such an audacious man had come from. But when Hu Zhao saw her anger, he immediately asked his mom to stop being upset. Then he calmly explained that the young man had recently suffered from a brain disorder. Then the empress took pity on him, realizing the young man was simply mad. Approaching him, she also asked Feng Zifang to take care of his health, as mental illnesses are a very serious matter. After saying their goodbyes, they left together with their entourage. Everyone was eager to get away from the hero as quickly as possible. They had heard brain diseases could be contagious, so they treated him like a leper. However, Feng Zifang knew that being seen as crazy wasn't so bad. No one cares about a fool, and no one plots against him. In the end, after handling all his business, he was able to return home peacefully. But as soon as he arrived, he immediately saw something was terribly wrong. His father was sobbing uncontrollably. All because the guys from Shonen and Jianchang showed up, which was really bad. They used the royal family's name with ill intent, deceived the husband, and swindled him out of 30,000 silver taels. They insisted he must come to the queen's palace and act as a matchmaker for their daughter. They even insisted it was his duty as a father, and as a result, he owed them 30,000, which they swindled from him. Only then did Feng Zifang realize that his father had been worried about his marriage all along, and he kept crying. His head and chest ached badly whenever he thought about his foolishness. However, as he passed by, our hero reminded everyone that these were just minor trifles. He asked his father to stop crying in front of everyone. It's not fitting for the head of the family. From that moment on, it was his responsibility to get the money back. He knew that if these people had the nerve to steal his money, he would have to pay them a visit and deal with these scoundrels his own way. As is known, during Emperor Hongji's reign, a sudden weather shift hit like a mini ice age, with temperatures plummeting as if the heavens themselves decided to freeze the Celestial Empire. In the 6th year of Emperor Hongji's reign, such fierce snowstorms struck the Huai River region it seemed the Lord of Winter himself had descended in full fury. Our hero knew perfectly well that the snow would keep falling for about another 6 months. Even now, he was freezing cold to the point of madness. Under such conditions, growing crops became nearly impossible, and hunger among the common people was one of the main reasons for the attack on the Ming dynasty. At that moment, Jifan's loyal servant De Deng arrived. He brought the coals that the manager had given him. The price of coals skyrocketed to the sky. 1 jin cost 40 copper coins. Even those with money found it hard to buy, so he ordered the coal to be saved only for the young master to keep him from freezing to death. Clearly, our hero was shocked by such an outrageous price. It was pure daylight robbery. But the guy knew perfectly well the reason for such an astronomical price. In this era, while the wealthy used charcoal, those with modest means made do with straw and wood, as charcoal was a long and labor-intensive process, but its smoke was much safer for people, making it the choice of the elite. Cheap firewood burns easily but produces thick smoke that makes breathing hard and is unhealthy. so poor people have to work hard to gather it. Also, as far as he knew, no one was using anthracite at that time. It contains very few impurities and, like fossil coal, consists of relatively pure carbon. It burns cleanly with little flame or smoke and lasts a long time, making it excellent fuel for heating. If the guy understood correctly, the main source of anthracite is located in Shanxi province, just 1 day's journey from the capital. And suddenly he realized, no one yet suspects this source. To him it was an incredible opportunity, as if the gods themselves had granted him a chance to get rich. He decided to question Da Deng about everything he knew, especially eager for him to immediately find out who owned the Western Mountain. The mountain belonged to the estates of Shonin and Jianchang. Everyone in the capital knew this. And suddenly our hero realized that this wasn't the first time since his rebirth that he had heard the names of those scoundrels from the Jiang family. He knew that if he wanted to buy this land, they would definitely demand an exorbitant price. They had already cheated his father out of 30,000 silver taels. But this mountain was a treasure, rich in minerals both on the surface and deep within. Millions of homes need fuel to stay warm, making the owner of this mountain the true keeper of the Horn of Plenty. He ordered Da Deng to go to the manager and collect the money. Soon the servant of these two reported that a young man wished to meet with them. As soon as they heard about it, they couldn't believe their ears. And when they found out he was from Nanhei, they ordered him to be driven away immediately. They were quite upset that the old man kept coming back to demand his money, constantly trying to prove they had won it unfairly. However, the servant calmly explained that this was not the Lord of Nanhei, but his son, the infamous prodigal heir. And clearly the two brothers were quite curious about why the young gentleman had come to see them. As soon as our hero entered, he immediately bowed before the two of them. He honestly admitted that he had long heard about his great-uncles and finally decided to come and introduce himself to them. Clearly, the men were amazed that the boy came not for his father's money, but with his own purpose. And he calmly explained he was there to buy land from them, specifically one of the mountains. The men couldn't be happier that their nephew came to them with such an offer during this crisis. Clearly, they saw him as nothing more than a small, foolish spender. So they explained to the naive youth that this was good land. But if he didn't have a couple 100,000 taels of silver on him, they wouldn't sell him anything. Our hero basically expected such a reaction from these cunning brothers. He kept insisting and even set the price for that worthless piece of land at a whopping 200,000. However, Jifeng calmly explained that he could only pay 50,000 silver taels right now, and if that price wasn't acceptable, he would simply walk away. But even so, the man thought Jifeng was a complete madman for planning to pay 50,000 for this wasteland, where nothing could even grow on this mountain. But he explained that at least 100,000 lion was needed, and since he was friends with the boy's father, he was willing to give a 10,000 discount. But the uninterested hero just turned around and walked away. Startled, the man immediately asked his nephew to stay, since they still needed to discuss the price. After all, the land was inherited by him. The thing is, even though the mountains area had a radius of 14 li and was mostly mountains, there were also plenty of trees right at the base, at least 1,000 madamada in total. And all of this would belong to Jifeng for 80,000 taels of silver. He was willing to give him such a discount. Besides, the man decided to find out how much money the young guy actually had on him. However, Jifeng calmly explained that he hadn't brought that much cash with him. Clearly, the uncle was stunned that the boy showed up without any money, planning to buy land. But it turned out he owned fertile lands and had already brought the papers for them, along with a couple of valuable banknotes. In the end, the man was literally stunned by the offer made by this fool. Soon the exchange was complete, and the man happily invited his nephew to visit again. From that moment, they were true friends. As our hero left, he was glad to have finally settled the land, unaware of how deeply his servant was grieving. At first, he was glad that the old habits of the master were returning, and he kept spending money thoughtlessly. But even so, he deeply regretted the rich, fertile lands traded for some useless wasteland. The action quickly shifts to the imperial palace. All the court physicians gathered around the young princess, continuing to check her health using various methods. The emperor tried to calm his wife, saying that although Jifeng sometimes speaks wisely, he also often talks nonsense, so there was no need to worry. However, the woman knew it was better to check now than regret it later, especially since her eye kept twitching after the boy's words. He may occasionally say nonsense, but they'll feel much better if the doctor examines their daughter. At that moment, the doctor reported that Her Royal Highness's health was in perfect condition, and clearly, the Empress wanted to make sure everything was truly fine and no further checks were needed. But the doctor knew well they shouldn't worry about the arrogant young man's nonsense, so he assured them the girl had no problems. In the end, the woman realized that Jifeng was truly incompetent and full of nonsense, and the emperor fully understood that his wife couldn't know the young lord from Nanhei had mental issues, something beyond his control, so he asked her not to worry about his punishment. And the woman herself clearly understood that if the boy was truly that sick, all they could do was feel sorry for the family from Nanhe. But before the worried parents could leave, the healer suddenly called out to them loudly. It turned out Her Highness the Princess suddenly lost consciousness, as if her soul had left her fragile body. Clearly, the Emperor was deeply shocked. The healer had just moments ago said the girl was perfectly fine. He demanded that the man say something in his own defense. However, the man, terrified to death, claimed that the princess had been fine until that moment, when she suddenly lost consciousness, and the doctors concluded she might have caught a cold. Obviously, the Empress couldn't understand how the girl could have been healthy just moments ago. Then she remembered the words spoken by our hero. He had noticed the princess looked pale and urged her to take better care of her health. Worried, the Empress immediately ordered her servants to find Zifan and bring him to the palace, no matter how far away. By this time, our hero had finally arrived home. He planned to have some hot tea, then lie down and rest after a long day. Before he could take a step, they tied him up hand and foot. The Emperor's servants awaited the hero's return and, by the Empress's order, immediately escorted him to the palace. Then they roughly shoved him into a palanquin and sped toward the palace as if all the demons of the underworld were chasing them. Soon our hero found himself by the bedside of the seriously ill princess. This is exactly what he expected, which is why he asked the girl to take care of herself. At that moment, the worried Empress longed to know if the hero understood what illness her daughter had. However, Jifang calmly explained that to give them an answer, he needed to examine Her Highness more closely. In the end, the Emperor had no choice but to nod in agreement to his demands. And right away, pushing past the other doctors, our hero sat down closer to the princess. Clearly, the doctor was stunned by the young man's audacity, as he too was eager to know what illness Her Highness was suffering from. He was genuinely worried that this clueless boy knew nothing and that the princess was doomed. But our hero knew exactly what ailed the princess, though these folks would hardly understand what a viral disease is. But suddenly, a bright idea popped into his mind, so he calmly told the Emperor that he fully understood what had happened to the girl. He explained that it was a brain disease, just like his own. And obviously this shocked everyone like a lightning bolt from a clear sky. Obviously, the doctor immediately argued that this was nothing like a mental illness, since it didn't cause such a fever, and he concluded the hero must think he's an idiot. Moreover, he reported to the Emperor that the doctor didn't even check the patient's pulse and couldn't have made such conclusions. But our hero calmly explained that he had been studying brain diseases for about 10 years, so he knew them well and could diagnose at a glance, even without a pulse. The doctor still believed that this little brat kept lying without any shame or conscience. So I reminded them that Jifan was only in his 20s, yet he claimed to have studied brain diseases for 10 years, which was clearly an exaggeration. However, our hero realized that the man knew absolutely nothing. Looking back on his past training with the healer, he could truly say he had learned. Moreover, he specifically developed a treatment method. Clearly, the Emperor was angry, reminding the hero that now was no time for jokes. However, leaning in, Jifan asked the Emperor to think 10,000 times more and be absolutely sure. Was he ignorant or just proving his point? Then the Emperor realized this boy was truly their only hope. Everyone was ready to say goodbye to their princess, while the Empress kept crying, not knowing how to save her poor daughter. And Jifan was stunned. Yesterday, when he saw the Empress, she kept her composure no matter the praise or humiliation. But when it came to the child, she completely lost control. With no other choice, our hero immediately asked for paper and ink to write out the prescription. Since the palace had all the necessary resources, they could easily obtain the medicine that could help the girl. Soon, after writing everything down on the sheet, he handed it to the healer. However, looking at the ingredients, the man had no idea how to make medicine from that list. However, our hero was clueless himself and suggested the man handle it all on his own. Clearly, the doctor was outraged. Unable to understand why the guy fancied himself a doctor, he was an absolute disgrace to the medical world. The Emperor, looking at the angry old man, was filled with despair. However, as he approached the man, the young lord of Nanhe asked him to trust him, assuring he was completely serious now and had written a recipe to cure the illness. But by then, the nobleman had to leave. The Emperor gave the hero one last look, thanking him for his hard work. Seeing the ruler's distress, Zifang saw the Emperor so downcast for the first time. Time passed, and the girl still hadn't regained consciousness. The lord came to his wife, who had been crying and sleepless for over 2 days straight. He reminded us of this belief that heaven always helps the worthy, and everything always ends well. However, the woman was worried because several imperial doctors said Jifang was not a real doctor, and that the treatment was almost certainly doomed to fail, and she was very afraid of losing her daughter. However, the Emperor only grew angrier at those fake doctors who dared to speak such nonsense. But in truth, the Emperor wished the illness would pass to him. If the gods had mercy on his daughter and transferred all her suffering to him, then she would be well. Suddenly, a worried servant ran up to them. reporting that Her Royal Highness the Princess had finally awakened. Worried parents rushed over immediately to see their daughter. Even the doctor was amazed that Jifang was right. The girl had a brain disease, and though no treatment was found in the books, today a true miracle happened. Clearly, the doctor was amazed that after a long illness, people actually became more knowledgeable than doctors like him who had studied medicine for decades. Around this time, our hero was at his estate when Dedeng suddenly ran up to him shouting loudly. He warned the hero that Lao Zong had arrived and was eager to see the young master in the grand hall. Shocked by what he heard, the boy unknowingly broke the snowman he had spent hours building. That old scoundrel is going to torment him again, always trying to beat him up for no reason. So he realized that since he couldn't escape the punishment, he should at least wear something thicker before going out to ease the pain of his wounds. By this time, the old man was already completely beside himself. He couldn't believe what that duo from Shunin and Jianchang had done. Yesterday, he got a message from them and couldn't figure out how they managed to sell a piece of wasteland for a fortune. Uncle himself didn't understand why anyone would buy such a wasteland for a full 80,000 silver taels. He couldn't see the point of it. Lao Kong also didn't understand why their family agreed to such an absurd exchange, and was sure his nephew was behind it. But the father knew it no longer mattered, because what's done is done, and land can always be traded, even if it's just a small wasteland. However, Lao Zong only grew angrier at his brother's words. He clearly knows little about these brothers. They long ago told everyone there was nothing there, so no one bought it. But then this worthless brat showed up, coming specifically for that land. The father couldn't say anything, but the son earned this money himself. Even if he hadn't, he still has every right to manage it. But Lao Zan declared that if things continued this way, he should have prepared for it in advance. He asked the man to hurry and find him a wife and daughter-in-law. Any woman would do. However, the father could not act that way, knowing his son now served in the royal guard and had a truly brilliant future ahead. Lao Zong grew even angrier and urged his brother to finally use his mind. Their emperor was the noblest and most merciful ruler, while his offspring was the biggest laughingstock and complete failure in the capital. The emperor would never let this fool rise through the ranks, nor would he likely find a worthy spouse. After those harsh words, the unfortunate man broke down in tears as Lao Zhang kept blaming him for failing to raise his son. But the valiant uncle saw no trace of fault in his brother. Then he grew even angrier, not understanding why Ji-fan still hadn't bothered to show up, suspecting the scoundrel might have gone into hiding as soon as he heard the news of his arrival. Lao Zong was furious that this scoundrel made him come all the way here, but didn't even bother to show up in person. So the fierce uncle threatened to break every bone in his body the moment he appeared before him. Meanwhile, our hero listened from outside, unable to bring himself to enter. They said that in his youth, Lao Zong was a true genius in horseback riding and archery, as well as a fierce master of Chinese martial arts, like an erupting volcano. That's why Zifeng fully understood that stepping into the house was essentially signing his own death warrant. But while the young coward was hiding, Lao Zong peeked out the door and instantly realized that Ji Fang had been here all along. The young man quickly greeted the stern man and immediately decided to flee, claiming he had very important work to do. The furious uncle immediately attacked to show his nephew what skills he had. Then he grabbed the scoundrel, eager to hear his final words. At that moment, Ji Fang was truly ready to say goodbye to the beautiful world. But at this critical moment, a worried servant of Dedeng rushed in to report that His Majesty the Emperor and the August Empress had arrived here with a large entourage. Lao Zong didn't understand what his nephew had done, and Ji Fang was just as horrified. As soon as their majesties entered, they were surprised to see a member of the Zhang family there and assumed he had come to visit his brother. Lao Zong himself was deeply saddened, as the emperor had never before visited his humble estate. At that moment, the provincial governor rushed over to ask the emperor what had happened. Then the two bowed and respectfully greeted their majesties. Our hero bowed just the same, greeting the distinguished guests. But the August Empress immediately approached the young man, helped him up, and asked him not to be so formal, since they had come specifically to see him. Lao Zong opened his mouth in astonishment, unable to believe the Empress had called that scoundrel by name. A noblewoman came to apologize for disturbing the young doctor that day. But with the princess's life at stake, she wanted to personally thank him for his miraculous healing. However, our hero just awkwardly scratched the back of his head, explaining that he hadn't done anything extraordinary, just fulfilled his duty. Of course, everyone was shocked that the young man spoke to the Empress that way. He was clearly asking for trouble, while his father couldn't believe his son had actually saved the princess's life, and couldn't imagine when it had happened. At that moment, the Empress asked everyone else in the chambers to rise from their knees and stop being so formal. She also thanked Lord Nanhan for raising such a wonderful child. The man was deeply grateful to the Empress for her praise, as although his son was a bit rough, he was still a kind child, so the father apologized for his son's behavior. But the Empress saw no reason to apologize. Ji Fang was a man of honor, and even if he was at fault, she chose to accept him as her son and nephew, forgiving all his transgressions. Obviously, the unfortunate man thought he was just dreaming upon hearing those words. For truly, the Empress had accepted his son as her nephew, which meant great success awaited him. Lao Zong couldn't believe what was happening until the very end. The madness unfolding here seemed boundless, especially when the Empress addressed a man with such respect. She expected the reply, "I am unworthy of such honor." This was an extraordinary grace. But our hero responded in a completely different way. At that moment, seeing his uncle's wild gestures, the young doctor finally looked up at him. He understood that the man wanted his nephew to show proper respect to the Empress, which didn't fit the image of the silly, kind-hearted Ji-fan at all. This troubled him deeply, especially since he had barely survived and was still on edge after his uncle's attack. But still, just as his formidable relative wished, the young man fell to his knees and bowed deeply before the Empress. Uncle naturally felt happy right away, proud that the boy still had respect and conscience. At that moment, the cunning nephew bowed and declared that Ji-fan's nephew paid his respects to his aunt, the Empress. And so, the furious Lao Zong literally exploded with rage at the audacity of that insolent brat. However, to everyone's surprise, the Empress was not offended by his boldness. She allowed the young man to call her aunt, and even asked him to come to her for support whenever someone mistreated him. Even the Emperor felt awkward about their sweet conversation, so he turned away. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he asked Ji-fan to follow him to the office, as he had something to discuss with the young doctor. Alone with the ruler, the Emperor decided to discuss whether his princess daughter could fully recover. But when Ji-fang, as a nephew, claimed the situation would improve, the Emperor only grew angry and ordered the young man to stop calling himself his nephew, reminding him that despite his respect for the Emperor's relatives, he was still a servant and must not break the chain of command. So Ji-fan had no choice but to awkwardly repeat that the princess should have already recovered from her illness, leaving the Emperor with nothing to worry about. However, the ruler suspected the princess wasn't truly suffering from a brain illness, but even if she was, he wanted to know if the remedy prescribed by the hero could really cure it. However, Ji-fang firmly stated that it was a brain disorder, and his medications were perfectly fine. But then the man grew very curious. If the remedy developed by the hero was so effective, why did he still need so many treatments to stay conscious? And truly, our hero realized there was no explanation for why they kept treating him. He urgently needed to come up with an excuse. However, seeing his distress, the Emperor realized that curing the root of the illness wouldn't be easy, so he asked the young doctor to honestly reveal the princess's true condition. And that's how Ji-fang ended up in the very circumstances that forced him to lie. Bowing, he admitted that the Emperor, as always, was sharp and insightful, truly a man attentive to every tiny detail. By these words, the man concluded that his daughter would need another examination. However, Ji-fang calmly warned that with this illness, one must always be prepared for possible complications. The Emperor had no choice but to explain that since the hero serves at the palace, the princess would visit him regularly to continue his treatment. The young man smiled and promised the Emperor there was nothing to worry about, and it was a great honor for him to look after his cousin's health. Obviously, the man immediately got angry that the hero kept behaving that way and reminded him to respect the chain of command and keep a close eye on his daughter. And so the young man had to apologize once again and assure her that it was a great honor for him to treat Her Royal Highness's ailment. However, the Emperor was very curious to know the signs that the illness was coming back. The situation was quite amusing. If the Emperor saw his nephew acting reckless and straightforward, it meant he was healthy. But if he suddenly becomes more focused and thoughtful, it means the illness has returned. In short, if the princess starts acting differently, it means the symptoms of her illness are showing again. Then the wise ruler realized he must punish the servants to watch over his daughter without fail. He also explained that if anything unusual happens to the girl, they must immediately call Ji-fan to the palace. Our hero was truly glad to have suddenly found a companion in his suffering. Soon, the valiant healer returned to his duties at the Palace University, and of course, upon arriving there, he immediately met his loyal friend Ho Zhao, who was glad that his brother had managed to recover from his illness. However, he just laughed, explaining that a person only needs a little theory to surpass any imperial physician. The young prince was also eager to discuss the rumor that Ji-fan had bought a piece of land in Senshan, curious about why his far-sighted friend made the purchase. Our trickster explained that he had some plans related to this land. Of course, Ho Zhao couldn't hide his curiosity, and hoped Ji-fang would confide in him, since they were now sworn brothers. But before confessing why it was necessary, our hero decided to delicately ask his friend if he had a little money to spare. Clearly, the young man was shocked that his friend had completely forgotten he was a prince with plenty of money. Then, without explaining anything, the young man turned and left, making his friend follow him. Only later did he explain that he intended to have a polite conversation with his father, the emperor, and his mother, the empress. After this conversation, a whole day passed before the emperor loudly called for his servant. When the loyal servant hurried to the call, he had no idea what was troubling his majesty. However, he looked around confusedly, unable to find his favorite painting, 1,000 Rivers and Mountains. Around this time, the smug Ho Zhao visited his sworn brother to tell him he had managed to get some money. Then he showed the hero a certain contract. At that moment, the emperor realized his child was behind the theft and ordered a guard sent immediately to find out what the boy was up to. But no one was to know about the surveillance. Clearly frightened, the servant immediately bowed and, trembling, rushed to carry out the order. While the emperor continued to fume at his foolish son, the scout soon returned with news that the prince had taken not only 1,000 rivers and mountains, but also a pair of gold-inlaid ivory incense holders and Tang Dynasty jade frescoes of dragons and phoenixes. The emperor was so furious he nearly lost consciousness and immediately ordered his servant to stop the report. Around this time, Ho Zhao told Jifan that he had to sell all these jewels to a merchant from the eastern market. Our hero immediately realized that this was the very merchant to whom he had sold all his ebony wood. However, he had no idea where the man found the courage to acquire the emperor's property. It turned out the merchant initially didn't want to buy anything, but proved to be a weakling who couldn't refuse the prince. Then Jifang remembered how merchants once forced him to buy something and realized the prince was truly a scoundrel. But the most important thing was that Ho Zhao was now fully ready to pull off their joint scheme with his sworn brother. Then our hero explained that he had acquired an empty mountain. They needed to excavate it, so the first step was to hire workers, and they also had to buy the land around Senshan, which he had already arranged with the owner a few days earlier. However, Ho Zhao couldn't understand why they needed to dig up that mountain. Then Jifang explained that fierce cold weather had arrived, and people needed coal. If they mined and sold it, they could profit from it. However, the boy realized he had never heard about coal deposits in this area before. Then our clever man explained he had heard rumors of coal in the mountain, and since the weather was so cold that people would freeze to death without it, he also planned to install stoves at the mountain's base. Moreover, the capital's people were very particular about money, so this was a great opportunity to earn, and with his talented brother joining him, they could make a fortune. Moreover, while the cold lasted, everyone needed coal, and since coal in Senshan was near the surface, it was easy and cheap to mine, so they could easily earn some extra money. Hao Zhao understood that Jifang was a true friend who shared this idea with him. However, deep down our hero knew that if this plan failed, the prince would be the scapegoat. In the end, Jifang announced his intention to buy up land, and the landowners near Senshan rushed for potential profit, knowing the prodigal son from Nanhe province didn't like to haggle. So now our hero no longer had to search for owners. They came to him themselves, begging to sell, and Jifan also had a couple of friends who were open to the idea. Soon the emperor learned that his son had spent all the money from selling the imperial treasures, started trading with Jifan, and bought a bunch of wastelands. He ordered his servants to intervene immediately so these two fools wouldn't get away with it. At that moment, our hero knew the cold would only get worse, and if the snow fell, the river would freeze over completely, making their task much harder. However, Hao Zhao knew they wouldn't finish in time, so he decided to discuss with Jifan what he planned to do once he got rich. After that, he wanted to invest money and earn even more, so everyone in the empire would admire it. The prince suspected as much, for two great minds thought alike. He had exactly the same plans. However, since they were starting a case, they needed a catchy name and decided to consult on the best choice. Hao Zhao's idea was to name it Zhongguo Coal Trade, which was actually a pretty good name. It sounded truly imperial. In the end, they quickly agreed on the name. However, it was necessary to discuss who among them would handle the trading or if a professional was needed for that. And suddenly they both realized they had the perfect person for the job. So they decided to meet with that very merchant. Clearly, Jifan was quite pleased that the man had come to him. At that moment, the merchant began to weep, begging Jifan for mercy, unable to bear such a burden. A few days ago, His Highness the Prince forced him to buy treasures from the imperial palace for 200,000 taels of silver. No one else would have agreed, as it's like digging your own grave. However, Jifang asked the merchant not to cry over such a small amount, as he had a proposal to trade together, so they could increase their profits and both succeed. Clearly, the merchant was stunned by the offer and decided to find out more. Then our trickster explained that he wanted to trade coal. At that moment, after those words, the man fell silent, processing the information. But soon he burst into tears, reminding the young master that people had always died from the toxic fumes spreading everywhere from coal, and it shouldn't be sold. He begged Jifan not to get involved in this madness. Our hero was clearly shocked. Despite knowing the trader for so long, he still refuses to cooperate. Of course, it was his right, and he wouldn't force him. After that, the young gentleman decided to ask the man if it was true that the prince had threatened him with a sword when he arrived. The merchant honestly admitted that the man had brought a 3-foot saber and held it right by his head, which scared him greatly. Our hero just smiled upon hearing this. After that, he immediately ordered his servant Deng to bring him a blade sharp enough to behead the prince or the careless merchant. The frightened man had no idea what the boy was planning. However, he smiled calmly and asked the merchant not to worry, as this blade was not meant for him. Then our hero roared, demanding that Da Den appear immediately, or he would find him himself and cut off his hands with this blade. At that moment, terrified to death, the merchant bowed deeply to the ground. He already realized that trading coal wasn't such a bad idea, and he was ready to help with it. And Zifeng calmly reminded the man that he himself had made the offer. No one forced him. At this time, a study was located somewhere in the imperial palace. Though not very prominent, it was the center of all under heaven, where the ministers, the most educated citizens, worked. They were controlled by the emperor himself, followed by the vice-chancellor, and so on. They authored the most important reports for the throne, which were then sent to the emperor for review. Among them were the 3 top aides to the vice-chancellor, who held the status and power of the prime minister. They helped the emperor bring prosperity and greatness to the empire. In short, they were the 3 big bosses, and at one point, the trio gathered to discuss everything. They also gathered around a small fire to keep warm. To their great surprise, the anthracite sent by His Highness the Prince was simply exquisite. At first, they were afraid, thinking the prince intended to harm them since coal was considered poisonous. But then they realized he probably didn't hate his mentors enough to want to kill them. The coal he sent burned for a long time without smoke or choking fumes. It was truly a miracle. It could also burn for a long time without causing harm, which was very convenient for heating. They also heard from Lao Kang that it was quite affordable, a true blessing for the common people. No one would suffer through harsh winter cold anymore. Moreover, these ministers heard that Jifan was guiding the prince in his affairs. They didn't realize just how significant his influence was. The guy had no idea he was noticed by the top 3 bosses, while our hero was out with Hao Zhao, who said the emperor would give a speech to the whole family after the feast, so he needed to be there. Moreover, the emperor wanted to see Jifan there, so Hao Zhao invited him, but our hero already realized that being summoned to the court with the prince was not a good sign. However, since he was invited, he had no choice but to accept. As soon as the emperor saw the young man, he immediately explained that he found his essay quite useful when reading it for the exam. However, he now had doubts about its practicality, and our hero was quite surprised when the emperor began seeking his advice on various matters. The whole issue was that since Jifan had recently started working with the prince, the emperor had to keep him in check to prevent him from getting arrogant. Therefore, the emperor reported that his plan for the provincial exam would most likely be deemed impractical. Bowing respectfully, Jifan asked His Majesty to explain his thoughts on the matter. And then the emperor made it clear that although the plans seemed incredibly effective, implementing them would be quite challenging. They will act like a powerful medicine that changes local customs and restores their former glory. But the problem is it will upset regional rulers, making the situation worse. And Jifan understood that the man's concerns were completely justified. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, another uprising was set to occur soon, right in the provinces of Guizhou and Guangxi this year. Therefore, our hero calmly explained to the emperor that if they don't solve the root cause of these uprisings using his plan, things will only get worse, and a new rebellion will soon erupt, turning into a full-scale revolution. Obviously, the officials nearby thought Jifan had completely lost his mind, as he had literally insulted official Quan Yue without showing him any respect. Quan Yue served the emperor as governor of Shandong and Henan provinces, maintaining an unblemished career. He was highly educated and a role model for all scholars in the empire. Even the emperor was outraged by the impudent man's behavior. He tried to pressure him, but it only made him more defiant. At that moment, our hero realized they were talking about the very same famous nobleman, though as far as he knew, the rebels were supposed to hang and beat him to death in the future. So, bowing but blushing, the young gentleman admitted that Quan Yue was truly a great man, wise enough to manage Shandong. Of course, Jifeng had heard much about him, but with his own strict methods, governing the southwestern provinces would be quite challenging. The emperor had no choice but to call it slander against the great official, though deep down he regretted provoking the young man and just wished he would finally be quiet. The other nobles couldn't understand how Jifan dared to say such things and were fully convinced he was truly mad. Then the emperor called his prince, and Hou Zhao entered the chamber with a radiant smile. The emperor was eager to find out what his son had been reading in recent days. However, looking at his face, the ruler's first thought was that he hadn't done anything lately except indulge in his silly amusements. Haozhou had no choice but to nervously explain that he had just recently been studying the Spring and Autumn Annals manuscripts, and the emperor immediately demanded that his son recite the work from memory. Then the young man calmly recited, "In the 3rd year of Zhuang's reign, on a certain day in early spring, Lord Wang met the Qi dynasty and attacked Wei in the 4th month of summer." After such a brief quote, the young man fell silent, and the emperor glanced at his son with displeasure. Looking at the prince's uncertain expression, it was clear this was the only thing the boy had managed to learn. That's why the emperor flew into a rage, not understanding what his child had been doing all this time. At that moment, Manhwa, who worked as Yanqing's assistant and was responsible for the prince's education, spoke up. The emperor decided to hear out his assistant, and then the young man calmly explained that the conversation was about His Highness, the crowned prince of this country, and there was proof that he had been involved in business with the young Mr. Jifan. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, as entrepreneurship was considered a commoner's pursuit, and they were horrified to learn that Jifang had been assisting the prince with business all along. Although the emperor was nervous, this was not yet the end of the honorable assistant's report. He calmly explained that these young men traded coal and claimed it could be used to heat homes. And this truly shook all the courtiers to their very core. Wise officials couldn't see simple coal mining as entrepreneurship and even thought they were being made fools of. Therefore, they rightly pointed out that coal was inconvenient to use, toxic, and poor for heating, so they concluded the assistant was mistaken about their prince. However, Haozhou raised his voice and calmly explained to the esteemed audience that he was selling anthracite. Seeing his confident face, the courtiers realized the prince had also started to lose his mind, seemingly infected by his companion's madness. Jifan respectfully explained to the emperor that he and the prince were not engaged in petty business, but working together for the well-being of the common people. His Highness was deeply concerned for his people, so they decided to contribute to their prosperity. However, the emperor was not satisfied with their words at all. He roared loudly like an enraged dragon, promising to thrash them so badly they wouldn't be able to sit still for a long time. Looking at these two madmen, he realized they had no idea how grave a crime they had committed. But at that tense moment, the venerable old man who had entered the room spoke up. This was the chamberlain who wished to speak with the emperor. All the ministers immediately bowed deeply, greeting His Highness Liu, a very important person. If he challenges Jifan's opinion, the boy is in big trouble. And the emperor, of course, decided to hear what the wise man had to say. However, he came forward claiming that anthracite was truly very useful. News like that nearly made everyone in the rooms drop their jaws in shock, and the emperor completely lost touch with reality. It was such a staggering statement from the venerable Liu. The courtiers simply couldn't believe that this respected elder was on the side of the prince and that boy. It couldn't have been any worse! However, unexpectedly, another official approached the emperor, admitting he also agreed with the wise Liu, for this anthracite was simply magnificent. Then everyone realized that all had completely lost their minds. Each official from the three greats was in cahoots with these young men. Another noble declared that the boys accomplished a deed of incredible importance. Their anthracite solved many troubles, and their great feat will grant people a peaceful life forever, which was priceless. In the end, no one knew what to say. Every official stood up for the young men. At that moment, Jifang and Haozhou couldn't stop rejoicing that their sins had finally been forgiven. The emperor couldn't believe that all three of his trusted advisors had somehow made the mistake of praising these rascals. So he decided to ask the Honorable Liu what exactly he meant. Then, with a deep bow, the elder calmly explained the entire situation. Not only the capital, but also the lands from Beijing to the Yellow River, including the provinces of Hainan and Shandong, were often covered in snow. The price of charcoal kept rising, firewood was scarce for ordinary people, and countless died from the cold. He knew well that their emperor was honest and kind-hearted, so the wise elder wanted to find out if the emperor was aware that people were freezing and starving with no hope of rescue. But when the emperor said nothing, the wise Liu calmly concluded that even the cleverest hostess cannot feed her family without rice. But now His Royal Highness Prince and worthy Jifan has truly come up with a brilliant idea with this wonderful coal. Even he, an old and seasoned veteran in these matters, compared it to charcoal. And the new one proved to be long-lasting, odorless, smokeless, safe, and capable of saving from the harsh cold. He also learned that it cost 10 times less than charcoal, and as His Highness declared, was very affordable for ordinary people, allowing them to easily stay warm and drastically reducing frost-related casualties. The skeptical emperor decided to find out if this new fuel could truly replace charcoal entirely. However, his son was willing to stake his own life on it. In the end, the nobleman could do nothing but burst into tears of joy. He finally realized that their noble ancestors truly blessed the empire. Jifanu felt quite uncomfortable hearing such words. especially since they had achieved everything thanks to him. And he couldn't understand why the emperor suddenly changed his stance and credited his ancestors for the achievements. The emperor, realizing how many lives they could save, asked Ji-fan and the prince how much coal they could mine in a day. As long as they had enough workers, any amount of anthracite was no problem. Moreover, Ji-fan planned to hire more workers and relocate refugees outside the capital, as they all suffered from cold and hunger and could no longer rely on Shuntian's mercy. His Highness took pity on them and decided to hire as many people as possible to help with the excavations. The father was clearly proud that his son had finally accomplished something worthwhile. After all, the anthracite made a great impression. The emperor wanted to speak privately with the prince and Ji-fan, so only the two of them remained in the palace. The prince was quite proud of himself and made sure to remind his father that he was capable of much. However, he calmly reminded them about his stolen painting, 1,000 Rivers and Mountains. From his son's expression alone, he was sure the boy was the one who stole from him. Angered, he looked at Ji-fan, knowing they split the profits evenly. From now on, the prince would no longer trade, so Ji-fan could send his half directly to the imperial treasury. After hearing these words, Hao Zhao fully realized that he had now become a true dead man and once again a penniless pauper. By the time the emperor approved the sale of anthracite, Ji-fan had already calculated that he could turn a profit in less than a year. Of course, this monopoly owned by an ordinary townsman will surely bring huge profits with minimal investment. And Zhongguo coal trading is sure to succeed because it bears the prince's seal. Now this was a tasty piece of pie, making it even more attention-grabbing. Right now, Hao Zhao was extremely busy, working like a man possessed on his studies. And until this moment, the Zhan brothers from Shuning and Jianchang villages had no idea the land they sold to Ji-fan was so valuable. One fine day, they showed up at their nephew's place and forced the young man to go somewhere. Obviously, Ji-fan immediately recognized this pair of rotten eggs who sold him the land near Senshan. The uncles greeted their nephew with a smile and invited him to stay with them. Only then did Ji-fan finally remember who these two were. They were relatives of the empress herself, and calmly told them he wouldn't mind staying with them. After that, the two of them moved on to the topic of Ji-fan starting to trade coal. However, he calmly explained that it was just a small business to earn some money for everyday expenses. The men were clearly surprised by the hero's behavior. His trading house was thriving, so he had money, but he didn't pay his uncles as much as they demanded. But still, there was nothing they could do except wish the hero luck in his endeavors. Afterward, the three of them exchanged glances, each silently thinking the others were complete idiots, yet they said these words out loud. No sooner had the esteemed uncles left than a majestic wooden carriage, drawn by spirited horses, arrived straight at our Ji-fan. A young man calmly appeared and respectfully greeted the noble gentleman from Nanhe province. Afterward, the man introduced himself as a member of the trading company 4 Seas, and expressed his wish to discuss a very important matter with the Honorable Ji-fan. And that's when the uncles completely lost their temper, unable to believe that even this famous trading company wanted to do business with their nephew. The trading company 4 Seas was the leading group of entrepreneurs in all of Beijing, renowned throughout the world, dealing in everything from rare silk to precious jade, with branches not only in the capital, but also in Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, and other famous cities. And they even owned their own bank. As for the man who came here, he was just the public face of the company, but if he could handle major deals, the people behind him must have been incredible entrepreneurs, with rumors linking the company to the powerful Wei clans in Nanjing and the mighty Gong family in the capital. The uncles felt like they were in a bad dream. The trading company 4 Seas was truly seeking their nephew Ji-fan to start doing business with him. Our hero was not surprised at all, and calmly greeted the man, eager to find out what he wanted to discuss. However, it turned out that the trading company 4 Seas was eager to buy the land of Senshan, and once again, the respected men couldn't believe that anyone would suddenly need this wasteland. It turned out they had investigated and knew Ji-fan owned half of Senshan. But that wasn't a problem since that was exactly the half they wanted. They were ready to pay 1,000,000 liang for the land and hoped Ji-fan would accept the offer. Obviously, the men who recently sold this land for 80,000 couldn't believe someone was now willing to pay 1,000,000 for it. Soon the uncles arrived at their sister, the Empress, and told her that a representative from the trading company 4 Seas had offered Ji-fan 5,000,000 taels to buy the land. They hoped their sister would help, as the treasure rightfully belonged to them, and they wept as they told how the offender Ji-fan took advantage of their innocence and robbed them. The scoundrel tricked them and bought this land for just 80,000, even though it was the fruit of their hard work. Of course, this was an insult not only to the Zhang family but also to the Empress herself. They hoped their sister would help them. They couldn't just accept that these young men disrespected their beloved sister. However, the woman sternly shouted at the men, ordering them to be silent immediately. Of course, both awkwardly fell silent. Then one of the brothers suggested that their sister ask the emperor to forcibly take the lands from Ji-fan. But at that very moment, he got a sharp slap for his stunt. The poor brother genuinely didn't understand why his sister suddenly decided to hit him. However, she reminded them that they sold this land themselves, then even celebrated it, and now they come to her and say nasty things. She also reminded that her son bought this land with Ji-fan, but they claim the prince seized their property by force. So she ordered the scoundrels to leave and stop disgracing themselves in front of everyone. And so these tearful losers left empty-handed, while our hero's trading business continued to thrive. At that time, Ji-fan's followers hurried across the estate to meet with his son. As soon as they appeared before him, the young man still couldn't understand what this trio was doing here. However, all three students immediately bowed to greet their patron. Obviously, Ji-fan believed the trio came here hoping to learn more from him, and all three quickly looked away because they didn't have that desire. In reality, things were different. Around this time, the head of the estate had a brilliant idea. The day before yesterday, he checked the expenses and saw that his son had spent too many resources and most of the money, making it seem like Ji-fan had already used up all the funds earned from selling the precious wood. But the father believed none of it was his fault, as he had failed to teach the boy properly in the past. For the sake of his family's future, he had to set an example for his son, a conclusion reached by both Father Ji-fan and his three students after reading wise books. The man asked these boys to teach his son about moral upbringing, a method of enlightenment through education and personal example. From this moment on, the honorable father decided to teach the hero thrift and wise household management. Of course, Ji-fan was surprised that his father decided to ask for help from his own students. He was shocked that they were so ignorant as to try to lecture the father of his own mentor. Ji-feng raised them very differently, and it was clear the students felt deeply ashamed and ready to accept punishment. In the end, the father decided to teach by example, offering verbal guidance and advising the hero to be more hardworking and frugal in managing the household. He decided to explain to his son how to become like that. Then he placed a piece of anthracite coal on the floor in front of the boy. The father was amazed that his son was well informed about this stone. It appeared to them 2 days earlier and burned very hot. The thing is, it's very cheap and much better than that nasty charcoal. That's what he wanted to explain to his son. They should spend money only on truly necessary things and not take it lightly. So the father asked that his son not spend money unnecessarily on the wasteland he bought, since people kept laughing at them. Clearly, the father hoped the boy understood his lesson. But our hero didn't understand a thing, because the lesson using anthracite actually seemed ridiculous. So he had to explain that this stone was actually mined in Senshan, and he had plenty of it. But if his father was still spending money on him, then he must have had serious mental issues. Obviously, the honorable man couldn't understand why he needed to know that coal was mined in Senshan, but suddenly remembered that his son had acquired these lands for their family. This literally. Soon, our hero returned to the university grounds to meet Ho Zhao. And right then, he found out he had been accused of a crime. Feeling the injustice, the young man decided to find out who was upset and why this time. It turned out the imperial censor accused Ji-fan of insulting a minister, and even documented all his offenses, sparking widespread chaos. However, Ji-fan could confidently say this was pure slander. Instead of worrying, he suggested the prince play Xiangqi or go for a horseback ride. In fact, our hero wasn't bothered by the news, as every high-ranking official had already been reprimanded by the imperial censor at least once. Once, even the emperor himself was scolded by him for being overly honest, which is why there were hardly any heirs. But the hero took it all in stride. He had transformed from a city hooligan into a celebrity, and this was already a sign of significant growth. But at that moment, the servant finally understood what was happening to the master, who was being treated like a dangerous criminal. And Ji-fan was stunned by the behavior of this sycophant, who was a true flatterer. The servant explained that the whole issue was that Ji-fan had insulted the manager of Guizhou, and since many people at court were on good terms with him, such audacity sparked widespread anger. However, Ho Zhao decided to help his friend by setting up an ambush at the imperial censor's house, throwing a sack over his head and knocking some sense into him. But Ji-fan knew perfectly well that this idiot didn't care about his problems at all. He just wanted to have fun. Fortunately, the imperial censors were usually with the emperor and had no right to appear without cause. Ho Zhao suggested beating each of them, clearly a sign the prince had gone mad. So our hero suggested putting jokes aside since they were rich now and shouldn't be reckless. But it turned out the prince had no copper coins left, as his father had taken all his money. Then Ji-fan realized he wouldn't spend his money on this, so he suggested to his friend to fight with words, not fists, for noble men relied on the art of speech. But the prince saw no point in these words, as talk could never harm the imperial censors. It would have been better to fight with fists, which understandably upset our hero. At that very moment, Troubling events were unfolding in the province of Guizhou. Bloody battles raged everywhere. Many were wounded, and every day people died without proper medical care. The minister governing the territory himself didn't know what to do. Not long ago, the local chief's daughter got married but couldn't get along with her husband, leading them to turn against each other. A woman gathered warriors from her homeland, invaded Poan's estate, killed her husband, declared herself the great heavenly king, and sparked a rebellion. Clearly, things weren't going smoothly, and the minister just couldn't understand the local customs. All he could do in this situation was to use military force to suppress the uprising. Around this time, the emperor was holding a petition written against Jifan. After reviewing it, he decided to ask his close aide if he had already seen the petition. It has been revealed that Lords Shunan and Zhangchang jointly signed this impeachment petition, which was, of course, directed against Jifan, detailing every offense he committed. The emperor wanted to know what the official thought about it. All he could say was that these lords had always been a bit unstable, and now they accused Jifan out of personal grudges. Of course, the man insisted that this petition should not be made public, yet Kuan Yue's political achievements were undeniable. He had noble lineage and an excellent reputation among scholars. But Jifan insulted him, and of course the emperor could use this as an excuse to put the boy in his place. The emperor realized this was truly a good plan and decided to immediately go deal with Jifan. That's how he ended up on the grounds of the Imperial University. His son was already there and immediately came out to greet his father. But the emperor had no use for pleasantries. Instead, he turned to Jifan to find out how things were going. The young man immediately knelt, greeted the emperor, and thanked him for taking the time to meet someone so insignificant, explaining that although he was deeply absorbed in affairs, he still wished to honor the emperor with his greeting. The emperor was struck by the hero's excessive reverence. Even a bureaucrat would find this shameless flattery over the top. At that moment, the emperor explained to the boy that he had summoned him because he received several documents about his impeachment, and this petition was sent to him by the imperial censor. But that was not all. The petition had already been signed by Lord Shunan and Zhangchang. They accused Jifan of insulting the minister and behaving inappropriately. Looking at the thick stack of pages in the emperor's hands, our hero could hardly believe someone had written an entire book about him. At this moment, the emperor decided to hear what this scoundrel had to say in his defense. However, the young man genuinely didn't understand when he had offended the minister. The emperor only asked the boy to stop playing the fool, as he was slandering the emperor's right hand, the imperial censor and Lord Guizhou. However, Jifang bowed and explained that he was simply expressing his opinion based on facts, and felt it was unfair to be taken as an insult. The emperor was very displeased that the boy still denied his guilt. Apparently, his usual rudeness and lawlessness weren't enough. With so many petitions against Jifan, the emperor can no longer protect him and must punish him this time. But in truth, the man was quite proud of himself, pleased that he had scared the boy enough to make him think twice before moving. At that moment, a student from the Imperial University ran up to them. He had an urgent and important report for the emperor and needed to meet with his majesty. Of course, the emperor let the man come closer and allowed him to speak. He explained that the governor of Guizhou had arrived to report an emergency. The daughter of the local chief, Ren, declared a rebellion due to her troubled relationship with her husband, and when the ruler found out, he immediately resisted. But unfortunately, they were defeated. And in that moment, the emperor realized that Jifan's entire report was confirmed, and he had been completely right. As is well known, leaders hold great power and tend to rebel. To keep them in check, one must closely watch and control them with troops, cornering them for bad behavior. However, the noble ruler of the land chose to pursue a peaceful policy, as the failed attempt to suppress the rebellion had seriously damaged the imperial court's reputation in the regions. The emperor was deeply disappointed that the official had let him down. At that moment, another official fell to his knees and begged the emperor for forgiveness, for he was the one who had advised appointing Kuan Yue to this position. However, the others knew it was not the time for regret or punishment. They had to send reinforcements immediately to suppress the uprising, as it could not be left unchecked. The emperor was in full agreement with this decision. Suddenly falling silent, he remembered that Jifan had predicted a possible uprising of the chiefs, and it happened. He also thought Kuan Yu was too diligent to govern this territory, and once again he was right. The young man's insight increasingly began to frighten the emperor. This meant only one thing: his tactics were the only solution. But for now, their top priority was to completely crush the uprising. The decree ordered the Minister of Revenue and the Second Assistant Imperial Censor to assume control of Guizhou and mobilize the army to suppress the rebellion. After this, they had to immediately follow the tactics written by Jifan. First, divide the enemy forces, then replace their leaders with low-ranking officials to prevent them from consolidating power, and finally provide education to the local population and teach them peaceful work. Obviously, the emperor decided to consult Ji-fan to confirm if this tactic would work now. However, unfortunately, since the uprising had already begun, this was too little to help. Both Hojao and the emperor were struck by his determination. The emperor couldn't understand why Ji-fan changed his strategy, since it was originally his own decision. However, the noble hero explained that they needed to act at the right moment if they hoped to win, as serious trust issues still existed between them and the local tribes. For hundreds of thousands of years, the people of these lands revered leaders who inherited power as if they were divine beings from the heavens. Therefore, simply offering people benefits won't suddenly make them heed the imperial court. They needed to earn their trust first, then use this clever technique. After quelling the rebellion, they were to inform the people that the soldiers and commanders would leave them in peace, and the generous emperor would graciously distribute the remaining provisions to the population. Each soul will receive 20 jin of grain and a piece of precious salt. When the people rejoice, soldiers must not interfere, no matter how many come or how much grain and salt is given out. In 2 months, the emperor will order another distribution of supplies to win even greater trust from the locals. From this moment, the leaders will believe the army has retreated, the threat is gone, and the people will be well-fed and grateful to their protectors, leaving no obstacles to their sinister plan. For they had to be suppressed along with the sense of trust. The emperor would show them he understands the hardships of the common worker's life. They will arrange the transfer of large amounts of fertile land owned by the chiefs. In gratitude for their kindness and wisdom in reading, the emperor will appoint them to honorable government positions, allowing them to be sent far from their homeland. Thus, the conflict between the old leaders and the new rulers will hold no meaning for the local people. For why would they risk supporting a rebellion when they could enjoy the benefits of imperial greatness? It was the only way to ensure long-term peace and stability. Thus, the ruler will strike decisively like a sharp sword, and success is sure to follow. Clearly, the young man's sharp mind and strategic talents inspired awe in all the officials. The prince felt immense pride. Just as expected, his named brother's plan was truly brilliant. Though a bit of a show-off, he deserved everyone's admiration. Clearly, after gathering all the court officials, the emperor wanted to know their thoughts on the plan presented by Feng Jifan. Everyone immediately gathered and started whispering among themselves. Jifeng was not offended at all. After all, this was a crucial state matter, and regardless of his abilities, ministers must carefully consider their decisions. But suddenly the prince declared aloud that he considered this the best plan. Everyone was deeply shocked by such a statement. Even Zifan himself never fully understood what was happening or what his sworn brother had planned. The emperor was secretly angry. He had planned to punish the boy, but the idea proved so promising and inspiring that he no longer wanted to punish him. But the punishment was already set in motion, and stopping it without a good reason would be truly awkward, so he hoped to use his son to do so. At that moment, the prince said that the locals, like ordinary people, only wished to eat their fill and stay warm, and such a gift would be a sign of incredible generosity to them. As long as they can meet these needs, people will definitely be drawn to the imperial court. The ministers were clearly shocked that their spoiled prince cared about the common people. Even the emperor was proud that his son truly thought that way. However, the ruler quickly realized that the boy was now speaking on someone's orders. At that moment, behind him stood our hero, whispering these words. However, the prince had to lie and say those were his personal thoughts. He explained that when he visited the coal mines, he saw poorly dressed miners, and realized the hardships of everyday life for ordinary people. For them, this job is the only key to survival. Moreover, people gratefully bowed to them every time they came, for they provided work that allowed them to support themselves. The prince had been pondering these words for days, realizing that people need very ordinary things. Emperors of all dynasties denied their people's needs, sparking uprisings and unrest that inevitably led to defeat. Clearly, the prince's heart ached for his people. Of course, everyone immediately fell silent at the prince's touching story, having fully understood the hardships of the common people. But Jifan was furious. The whole fact that the boy was in the Shishan mines was supposed to remain a secret. But the emperor still wanted to hear his son out completely. The young heir then explained that he despised emperors who abandoned their people to fate and shut their gates, indulging in rivers of wine and mountains of meat, indifferent to the death of their citizens, whose downfall was entirely their own fault. Therefore, he believes that if they follow Jifan's plan, success is guaranteed and he can count on it. Hearing these words and seeing his son bow respectfully, the emperor was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. And then he shed a tear, happy that his child had grown so strong. However, he had to be careful not to get too excited, or his father's pride might go to his head. Suddenly, the emperor recalled part of his son's report that the prince had indeed been to the mines. And right then, the boy realized the mistake he had made. But he immediately shielded Jifan, explaining to the emperor that it was his own initiative and no one forced him to go there. Clearly, these words sounded even more suspicious, causing our hero to freeze, hoping the ruler would believe the prince's words. The man simply asked his son to stop acting so recklessly. Then he turned his gaze to the young Jifan himself. After what happened to the minister, he regretted not listening to the boy sooner. Therefore, he officially declared that he would remain at court and continue to devote all his efforts to educating the prince. Jifang, of course, understood that accompanying the prince in his studies was a clear sign of honor. By the way, he probably could have built a relationship with the heir to create his own circle of close associates. However, during the Ming dynasty, there were no escort officials, so Jifang did not know how to interpret the situation. So Jifang bowed and asked His Majesty to explain exactly what role he would have in the young prince's entourage. Official Zhang, the cabinet manager, stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to comprehend how the boy even dared to say such a thing. The other ministers also saw him as a fool who had completely lost his sense of tact. It was like giving someone a beautiful painting, only for them to start wondering how much it's worth. In the end, the emperor also paused, pondering the boy's question, then immediately ordered the prince and Zifan to leave. Clearly, both bowed and decided to disappear from sight. At the end, our hero caught the emperor's words as he explained to the officials that suppressing the unrest was now the top priority. The year is ending, so they must finish everything by spring, as exams for scholars awaited them, including preparation for the Keiju, the Imperial Civil Service exam in ancient China, a key part of the Confucian education system. It was mainly held in spring and was commonly known as the spring exam. And truly, our wise master remembered that the crucial tests of the 12th year of his reign were just around the corner. He was counting on his 3 students to pass these trials successfully, so they could fully enjoy the fruits of their labor. He eagerly awaited the finale of this event. By the way, this period was the most unpredictable for the exams, as scandals involving a scientist from Jiangnan broke out. Our hero still remembered the poem. In a village of blooming peaches stood a cozy hut where a tiny fairy lived, planting peach trees not for fun but to earn sweet honey of delight. While you savor it, dear, she sits beneath fragrant blossoms. But once you're drunk, she suddenly snores. And of course, thanks to the modern actor in that film, the phrase at the end just begs to be said. Oh my god, I love braised chicken legs. Unlike his ridiculous TV persona, 28-year-old Tan Yin's real life is harsh and pitiful. He was supposed to get first place on the exam, but failed. Yet even among recognized students, there are differences. Because a person attending a local school in a backwater is completely different from a star student in a big city's high school. Jifang believed that this young man was already heading to the capital, where, upon arriving in Beijing, he would get caught up in a scandal involving his childhood friends. For this, he will be thrown into prison and subjected to the harshest tortures, and soon the imperial court will issue a ban on him holding any government office. Thus, the talented and inspired young man will have to endure a poor and miserable life instead of resting on his laurels. However, Jifang believed he might be able to save the boy, as he couldn't believe such a smart person would cheat. The only logical explanation for this scenario is getting close to bad people who will make him the scapegoat. He just needed to stop the scoundrels from making contact with him before he arrived in the capital. He also assumed that his followers were now working tirelessly, and even managed to give them extra homework questions. They weren't as gifted as Tan Yin, so these fledglings had to take their first flight. At that moment, the prince noticed his friend was deep in thought, hoping he had spoken well before the emperor and not disappointed our hero. And so, there was nothing left to do but thank Hu Zhao for the wonderful speech. Afterward, the heir honestly admitted that he still gets scared every time he sees his father. These two were very much alike in that. However, unexpectedly, a eunuch came running to Jifan, searching for the master. The princess wished to meet at the Kuning Palace, having heard of their successes, and also asked Mr. Jifan to visit Her Highness later. And then our hero realized he had completely forgotten. He was responsible for her health. The events have moved to the very Kunming Palace. Jifang and Hao Zhao arrived, and the prince immediately brightened upon seeing his mother waiting for him. The boy immediately burst into tears and ran into the woman's arms because he missed her so much. At that moment, the empress immediately greeted Zifan, who remained standing at the entrance. And right away, brushing the prince aside, our hero greeted his aunt, praising her for being as beautiful as a picture. He almost thought a real princess was sitting there. The woman just laughed, clearly flattered by such praise. At that moment, Jifan saw his 2 uncles greeting him. Our hero, looking at them, clearly understood that it was because of these 2 peasants that he had to endure impeachment. So he greeted them calmly, but without obvious respect or enthusiasm. But he didn't forget to remind the uncles that because of their actions, he faced persecution and nearly lost his job. Clearly, both were surprised that Jifan knew about it. They assumed His Majesty the Emperor had tried to settle the matter and exile the young man, yet he was still in office. Then Jifang calmly explained to the two fools that their emperor was merciful and just. He chose not to punish him but sent him to study alongside the crown prince. Men seeking revenge never saw this turn of events coming. Even the empress was surprised but pleased that the emperor appointed Ji Fan as her son's study companion. In the end, the accusations made by her brothers seemed baseless and malicious. She believed the young man had done something extraordinary, proving his loyalty and earning the emperor's trust. Now he can become a worthy support for the crown prince. Besides, this young man saved her daughter and will now support her second child. The empress was angry that such a man was simply removed because of two foolish relatives of hers. Finally, it was time for them to get a harsh slap from their own sister. So Zifan stepped away briefly while the empress dealt with the brothers. Our hero entered the chamber where the young princess had been resting all this time. Bowing immediately, the young man greeted the young lady who was already waiting for him. She smiled shyly and asked the healer to take care of her health. Only at this moment did our hero freeze. He had never before looked closely at her beautiful face. So he immediately decided to flirt with the girl to find out what they would name their future children. The angry princess's maid reminded Jifan that he should start the inspection immediately. The puzzled hero realized that apparently nothing was in store for him. So he approached the princess and asked her to extend her hand. But she only shyly withdrew into her seat. The young man calmly explained that if he couldn't find her pulse, he probably wouldn't be able to diagnose the illness. In the end, the princess gave the trembling young man her hand, shaking with fear. But grabbing her, Jifang asked her not to worry. He had already examined everything possible and impossible in her body when she was near death. The princess was clearly stunned to hear such news for the first time. However, she decided not to show any sign of embarrassment, or they would make her drink that bitter medicine again. Besides, she just wanted that strange doctor to finally leave. After checking her pulse, our healer confirmed the princess showed no signs of illness. Bowing, he was pleased to report that she was in perfect health. After that, the hero turned around, said goodbye to her, and decided to leave. Obviously, the princess was shocked. She thought the young man wanted to seduce her, and Jifan had a rough idea why she was so stunned. But he was truly a romantic, not a libertine. And so the 12th year of Emperor Hongji's reign began. A young man set off with his friend for the capital to take part in the upcoming city exam. However, he was ultimately imprisoned for helping his own comrades cheat. A young man named Tan Yin was truly talented, earning the top scholar title in his province, so he had no reason to cheat. But because of Xu Jing's close ties to the host jury, the young man still got caught in the crossfire. To save his idol, Jifan now intended to prevent such an outcome. So he set off with his servant to an inn called Blessing. Dai Deng didn't understand why they were here, but Jifeng decided to hurry. But he rushed up to the hotel so fast that he suddenly collided head-on with one of the guests. Obviously, he immediately got angry that this guy wasn't watching where he was stepping. But in that moment, seeing the poor guy clutching his bloody nose, Loyal Deng knew they had found who they were looking for. Our brave hero couldn't believe that this bearded old man was truly the legendary talent. The man looked so frail and miserable, nothing like how Jifan had imagined him, and the noble young man's desire to save him nearly faded away. But since this man was his idol, he decided to give it his all. Bowing respectfully, our hero greeted him by the name Jie Yuan Tanyin. He was quite surprised that the stranger knew his name, so he stared at the noble youth in confusion. And when the hero introduced himself, the man immediately realized that the infamous Beijing bandit had come to visit him. So he bowed even lower, trembling, to honor the lord. Jifan himself, smiling like the spring sun, admitted he had heard much about the man's great reputation, and suggested they visit a tea house together to chat over a cup of fragrant tea, eager to gain new wisdom from the sage. But the old man only stepped back from the hero, as if from a venomous snake. Then he explained in a trembling voice that he had already invited friends for drinks and couldn't spend time with the noble gentleman. Jifeng clearly understood that the man was now heading towards Xu Jingyu and the representative Cheng Minzheng. Senior officials often seek talented individuals for promotion, while newcomers look for reliable support, making such visits mutually beneficial. And although Jifeng fully understood a man's desire for career advancement, he had no idea it would lead to such sorrowful consequences. So he ordered the old man to stop, as their conversation was not yet finished. Trying to decline, the man reminded her they could talk another time. But our hero immediately ordered the old man to dare challenge him. Then they'll see if he can crawl back to his friends with broken legs. The man was deeply shocked that the hero threatened him just for insisting on leaving, and reminded him that imperial laws equal for all under heaven rule here. However, Jifeng immediately punished the scoundrel with a powerful blow right to his face. Then, calmly like an autumn breeze, he explained that he was the law here, and he would decide what to do with this man. In truth, Jifan felt a bit guilty about his behavior, but he had to help this man, even if the man himself didn't want it. After that, our hero and his loyal Da Dong beat the poor man mercilessly, like executioners in a dungeon, even though Tan Yin didn't understand why he was being punished, since he had never met the hero before and had no conflicts with him. And Zifan just laughed, knowing the old man probably wouldn't be able to make it to any meeting with his battered face. Soon the man was lying on the cold ground, barely recognizable, as if after a barbarian invasion. Of course, he found everything that happened to him outrageously unfair. Now he understood. He remembered that 3 of Jifan's students were also candidates for the upcoming exam. Surely that guy got scared the wise old man would outshine them and came to cause chaos. But after hearing these pitiful accusations, Jifang could only laugh nervously. Then he calmly explained to the man that he shouldn't even dare to compare himself to his students in his wildest dreams. However, the old man warned that the hero would not get off lightly for his wicked deed, for he had committed a true crime in the eyes of heaven. Then Jifang suggested making a bet with the man. If his followers achieve the best results, then Tang Yin will recognize him as the greatest mentor under heaven. He was ready to agree, but eager to know what he would get if the hero lost. And then the noble young man was ready to twist the necks of every apprentice learning from him. All 3 young men studying felt a chill run through their bodies, as if a premonition of impending danger, like a shadow of death, had appeared. In the end, the man was satisfied with the deal the hero offered him. Jifan was quite pleased with himself. He had beaten the old man so badly that it would take at least a month or 2 to recover, preventing him from visiting in such a sorry state, and he was proud to have helped someone in need, even if in a rather unconventional way. But suddenly, a man appeared, outraged that someone dared disturb the peace of the capital and sow discord. He demanded the bandit reveal himself immediately and ordered the guards to prevent his escape. The arriving men were shocked that someone dared to beat the scholar, and had completely lost all shame before the heavens. However, those who appeared immediately recognized the hero's attire, the blade bestowed by the emperor himself, along with the seals and garments on his noble body. Our hero calmly introduced himself, explaining that he was the son of the governor of Nanhei province. After that, he stepped closer to the loudly talking guards so they would introduce themselves in return. This frightened husband, who had encountered such a demon, was named Zhang Son, and Jifan, piercing him with a dagger-like gaze, decided to ask how many people were in their family. Leaning down to the ground, the man explained that in the family there was an eldest and a youngest, and that was it. Then Jifang decided to tell the guard what had happened. He explained that this clever Tan Yin started making moves on an important gentleman. Obviously, the guard immediately decided to arrest this criminal, as such behavior was unforgivable in the eyes of heaven. However, our noble hero decided to spare this poor soul. The guard was struck by how kind-hearted their gracious lord was, and showed him the deepest respect and admiration. Tan Yin himself was stunned that this scoundrel dared to blame him for everything. Then our hero calmly explained that from this moment on, he ruled this place. And he immediately warned that no one else was allowed to come near. Otherwise, he will take it as a sign of disrespect toward him. Before leaving, Jifang only asked the remaining people to call a doctor for the unfortunate man, and promised to pay for his treatment himself. However, even this kindness he could not appreciate. He saw it as a trivial duty the master owed him for creating his likeness. In the end, this internal conflict drew widespread attention, with all eyes fixed on the bet made by Jifan. Everyone was sure that Tan Yin himself would win the bet, not his students. Soon he invited 3 students to the estate. He assumed all the young men should already be up to date with the latest news. And clearly they were quite anxious that the teacher had made a bet on them, as if their very futures were at stake. However, Jifeng was determined to teach his students everything to punish this arrogant fool once and for all. And instantly, all 3 lit up with joy, eager to learn what their mentor would teach them. But at that moment, he gave them literally kilograms of exam prep material. Seeing such an intimidating stack of books like Mount Tai, the boys' confidence immediately waned. Jifan calmly reminded them that with their limited intellect, passing the imperial exam would be as challenging as ascending to heaven. Therefore, they had to grind away at their studies all this time, writing 2 essays daily on topics chosen by the hero, along with extra questions from the wise mentor. In fact, among this pile of papers were questions for this year's spring exam. Even though they had already written about 10 papers, it still wasn't enough. To ace the exam, you need to be good at writing essays, and the examiner will be Mr. Li himself. Fortunately, Jifeng had read all his works and remembered most of the key points, so he had a clear understanding of his requirements. Besides that, we had to avoid a fiasco with the crooks. By today's standards, it was a complete farce. But during the imperial court era, there was a crackdown on candidates Xu Jing and Tan Yin, friends of examiner Cheng Minzheng. The capital's exam was different from the provincial one because it was much harder. Everything took place under the careful watch of an examiner fully trusted by the imperial court, whose decisions were unquestioned, like orders from the heavens themselves. The capital exam was conducted under the watchful eyes of not only the examiners but also representatives from the Ministry of Rituals, the Prosecutor's Office, and the Imperial Academy. It was precisely because of such deep involvement of people that the deception was possible, like a snake slipping between the stones. The chief examiner, Official Li, was a respected man. There shouldn't have been any problems with him. According to historical records, everything was fine with his assistant Cheng Minzheng too. The dog was just a symbol. They simply became friends and started spending a lot of time together. Two gifted scientists who often visited the examiner's assistant were accused of cheating simply because they passed the exam flawlessly. To prevent this, our hero built a wall between them and shielded their relationships from outsiders, like building a fortress around his students. However, he suddenly noticed that his students were also talking to someone unknown to him, eager to make friends. So he shouted at them loudly that today they would make friends with his boot, demanding they return home to study like a shepherd herding sheep into the pen. At this very moment, Tan Yin lay in the infirmary when suddenly the doctor came to inform him that a visitor had arrived. Clearly, the beaten husband, wrapped in thousands of bandages, was in no condition to receive any visitors. And the servant fully understood that his master was right. However, Jifeng knew very well that such beatings were actually for Tan Yin's own good. That's why he was proud of himself, believing he couldn't have acted more rightly. Then our hero looked at his students and swore before the heavens to turn them into true killers for Tang Yin. And the old man was even ready to die rather than let Jifan win. Both were convinced they would win this bet at all costs, like two dragons battling for the Pearl of Wisdom. As the days passed and the new year approached, many officials from the Jianxi household took their leave. So far, all was quiet, like before a storm. But our hero knew well that the guards never slept, and neither did he. In every season, especially during holidays, it was his sacred duty to protect the Jianxi household. For this reason, he returned to the university, where he noticed Hou Zhao sitting, buried in books like a mole in the ground. This was completely strange. So our hero decided to find out what the prince was up to. He just turned around, showing his bruised, battered face, letting his friend figure out what had happened on his own. Obviously, even a guy would understand that the prince got beaten up again, like a naughty little boy. It turned out that at the end of the year, the Ministry of Finance was auditing grain and income. He overheard his father talking about it and decided to help, since his parent kept criticizing him for being lazy like a crow scavenging carrion. And here are the results. He was beaten instead of being thanked. Jifeng fully understood that these were harsh times. If a ruler didn't study the four classics, or the teachings of the sages, but preferred math or military strategy, he was seen as a lazy man unworthy of the throne. But the young man didn't care how many times he got beaten. He was determined to finish the calculation like a stubborn bull. And of course, Jifeng decided to help the prince by reviewing the calculations. Written on the very first page for May 1911, the warehouse held 110,000 jin of silk, 330,000 rolls of fabric, and 93,423,540,000 grains of wheat. Even Jifan's head suddenly throbbed as if struck by lightning from such an overwhelming number. Accounting at that time was so primitive. Officials from the ministry just did tons of additions and subtractions in piles of columns. And that was just the table for Jiangsu region. It's terrifying to imagine what was happening in larger areas or, God forbid, in the capital. The real nightmare in accounting came from unexpected expenses during deliveries, leading to a cascade of extra entries and turning the year-end books into a true hell. All accounting books were regularly inspected by the relevant officers and then compiled into a single state ledger at the end of the year. Obviously, our hero realized the boy couldn't handle the task, so he approached him with a worried look. However, Hou Zhao just yelled at his friend for losing count when called, demanding that Jifeng stop distracting him from his sacred work. That's when the young man offered to help his friend. And of course, he was surprised to learn that Jifeng also mastered mathematics. But as it turned out, our hero was a true professional in this matter. In reality, he would have been a humanitarian at heart. But even with his knowledge, he had an undeniable edge in math over people of his time. He just needed to apply the Pythagorean theorem to advance China by a couple of centuries. But he had no intention of simply tallying their income. The entire annual budget was sealed in his memory. For as an expert on the Ming dynasty, he was required to know the country's economic figures by heart and remember every last detail. But he couldn't just write down the correct answers right away. He decided to put on a real show. So he immediately began doing multiplication and division in his head, like a magician performing miracles. The prince was truly amazed that his sworn brother also knew math, seeing him as a cool hero straight out of legends. And finally, after 2 days, our hero loudly declared that the task was done. Hou Zhao couldn't believe it only took him 2 days to deal with that sim demon. However, Jifeng simply reminded him that he was not as naive as his so-called brother believed. However, Hao Zhao was worried because this was a matter of utmost importance, affecting the well-being of all under heaven, and no mistakes were allowed. While the best minds took 10 to 15 days, Jifeng simply couldn't keep up. However, Hao Zhao decided to trust him and prepared a brush to record the correct results. However, our hero couldn't tell the truth or explain that he knew the data for more than just the current year. He knew the figures for the 13th to 15th years of Hongji, and actually all the years from Jiajing to Chongzhen, and could recite any of them from memory. So he calmly decided to start from the very beginning. On the first day of the 7th month of the 11th year of the Hongji era, the imperial court from the capital and other provinces received a profit of 2,754,622 taels of silver, 790,000 jin of silk, 1,639,300 rolls of fabric, 226,200 jin of tea, plus 770,000 shi of grain and 270,000 lien of silver in taxes. Clearly, hearing these exact figures, the prince could hardly believe it, as if it were a miracle. Yet he chose to trust Jifan and prove to his father that you don't need to be a genius to do the math. The clerks from the ministry kept toiling over their books like prisoners in a dungeon. In the final days before the new year, the Ministry of Finance was busy tallying the empire's expenses, with everyone working hard and meticulously all this time. Many were glad to have talented experts like Minister Li double-checking the reports with them. The emperor was glad that nothing had happened to them yet, so they could start preparing for the celebration. At that moment, an official arrived and told the emperor that Jifan had been beaten by Tan Yin, the scholar who was supposed to come for the trials. The emperor was clearly furious, for although Jifan had a difficult temper, he was a very modest young man, and the ruler couldn't believe he dared to strike him like a bold bandit. But the most surprising thing was that even though Tan Yin started the fight, he was left with no unbruised spot on his body. He couldn't even get out of bed, while Jifan didn't have a scratch. But that wasn't all the drama, as the two also made a bet on who would do better on the upcoming exam. According to past results, Tan Yin was the best in the province, and 3 students were the top in Xuntian province. It may seem like their knowledge is on the same level, but in reality, Jifan's followers will definitely lose. Students from the south have been leading the way in the Battle of Minds for several years. You could even look at the heads of the ministry, Li Dunyang and Shisha, the best of the best, and they were southerners. Liu Jian, from the northern part of the country, doesn't quite measure up, even though he's considered one of the ministry's top workers. In other words, Tan Yin has to take down the entire Jifan trio with one left hand. Even the emperor thought Jifan had bitten off more than he could chew, but watched with curiosity to see how the conflict would resolve. Just then, his son burst into his father's room shouting loudly. He brought a notebook in which he finally finished calculating the income. However, the parent was quite angry, especially since even the ministry hadn't managed to do it yet. However, the young man calmly explained that Jifeng had helped him with the work. Of course, he couldn't have managed without his help, although Hao Zhao mostly served as a scribe and masseur. It turns out that to improve the efficiency of annual audits, Jifan also sent his report to the ministry, outlining all the advanced fund management techniques. The essay was titled, "A Method of Credit Financing," but as soon as they saw it, they tore it up, clearly believing that the country's best minds shouldn't waste time on the nonsense of a young novice when serious matters were at hand. However, Hao Zhao told his father that Jifeng had stayed up all night counting. He saw everything with his own eyes and was ready to recount everything our hero had told him. But whoever heard this thought it was complete nonsense and couldn't believe the prince was so gullible. After all, the future of the country under heaven couldn't be entrusted to him. The heir calmly explained that he trusted no one as much as Jifan. He was his sworn brother and would never lie to him. Of course, the emperor was surprised by his son's naive faith, but understood it stemmed from a lonely childhood and lack of friends. So he decided to forgive him this time, but asked him to stop acting like a fool. However, Hao Zhao was sure that the only fool here was the emperor who didn't believe his words. Clearly, the father also got angry, realizing his son was so fed up with life that he wanted to die by his own hands. However, Hao Zhao was convinced that it was his father who didn't listen, so he was the only fool. The emperor immediately shouted, reminding his son that Jifan was just sucking up to him, and it was quite obvious. However, Hao Zhao was convinced that Jifeng would never lie to him. But the emperor still couldn't understand how this guy managed to finish the calculations in just one day. To do this, he had to be either the Lord God or a magician. Finally, sometime later, the Ministry of Revenue finished their calculations, and the emperor decided to compare the reports from these two organizations. The Ministry of Revenue reported a total of 2,754,725 silver taels, while Jifeng counted 3 taels less. However, even then, the difference in calculations was minimal, off by just a few units, not even tens, And then the emperor realized Jifan was truly a reincarnated academic. The prince was overjoyed that his friend had been right all along and reminded his father that he believed in the hero. And if the emperor didn't believe him, he was surely blinded to the truth by old age. The ruler was deeply troubled by his son's behavior and decided to punish him physically. And the child had no choice but to bow, apologize for their behavior, and acknowledge the father as the fairest and wisest ruler. But even so, the fact remained, Jifan was damn smart. The man even worried that he might become a threat and overthrow the prince from the throne. In the end, heavy thoughts took root in the emperor's mind. Then he called Minister Li to talk to him about his fears. As soon as they met, the emperor decided to find out what the man thought of the young Jifan. However, he believed it was a worthy sword in the hands of the crown. Moreover, his royal majesty is still young and naive. When the throne rightfully comes to him, the need for such a sword will be undeniable. Hao Zhou was quite a rascal, but he was sharp-witted. The minister was confident that the ruler could rest assured about the future of his empire if the prince had such an advisor. And of course, the emperor never expected to hear such praise from Minister Li. However, the minister warned that a sword, like any weapon, can also harm its wielder. Many great rulers have fallen victim to a deadly strike from their most trusted blades. However, that's unlikely to happen with Jifan. The most dangerous swords are those wielded by people with both intelligence and power. Rulers don't need gifted people to easily delegate power to, but over time the gifted can gain more power than the ruler themselves. This happened to Wen Men, who was an advisor to the emperor and much beloved by the people. Until one day he seized the throne of the Han dynasty. But on the other hand, Jifan wasn't all there mentally. His bad reputation and nasty temper, according to those around him, meant no one would dare mess with him even if he wanted to rebel. The holiday has finally arrived, and the cities, including the capital, are decorated with beautiful bright lanterns. Unexpectedly, a visitor decided to enter the tavern, even though it was closing because everything had been sold out. It turns out the Fan family bought all the food for the miners in the Shan mines, so they asked customers to find another place for dinner. At that moment, the workers were enjoying delicious food in the heart of the celebration. They were incredibly grateful to their master, who was simply an amazing person. At that very moment, the manager called them to hand out their wages. And as the coins poured into their hands, everyone gratefully wept for such generous payment. In the end, high city officials spat at the mention of Jifan, but down here in the mines, the workers practically worshipped his name. For without his help, they would have long since died of hunger and cold. With her kindness on the eve of the new year, Jifang brought smiles back to their faces and hope to their hearts. Then the miners emerged from the shafts and saw a bright fireworks display lighting up the city. Everyone was amazed because the fireworks were even bigger than last year's. And this was also thanks to our hero, who bought them literally a whole mountain of fireworks burning brighter than the stars. But while he was enjoying the fireworks, he suddenly saw Dadung start praying. It turned out he was hoping for the god's blessing to grant him a beautiful wife and strong sons. And Jifan was amazed at how modest the desires of ordinary people were. But in the end, he decided to join in and make a New Year's wish too. He also wanted to quickly find a beautiful wife and imagined how wonderful it would be to marry a princess. And at that very moment, the princess sneezed as if someone had just remembered her. And then she made a wish to be spared from all illnesses, and for Jifang to be spared along with them. At the same time, Hao Zhao prayed to gain the mind of his sworn brother and make him a little less clever, so he could surpass him. And of course our hero immediately sneezed from these strange desires. His attentive servant thought the master was ill, but the master felt the same and saw nothing serious about it. At this very moment, the Empress's two brothers prayed for Jifan to get hemorrhoids. Even Tan Yin once wanted to give Jifan a serious beating. In the end, our hero sneezed so hard he almost blew his entire nose away. And seeing this, Deden remembered that if you sneeze once, someone misses you. Twice, they tease you. And 3 times, they wish you ill. So who could possibly wish anything bad for the young master now? But Jifan knew very well that half the kingdom hated him, so he saw nothing strange about it. But suddenly, when he turned around, he noticed his father was making a wish too. As he got closer, he thought the parent wished for greater wealth. However, to his surprise, the desire was not a sim at all. Then the young man realized that his father's wish was to win over the young lady, which greatly confused the old man. But once again, he guessed wrong. So Zifan started using all his wits to figure it out. But the father himself admitted that his greatest wish was his son's well-being. As long as he was alive and well, his father could truly be considered happy. Such care truly touched me. Our hero even shed a tear, hiding it from his father, and promised they would live a long and happy life together. It was known that Liu Jin lived in the palace, a once-pardoned criminal who became a eunuch and servant in the emperor's chambers. This clever courtier lived comfortably thanks to his close ties with the crowned prince. And though he held a low position, He was destined to become a true villain in the future. Gaining the emperor's trust, the cunning eunuch planned to slowly but surely eliminate all rivals at court to seize power. Pouring sweet words into the lord's ears, he was a true fiend of hell, with tentacles reaching everywhere. But with the arrival of Feng Jifan, all his devilish plans went straight to hell. Once again, the guards began resuscitating the unfortunate eunuch, immediately calling for the doctor. And he just sobbed uncontrollably, not knowing why he was suffering so much. Even Hu Zhao felt pity for this poor fellow. Our brave Feng Zifan calmly realized he had probably messed up the recipe by adding too much gunpowder, so he needed to fix the proportions. Of course, the noble gentleman requested that next time Jifan have someone else light the fuse. However, our hero specifically needed help from this eunuch. The prince thought it was completely unreasonable to subject only one person to such trials, but Feng Jifang could call him experienced, because if he asked a novice, they might get burned or, worse, injured. Soon the prince visited the eunuch to check on him, worried about his well-being. He admitted that he was in perfect health and deeply grateful to his highness for his care. The crowned figure asked if he was feeling unwell, and if so, whether he could continue working. And that was definitely not the reaction our clever servant expected. In the end, when the eunuch held the wick once again, it was thrown aside, and Jifan was not angry that the formula had failed again. He still needed to run a few more tests. The prince kindly approached the servant again to check on his well-being. However, when he cried, the crowned figure quickly confirmed the man was alive, so the trials continued. Soon, after many failures, the unfortunate servant fell to his knees before the prince, unable to endure such torment any longer. Feng Jifang felt true satisfaction. It was quite gratifying to take down all those scoundrels. At that moment, the eunuch tried to run, but our hero blocked his way, knowing that as long as he could crawl, he could help experience the fireworks at least one more time. Meanwhile, as the exam drew closer, more and more people began to wonder who would win, Tan Yin or the student from Nanhei province. After the news spread like wildfire, gambling houses began opening bets one after another. Most bets were placed on Tan Ying's victory. Our hero, seeing his students, urged them to do their best on the exam, for they must live up to their mentor. Feng Zifeng hoped they would be very diligent. All they could do was cry and vow to honor their teacher. At that moment, our hero also told the youths that the heir had bet 50,000 silver ingots on their victory. If none of them can outplay Tan Yin, the prince will lose many resources, and the wayward students will lose their legs. Clearly, this was a pretty strong motivation. However, Jifeng promised his students not to worry too much, as he would leave his highness no chance. And right then, all three of them sighed with relief. Only then did Feng Jifeng reveal that as their mentor, he had personally bet 200,000 silver ingots on their victory, and if they lost, he would break their legs himself. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the inn, where the recovered Tan Yin finally emerged. However, to his surprise, he froze and didn't take a step. The young man stood in the yard. The whole reason was that many people came to wish him luck on his upcoming exam. Many believed that the nobleman would surely defeat Feng Zifan's 3 disciples. Besides, northerners will never win against southerners. They all bet money on his victory, some even stealing from their spouses to back his triumph. The man was deeply moved but chose not to cry to preserve his dignity. He knew the exams were about to start, so he headed to the exam center with the other students. When everyone arrived at the location, the exams began. Feng Zifan's students sat nervously at their desks. The topic hadn't even been announced, yet the boys couldn't stop trembling. But they decided to be a bit more confident, or all their training would be wasted. At that moment, Tan Yin sat confidently, knowing he would ace any topic. The young man had to prove to Feng Zifan how capable he was, and wanted him to fall to his knees, begging for mercy. Soon the drums sounded, signaling the start of the exam. The topic was announced, but all 3 of Jifan's students recoiled in horror as soon as they saw it. Tan Yin just smiled, realizing the topic was truly complex and quite different from the previous ones. She will definitely make many think, but this is exactly what he will like. The young man knew that Feng Zifan should not expect victory. Finally, when the exam ended, people gathered to welcome those who had completed the test. As soon as they saw Tan Yin was one of the first to finish, they immediately began praising him for completing the exam. Everyone was quite curious about how difficult it was, and how the man thought he had passed it. A good friend of Tan Yin's, as well as a genius from the capital who had brought him to visit the minister, came by to determine Tan Yin's involvement in the publication of the imperial exam results. But obviously Tan Yin was unaware of the serious problem looming over him. So I calmly explained that he did quite well on the exam. People of that time valued modesty, so their not bad could only mean a solid first place, which is why everyone began to praise the man. Moreover, many had bet their last money on his win and were immensely grateful to him, as he brought them immeasurable wealth. Around this time, our hero's father was fuming. He believed that visiting scientists were the biggest jerks. He knew well how hard his son's students tried, yet he still continued to despise them. On the other hand, there was Tan Yin, and the father didn't believe he was that exceptional, thinking he was probably no different from the other 3 young lads. Even Feng Zifeng was amazed that his parents still believed his students could win. However, he believed Ji Fang was worrying too much since Dad had taken care of everything and earned some money to help him. As it turned out, he also bet on Tan Ying's victory. This could not help but wound the young hero to the core. But my father calmly reminded me that my son keeps asking him to be more resourceful. But our hero no longer listened to his words. All he wished for was to be killed, for even his own parent didn't believe in him. The emperor was also eager to learn the exam results. He was eager to know the skill level of Tan Yin, the one their legendary Feng Jifeng had made a bet with. The examiner who read his essay could say it was written very skillfully. Before the exam, the man locked himself at home, studied hard, and seemed truly inspired to succeed. Judging by their reactions, the emperor was 80 or 90% sure that Tan Yin won, which would be a good way to humble Feng Zifan. Of course, the 3 students of Jifan soon finished the exam as well. But when these youths left the testing halls, they saw the crowd praising their rival, and their hearts were deeply wounded. One of them had already found a rope to hang himself from unbearable shame. The long-awaited day of exam results is finally here. The musicians stood playing solemn melodies praising the coming victor. At the same time, a whole crowd of townspeople gathered around Tan Yin, confident in his unquestionable victory. Our valiant scientist understood that his opponent had not shown up. Apparently, realizing his defeat, he dared not face public judgment. To the shock of everyone gathered, Feng Zifeng himself appeared, shouting loudly to clear the way. Of course, everyone found it amazing that someone would choose to personally watch themselves get torn to shreds. Even our hero's students felt their mentor appeared overly confident. However, as a teacher, he was bound to attract that kind of attention. Finally, at this solemn moment, the guards asked everyone to be silent, for it was time to announce the results. And right then, the students prayed to the gods just to see their names on the lists. That alone would be a great stroke of luck. At that moment, one of Feng Zifan's students noticed he had taken 8th place and was overjoyed, as if he had found treasure in the desert. Even others were amazed that the northerner ranked so high. It was a decent result, but clearly not enough for someone aiming to surpass Tan Yin himself. Even the renowned southerner was amazed at how such a seemingly foolish man with meager abilities managed to secure 8th place and pose a worthy challenge. However, Tan Yin could not even dream of defeating him. At that moment, the other students were anxiously explaining to the mentor that they still couldn't find their names on the lists. They were already feeling a hopelessness that gripped their hearts like iron clamps, as the final list naming the top 3 places was about to be posted, and the youths were already wondering how Feng Zifeng would punish them. And when our hero said nothing, they only begged fearfully for him to say at least one word. Then the other onlookers, seeing the reaction of the renowned teacher, realized he had seemingly suffered a complete defeat. At this moment, the final list of those who took the top spots has appeared. Obviously, everyone was absolutely sure that the brilliant Tan Yin took 1st place. The other boys just burst into tears, realizing how useless they were for not even making it onto the sacred lists. Even Tan Yin himself didn't check the results, confident that he had secured 1st place. But loud, confused cries that shook the entire crowd forced him to open his eyes. It turned out the famous southerner lost to 2 students of Feng Jifan and ended up in 3rd place, like a worthless coin. And our hero rejoiced, having won the bet and put that arrogant show-off firmly in his place. Shortly before, the frightened servants rushed to the emperor with the exam results. But when the lord opened the list, he could hardly believe his eyes. They nearly popped out of their sockets. It turned out that the students of their chief court villain scored higher than Tan Yin himself. However, it seemed simply impossible, like rain on a clear day. The others froze, realizing that Tan Yin had indeed been defeated, suddenly understanding that all their bets were completely lost, and that was the end for them. At the same time, those who trusted and bet on our hero rejoiced, believing their debts would finally end and they could live freely, like birds breaking out of a cage. The students could hardly believe they had won prizes. They were just happy they wouldn't lose their legs. The student who took 1st place actually thought it was some kind of mistake that his name appeared on these sacred lists. However, our hero calmly embraced the students, understanding that what had happened was nothing surprising. They covered every possible topic multiple times that could appear on this exam. Moreover, his students worked tirelessly day and night, and it was their dedication that earned them their well-deserved places. The students were deeply moved by these words. Only the one who took 8th place stayed far away from everyone else, and he knew he had likely deeply disappointed his mentor and was unworthy of the love that burned his soul more bitterly than wormwood. At that moment, Tan Yin wept in despair, unable to understand how such a lazy person could have raised such smart students. He prayed to the heavens that it was all just a bad dream and that he would wake up, because the exam hadn't started yet. But those who approached him and heard his words quickly reminded the man that everything happening was harsh reality. As soon as Tan Yin saw the scoundrel before him, he immediately demanded an explanation for how he performed such a miracle. He even suspected that Feng Zifan might have used some dishonest methods, like a cursed sorcerer. However, our hero promised to teach the man everything and even invited him to his palace. But it was said with such pompousness that it struck the poor guy's self-esteem like a hammer on an anvil. Soon the emperor saw the 4th place, taken by the boy Van Yanmin. So he called his official to congratulate him on his son's well-deserved 4th place. However, it was bitter for the lord to realize that a child from a bureaucratic family took 4th place, while 2 unruly students of Feng Jifan won prize-winning spots. This was unacceptable with his heir, so he asked the officials to pay more attention to his offspring to ensure he also succeeded in life. All the courtiers could do was agree, even though they knew perfectly well how reckless Hao Jiao was. At that time, people had no idea how much the son of that very old man, who didn't even make the top 3, would shape the thinking of his contemporaries. In the Ming dynasty, he will become the most famous thinker, writer, military strategist, and educator. In short, a master of both brush and sword. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, this young man is just a typical exam candidate. He recalled the scene he witnessed, how Feng Jifan punished his careless student for placing only 8th and bringing him shame. The boy clearly remembered this method of punishment, and as he grew older, it would be used everywhere like sacred scripture. Shortly after the walk, the young man returned home, where his parent was already waiting for him. Seeing the young man, the old man decided to ask how he had ended up there. But the son came to his father asking to be introduced to Feng Jifan. However, he didn't know how to approach it himself, so he wanted his parent to help him. Clearly, such news could not help but wound the soul of the frail old man, who trembled like a trembling aspen leaf. However, the son calmly explained that he had long been watching Feng Zifan's students, a bunch of lowly worms obsessed with passing the exam. This kid has been smart since childhood, but never played by the rules. He understood that learning wasn't just to pass a state exam, but to become a wise and talented person. The old man knew exactly what happened on his wedding day. The son was sure that a woman in his life would only speed up his journey to becoming a wise man. The father was angry. His child was talented enough to earn a degree and succeed, but once again he went down the wrong path. That's why he strictly ordered the boy not to provoke Feng Zifan, who everyone around knows is a total slacker, even though he has taught a few decent students. But just one look at the son made it clear. He would never listen to those words. His father understood this well too, but looking at his worthless son, he couldn't understand why he couldn't be like him. His parent earned the highest degree, became a model of nobility and morality, and reached the top of the civil service. However, he couldn't even raise his only son properly, who turned out to be a real troublemaker, tormenting his old soul worse than any torture. The scene shifts to the inn, where Tan Yin sat drowning himself in alcohol to the point of oblivion. The poor guy just couldn't pull himself together. He couldn't believe he actually lost to Feng Jifan's students, like in a terrible nightmare. Rumors of his defeat spread through the entire city like a deadly plague. He suspected that Feng Zifan's victory was because some of the most worthy geniuses agreed to become teachers to this troublemaker. In that case, he had no chance of winning and just wanted to die peacefully to avoid further dishonoring his name. However, unexpectedly, his brother came to check on the unfortunate Tan Ying. He told him not to worry because he wouldn't let him just sit idly by. His brother couldn't bear to watch his humiliation, so he brought along people who believed in him completely. He was not only a member of the ruling dynasty, but also a voice for the common people craving justice, and they vowed to fight the hooligan Feng Jifan to the end. Clearly, after these words, those present literally saw Tan Yin as a saint. He couldn't stop crying, overwhelmed with gratitude filling his soul. But at that very moment, the Imperial Guards appeared. Of course, they had finally found the criminal. They tied him up and announced that he was suspected of bribing an exam board member, so he was being arrested and would be taken in to begin legal proceedings. Those who answered his call suddenly remembered urgent matters and scattered quickly like cockroaches. Tan Yin was clearly quite surprised by what he saw. My brother was always overly confident and even passed the imperial exams, but now he's being accused of bribery. He thought his brother might have gotten too close to the examiner and was immediately held accountable, but no one cared about the truth now. These accusations were enough to make even the dead confess, and suddenly Tan Yin realized, if he hadn't lost to Feng Jifan, he might have been taken away today too. And then not only he, but his entire family would be shamed, hitting rock bottom in life. He just realized that Feng Zifang was not his enemy, but his true savior. So he immediately went to the estate in Nanhe province to meet with the lord. The manager immediately came out to open the door for the unexpected guest. But he was truly shocked when he saw that it was Tan Yin who had come to visit them. He knelt with all his belongings, waiting for someone to open the door for him. And right then, the astonished manager shouted across the yard that Mr. Tan Yin had arrived. Feng Jifeng didn't expect this turn of events, so he greeted the man. However, he unexpectedly acknowledged Jifan as his master and bowed before him. At that moment, our hero invited the man inside to warm up after the frost. Falling to his knees, Tan Yin begged his mentor for help. His friend had been caught cheating on the imperial exam. That's why he wanted Feng Jifeng to help him. And the young man was amazed. Just moments ago, the man had appeared, and now he was already asking for something like this. Even he, a privileged man of high status, knew which problems were best avoided. The manager tried to explain to the man that this was an unreasonable demand. Cheating on the imperial exam is a serious crime. Even Feng Jifeng could have suffered for it. However, hope rested solely on this young man. In the end, Jifeng couldn't bear to see him suffer and decided to help his student's unfortunate friend. The manager asked his master not to be so impulsive. Most likely, even he will find it difficult to intervene in these matters. However, Feng Jifeng had no intention of getting involved. Then he asked the manager to rise from his knees. It turned out that all this time he had been holding on to the gentleman, not letting him leave. However, after saying he didn't intend to get involved, the hero calmed down considerably and let him go. Only then did Jifeng explain. It was clear the emperor had been misled, so they would go and confront him directly, no matter the cost. But the guy knew deep down that if the emperor himself approved the fraud, there were probably undeniable proofs, since the Secret Service was involved. The only fate awaiting the suspect was a public execution, and possibly even the confiscation of his entire family's property. But Feng Jifeng knew the emperor was far from acting recklessly. He ordered official Li to thoroughly investigate the matter. In the end, it turned out the accusation was false, drawing all of China's attention. And to save face, the emperor had no choice but to compromise with the prisoners. It was with this very statement that Feng Zifan dared to stand before the emperor. Clearly, the three top executives were surprised by the hero's reasoning. Even they couldn't dare say that to the emperor's face, so this guy's boldness amazed them. It seemed there was no fool in the whole world who would rush headlong into danger at that moment. However, Jifeng boldly claimed that there was no cheating during the imperial exam. The emperor immediately grew angry with the hero, reminding him of all the reports filed against him in the palace. And the guy was stunned. Before he could say a word, the lord had already launched his attack. This meant his perfectly planned scheme was already going off script. Meanwhile, the emperor was quietly starting to boil with anger. But the officials did not interfere in the process, as Feng Jifeng was smart and expected to handle the problem himself. Therefore, Jifeng bowed and asked the emperor to allow him to finish his report before they discussed his mistakes. The officials were stunned by the audacity of this young man. The emperor was nearly losing his temper from the fury he felt. The officials realized Feng Zifeng was clearly crossing the line and needed to tell the emperor something right away to help the boy. At that moment, Jifeng interrupted the official, reminding him that there was no evidence in the fraud case. He couldn't understand the accusations. The emperor was a saint in his followers' eyes. He couldn't have acted so foolishly. And in that moment, the official realized that, despite his status, he couldn't help the boy prove his innocence. Well, at least the boy's bravery deserved praise. So the officials have already started deciding who will arrange his funeral and where to order his coffin. The emperor was furious, like an enraged dragon, unable to understand how this scoundrel dared to come to the palace and point out his mistakes. He realized that if he let Feng Zifan off the hook now, he would come back another day and start acting up again. Of course, our hero carefully raised his hand and tried to justify himself and ease the situation. However, the emperor didn't even want to listen to him. He immediately ordered the guards to approach and escort this insolent man out of the hall. However, the hero declared that even in death, he would never accept His Majesty's decision as right. Before his execution, he wanted to finish one unfinished business. Clearly, the emperor was completely convinced that this scoundrel had no respect for him at all. However, the official asked the gracious lord to at least let the boy finish his speech. Under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, the emperor had to give in and let him finish speaking. And Jifan calmly reminded him that the crown prince would often make mistakes that His Majesty might not like. But Feng Jifan repeatedly told him that making mistakes is normal. There's nothing special about it. As long as one is aware of their faults, they can always correct them and be an excellent prince and son. The emperor had no idea why Jifan decided to drag his son into this conversation. The other officials understood that Feng Zifan's instructions were as unpredictable as his temper. But today he was much more reserved. At that moment, Jifeng explained that his father was always attentive to every detail at court. He worked hard every day, doing everything he could without ever thinking about being lazy. One day, this noble man fell ill, but still had to report to the palace. Young Feng Jifang, not understanding his sacrifice, later asked why he risked his life for the imperial court like a moth drawn to flame. Even the emperor couldn't argue. This scoundrel's father was truly a flawless servant, and he believed his only flaw was spoiling his son. He even felt sorry for the nobleman when he found out what the Lord had done to his boy. The other officials were eager to hear how the boy's father answered the question. It turned out the old man said the emperor must be loyal to the end, but even more important is to be a role model for his son. Because as they say, a fish rots from the head down. Jifan's father did his best to live a righteous life, hoping his son would one day follow his example, and that the risk would be worth it. Our hero had already started praying to all the gods, hoping the emperor would finally understand his words and what he was trying to convey. And indeed, the old ruler realized that although he was the leader of a vast country, above all, he was a father. If he doesn't set an example for the prince, the heir will never be able to correct his mistakes in the future, because the fate of the entire dynasty depends on him. Therefore, the emperor immediately ordered the fraud case to be dismissed, the young man reinstated, his reputation restored, and those who made false accusations to be fired and expelled from the capital. Strictly punish the Secret Service involved in this matter. Afterward, the Lord apologized, admitting his fault in failing to see the unjust accusation. Even a British duke admits guilt when negligence leads to a mistake, and it was clear that the officials immediately realized their emperor was wiser than all the rulers under heaven. However, the wise ruler understood that these were just empty words. He simply acknowledged Jifan's correctness, but if it weren't for that bold young man, who knows how this would have ended. Afterward, looking at the boy, he acknowledged that his father was truly an admirable man. The emperor was deeply moved by his story. Indeed, the entire Fan family deserved to be seen as wholeheartedly devoted to their homeland. However, Jifang calmly reported to the Lord that this so-called story was nothing more than a fabrication meant to serve as a moral lesson. And in that moment, the emperor realized how badly he wanted to beat that scoundrel like a naughty puppy. That's how rumors of the guy's full rehabilitation spread to every corner of the capital. Of course, the Secret Service immediately released him as soon as they heard the emperor's order. Our hero stormed into the prison, kicking the door down like a raging bull. Then he calmly greeted his comrade and explained that he had come to rescue him. He jumped for joy, hardly believing his luck. Feng Zifeng grabbed him immediately and decided to hurry home as soon as possible, where they were already waiting for him. The emperor ordered a thorough analysis of his mistakes and even scolded himself for incompetence. No one suspected that it was all thanks to the daring Jifan. However, one official knew for sure. He absolutely couldn't let his son find out, or he'd respect this hero even more. Moreover, Feng Jifan's noble deed changed many people's opinion of him. Even Tan Yin couldn't believe that the mentor actually asked the emperor to spare the young man's life and even scolded the ruler for his ignorance. Such bravery was truly enviable, like the courage of a tiger attacking a dragon, which is why all the students admired their teacher. Our hero heard their words just as he got home, and right away, the grateful students gifted their mentor presents and even asked him to sign their portraits. Tan Yin did not hide his tears as he looked at his rescued brother, then began to thank the heavens for everything. And Jifan was grateful not only for saving his brother, but also for showing the Son of Heaven his mistake, vowing to serve him faithfully like a loyal dog forever. And Feng Zifeng clearly saw that Tang Yin, who had been nurtured for so long, was finally ready to return to his roots. By this moment, the noble aristocrat had fallen to his knees before his mentor, and was ready to serve him until death as a token of gratitude for saving his life. However, Jifeng refused and suggested the guy find someone else. The whole reason was that he only ranked 9th. Even 8th place wasn't enough to swarm him like an annoying fly trying to become his apprentice. However, the young man reminded them that he came from an academic family. His grandfather and father were luminaries of Nanjing University. But our hero calmly pointed out that his relatives' achievements have nothing to do with him. Then Tanyin fell awkwardly silent, digesting what was said but unable to argue. So he remembered that he had a large collection of works on astronomy and geography at home, along with many travel notes. The books and the 5 canons were just tools for exam prep, but in everything else he was more knowledgeable than most. And indeed, our hero almost forgot that this man's great-grandson would become the most famous geographer in Chinese history. But he still couldn't understand how astronomy and geography would help this kid pass the civil service exams. Clearly, it hurt the guy to realize that his knowledge was useless to anyone, like a pearl thrown into the dirt. But Tan Yin immediately set out to teach his brother, promising to help him with everything. And then the young man realized, no matter what, he had to become a disciple of the highly selective Feng Jifan. A couple of days passed, and our hero was peacefully resting in his home in the Nanhe province. The emperor asked him to accompany the prince during his studies, but he made excuses every day, claiming to be sick while running around like a rabbit in the forest. However, Feng Zifan liked to spend at least a little time at home just relaxing. But suddenly he heard someone stomping in the yard, followed by a shout reading the emperor's decree that all idlers must be removed from office. Armed men immediately burst into the hero's home to check the situation. Our hero couldn't believe it. He took just one day off and the news had already reached the emperor, spreading like gossip in the market. The maid calmly explained to the gentleman that Her Highness the Princess had left the palace and was on her way to the doctor. But since they didn't see Ji-fan there, the emperor took the liberty to issue a decree to contact him directly. In the end, Feng Jifanu had no choice but to go straight to the imperial palace to meet the princess. He was deeply struck by how beautiful the young lady was, like a lotus flower in a mountain lake. Then they sat down at the table so he could check her pulse. Ji Feng noticed that the girl's heartbeat was slightly faster. However, seeing the maid's worry, he explained that there was nothing to fear. Only then, once calm, did the princess admit she wanted to discuss something with Feng Zifan. Her brother told her they made a deal and forced the students to worship him as their teacher. She couldn't understand how he could exploit others' misfortune and disgrace them. And our hero realized that this situation would completely shatter his image of the prince, as he never expected such betrayal from him. The princess hoped that Feng Zifang would value his reputation more and become more sincere. Suddenly, everyone heard loud cries pleading with the hero to accept the petitioner as an apprentice. Clearly, the guards didn't recognize the uninvited visitor and immediately drew their swords to protect His Highness and the princess. But it turned out to be the very guy who could no longer be rejected by his desired teacher. He begged to be taken as a student or else he would jump off the roof and die. Our hero was furious that this clumsy monkey would say such a thing. Tan Yin ran up and told his mentor that his friend wholeheartedly wishes to follow him. Even 3 of Jifan's students begged the hero to accept him as a disciple. But to Feng Jifan, everything happening felt like nothing more than a cruel joke, which infuriated him even more than red pepper. He told the kid to get lost, because no matter what, he would never become his apprentice. And anyway, the doors to his house were firmly shut to him. At that moment, the boy completely lost his sense of purpose, and the students realized the plan had completely fallen apart. So all they could do was beg the guy not to do anything foolish. Even Tan Yin asked his brother to calm down, saying they could find another way for the mentor to take the boy as an apprentice. Even the boy realized his jokes had gone too far. But now he couldn't back down, like a tiger cornered. So he had to jump and say goodbye to life. He landed right in the deep snowdrifts, followed by a sharp cry that made blood run cold. Obviously, the maid and the princess immediately screamed in horror, unable to believe what they saw. Our hero couldn't understand why the guy was joking so foolishly. It sounded all too real, like an actual suicide, chilling to the core. As soon as the maid saw the princess's fear, she immediately ordered her servants to head home as quickly as possible. The princess didn't know how to recover. She was heartbroken that the young man wanted to follow the hero until his last moment, yet the hero never deigned to accept him, like a cruel tyrant. In the end, a new day dawned, and Feng Jifan appeared at the imperial palace. He resumed examining the young lady and apologized to the princess for his apprentice interrupting their checkup. Today he came to offer his apologies, and the princess was clearly glad that Jifan had finally accepted this man as his disciple. The thing is, our hero knew he wouldn't survive a second jump like that. But luckily this time he came out unscathed, as if the heavens took pity on the fool. At that moment, the young princess laughed shyly, and Feng Zifang couldn't help but admit he was damn excited by her smile, which struck his heart like a hammer. It was hard to hide. His heart fluttered like a bird in a cage, so he wanted to finish the inspection quickly and get away. But the maid seemed to notice his nervousness and immediately stepped closer, glaring fiercely right at him. Then she reminded the gentleman that a man and a woman shouldn't be alone together for long, so Jifan should leave as soon as possible. Our hero sighed in disappointment, realizing there was nothing he could do. However, Feng Jifan had no choice but to use his cunning technique of love's trembling. In the end, the little hearts flying around the heart simply carried that pesky servant away with them into clouds of bliss. And then Jifang was able to truly confess to the princess that she was incredibly beautiful, like a moon goddess descended to earth. The maid was shocked that such a pompous fool dared to approach their princess. Our hero was quite upset that the nanny scolded him for every word, and didn't even let him finish his thoughts. At that moment, she left to inform the empress, for when it came to Her Highness's reputation, silence was not an option. But the princess asked her nanny to calm down and not tell her mother anything. She was very worried that Feng Zifan might be punished like a criminal because of this. And the woman burst into tears at her mistress's sweet excitement, even feeling guilty for moving the princess to tears. That old crow no longer had the right to serve such a kind soul, so she was about to hang herself right here. And Jifan clearly didn't understand why everyone was so drawn to suicide in reality. The princess cried again, looking at her maid, apologized for being wrong, but begged to spare Master Feng Zifan and keep it secret from her mother. The maid only grumbled that she should have noticed his rudeness from the start and scolded him, and none of this would have happened. But the princess only became more upset and burst into loud tears at her words. But Feng Zifang couldn't understand how the nanny dared to mistreat the princess herself. For this reason, he asked the woman to take a short walk outside and have a chat. She felt that Ji Fan was trying to bribe her, but after all, she was a trusted confidant of Her Majesty the Empress and an important figure in the palace. However, Feng Jifang calmly asked the woman to come closer and let him whisper something in her ear. He calmly admitted that he knew the eunuch Liu Jin had stolen and sold the emperor's belongings, and suspected the nanny had also made a good profit from it. And only by looking at her face, pale as lime, could one tell that Jifan had guessed right. In his past life, he read the dynasty's history and learned that the palace was often robbed. The culprit was a eunuch, but a dozen others were involved too, including the nanny, the empress's trusted confidant, since it would have been reckless not to bribe her from the start. Obviously, the nanny couldn't understand how Feng Zifang knew all about it. At that moment, the hero himself suggested they walk together to the empress and complain about her behavior. Then they could see which one she would punish. The nanny immediately dropped to her knees, sobbing as she realized she had been too harsh and begged the elderly woman for forgiveness, knowing that Jifan was truly the princess's noble healer. The princess, eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't understand how Feng Zifan managed to influence the nanny so much that she crawled like a beaten dog. She realized this man was simply incredible and couldn't understand where he had come from. She was even intrigued by this mysterious man, though she never considered him a real person before. Soon, our hero returned to the university, continuing his service. And suddenly, the prince arrived there with his loyal servant. Feng Jifanu already felt that today the sun had risen from the wrong side, as His Highness the Prince decided to study. But in reality, he came to meet the hero. Then, with the sweetest smile, he asked the guy to lend him some money, because he really wanted to buy himself something tasty. But Feng Jifang thought it was a silly joke. After all, his father ruled the entire country. Yet he was begging his friend for money like a poor beggar. It turned out Dad just didn't give much money, but this winter fruits and vegetables skyrocketed, and even tea prices jumped more than tenfold, hitting the wallet harder than robbers. Indeed, this period was marked by a sharp 6-month cold spell that left many northern regions without crops, and countless people homeless, becoming the final blow that crushed the dynasty. And in that moment, our hero realized this was literally the perfect situation for him, like a gift from the heavens. So he told the young gentleman that unimaginable riches awaited them, shining brighter than the stars. Obviously, the prince immediately became interested and started imagining the sound of coins ringing in his head. Feng Zifang explained that he had a method to grow watermelons in winter, but first he needed to find a plot of land for testing. In the end, the idea sounded fantastic, and Hu Chao couldn't help but love it. He also decided to ask his eunuch servant to uproot all the plants from the garden behind the house a little later. Of course, the servant tried to explain to His Highness that the garden held flowers from around the world, each blade of grass with its own story, grown through hard work, and he could not dare destroy it all like a barbarian. The prince truly understood that he couldn't entrust such a task to his servant. However, the prince knew very well that he was truly skilled at launching fireworks, so he suggested his friend continue working on them. Then the eunuch changed his expression and reminded His Highness that he was known as the Flower Terminator, best suited to eliminate unwanted flowers. Feng Zifang explained that the key factors for growing off-season fruits were temperature and sunlight, so they needed to build a greenhouse heated with anthracite to maintain temperature. But to solve the sunlight issue, they had to construct a roof from a light-transmitting material. However, this wasn't a problem, as the air simply suggested removing all the glass from the palace windows. Obviously, the eunuch nearly fainted at the suggestion, realizing it was completely impossible. And our hero was genuinely amazed by how devoted the prince was to his cause, like a man possessed. Around this time, the emperor realized that Feng Jifang, the tutor of the imperial son, was truly very talented. The lord could no longer remember the last time he had guided his heir, so he decided to see how well he was managing his duties. But when he entered the young prince's palace, he was nearly stunned by what he saw. It was total chaos. Servants were freezing because the palace windows were all gone. And right then the man realized he couldn't let his son go unpunished. Without hesitation, he immediately took off his cloak to move more freely and give his offspring a good beating. He ordered the servant to bring the prince to him immediately. He also pulled out a whip meant for the heroes to give the guy a serious beating. In the end, when the heir was brought to the emperor, he explained that he had been working in agriculture. If it hadn't been snowing, the man might have even believed it. But now he was convinced his son was making a fool of him. But the Lord truly noticed that his son's clothes and even his face were covered in dirt, as if he had been rolling around in a pigsty. So his anger subsided a bit, since although it was a disgrace, the young man was still working in agriculture. He didn't often get to see his son involved in such serious matters, so he decided to find out exactly what his child was up to. And then he kindly led the father to the backyard, along the way, explaining that the key to growing out-of-season vegetables was temperature and sunlight. They had anthracite, so maintaining temperature was no problem. But the emperor was more worried about where the garden, which had been in the backyard for decades, had gone. The prince calmly explained that they pulled out all the plants to make room for the greenhouse, so it took some effort, but in the end, it was like a victorious raid on the enemy camp. The father was barely holding himself back from beating the boy right then and there. But at that moment he saw their precious glass, now adorning the greenhouse walls. The prince was glad his father noticed so quickly and explained that seedlings need sunlight, and the palace glass was perfect for that. And then the father, now truly furious, wanted to know why his son was wasting time on this at all. Of course, he wanted to make some money from this. It seemed as obvious to him as 2 + 2. The emperor was completely disappointed in the boy and immediately ordered the guards to seize his son. The prince truly didn't understand why his father was going to such extremes. However, the Lord had simply grown tired of hearing such nonsense from his son, so he decided to give him a serious punishment he would never forget. At this moment, Feng Zifeng finally returned to the winter greenhouses to check how the prince had done his work. However, I noticed the heir is getting a serious spanking. The prince tried to justify to his father that, according to Ji Fan, they could grow fruit even in winter, and asked the Lord to discuss it with the mentor, not wanting to be punished since the whole idea belonged to the hero. And as soon as the boy said this, the emperor noticed Ji Fan, who immediately tried to escape. He knew he was in serious trouble. He had never seen the emperor so furious before, like a raging tiger ready to kill him. But unfortunately, he really had no chance to escape, so he admitted it was indeed his idea. The building was called a greenhouse with a special planting method. The prince reminded the emperor that everyone knows the hero's abilities. If he says he can grow plants even in winter, then he truly can, so the father wronged them for no reason. However, the emperor ordered his son to be silent, believing all of Feng Jifan's words to be lies. He also suspected his son was trying to deceive him, and asked the mentor to cover up the lie, unhappy that he had beaten his son dozens of times while the boy goofed off instead of studying. And it was hard for the prince to hear such truthful words. He truly wished his father would just beat him to death, for he was tired of this life. But the emperor couldn't accept that his son was so foolish and was determined to punish him. And our hero truly felt sorry to see his highness suffer. But he did everything he could as a loyal servant. Soon they returned to his chambers with the beaten prince. Our hero applied healing ointment to the wounded body. Feng Zifeng suggested his highness go to the emperor and simply apologize for his actions. However, these words only angered the young man, as he saw no reason to apologize. The boy explained he wouldn't apologize for his father doubting his ability to grow something. He had to prove him wrong so his father would apologize like a defeated enemy. But time passed and nothing ever grew. The prince was deeply upset, believing his friend had no idea how to grow watermelons. But he calmly explained that these were just test seedlings, so the watermelons might grow or might not. But the prince insisted the watermelons had to grow, because he couldn't have been beaten for no reason. Even now, after all this time, his whole body still ached. If Feng Zifeng fails to grow watermelons, he will end his life, and they will die together like lovers in a tragedy. Clearly, the upset hero didn't know how to comfort the poor prince. He only asked his highness to be more careful in the garden beds and not damage the seedlings. At that moment, the boy sat by the watermelon seedlings, apologizing for hurting them and promising to give them the best care. He decided to sleep in the greenhouse from now on to personally care for the little ones. He also decided to give these little guys names. One was called General Zhu, and the other one is the champion Hao. Even Feng Zifeng, watching the scene, felt the prince was losing his mind, so he decided to leave as soon as possible. A few days later, our hero was peacefully resting in bed, recovering from a tough day. But suddenly the prince woke him up, saying an assassin had broken in. As soon as Jifeng woke up, the heir showed him his ripe watermelon and suggested he try it. Obviously, the hero agreed, but the prince had to promise never to come to him with such words again. As it turned out, the prince had secretly slipped out of the palace, and Feng Zifeng's servants refused to open the door, so he had no choice but to climb over the wall and sneak in through the window like a thief in the night. In the end, he cut open his watermelon. It was truly red, just like one grown in summer. And the prince knew that the skill to grow such seasonal fruits deserved praise. He couldn't resist and rushed here to taste them with the hero. And indeed, the moment they took a bite, they almost soared to the skies from the amazing taste. The sweetness of this fruit enveloped their taste buds. Watermelon had a truly divine flavor. a bliss unmatched by the gifts of seas and mountains. The prince managed to gather 30 watermelons. He decided to give one to his mother, another to his grandmother, and sell the rest to his father at a high price. The heir knew that since their crops had taken root, selling them wouldn't be a problem, so they just needed to build a good reputation and become rich by next year. And Feng Zifang knew the perfect spot to sell watermelons. The next day, the ministers gathered at the eastern gate to set off for home. They were quite amazed that His Majesty was so hard-working. He didn't even have breakfast. And clearly, because of this, they couldn't break for lunch either, like hungry wolves. And just at that moment, near the eastern gates, they heard cries announcing the sale of fresh watermelons, being given away completely free. Clearly, the Empress's brothers were outraged that someone dared make such a racket near the Emperor's palace. They thought this man had gotten too big for his boots and wanted to fine him like a petty traitor. But when they opened the stall, they saw an angry prince who had already drawn his sword to punish the officials. Clearly, the courtiers were stunned to realize the crown prince himself was selling watermelons like a commoner at the market. At this moment, Feng Zifang asked the prince to sheathe his sword and focus on the task, for peace is the key to prosperity. Then he offered the officials to try the watermelon, completely free of charge. They got even more scared when they realized our hero had been here too. However, they were actually offered watermelons. It was no trick at all. And it was free, so refusing felt like spitting in the face of the heavens. In the end, the officials eagerly indulged in watermelon in the middle of winter. And the prince couldn't believe that these two were so greedy for anything free. They just wanted to strangle them like pesky flies. Finally, the officials enjoyed the most skillfully crafted watermelon. And at that moment, they noticed the Prime Minister's aide approaching. As he got closer, he decided to ask the prince how much such a watermelon cost. However, the heir set the price at 12 taels of silver each, making any bargaining impossible. Officials couldn't believe the watermelon was so expensive. Ordinary people could live on that money for years. But to them, for that price, the watermelons tasted even sweeter, like the nectar of the gods. However, the prince calmly explained that these watermelons were grown right in the palace. Thanks to anthracite, they were able to grow a wide variety of fruits. And right then, two men burst into tears, realizing these lands once belonged to them too. Feng Zifang also explained that this watermelon absorbed the power of the earth. It's not only sweet but also beneficial for the body, nourishing the kidneys and rejuvenating you. He immediately showed the two crying brothers of the Empress as an example of how happy they became after eating this watermelon. But even so, officials knew that selling such watermelons, despite their benefits, was a job for small-time traders. The crown prince couldn't be involved in that. This guy immediately started looking for a way to justify himself. But Feng Zifang stood up for Hozhao, knowing the men had completely misunderstood. His Highness saw the difficult situation of the refugees from the northern lands and decided to sell watermelons himself, with all profits going to help the refugees. And right away, the officials wanted to buy up all the watermelons to support the prince's good deeds. Not caring if the watermelons were truly that good, they just wanted to help. And Feng Zifang fully understood that everything would be generously given to the refugees. But first, it would pass through his hands. Around this time, the minister was pondering what to do to prevent a disaster caused by refugees who couldn't even afford food. But at that moment, his student ran in with wonderful news. Obviously, the minister was curious to find out what had inspired his student so much, and he showed him a watermelon grown in winter, cultivated by the crown prince together with Feng Zifan. The man was clearly surprised that someone managed to grow vegetables and fruits in winter. Therefore, he ordered Mr. Lu and Mr. Li to be summoned to him immediately. After a while, the three ministers gathered together. They tasted the watermelon and unanimously agreed it was truly juicy, like a summer rain. Besides, the ministers heard that the emperor was angry about the prince's idea, but he really managed to raise them. It would be much better if we could grow something else. But the ministers understood this was a matter of national importance and an urgent meeting had to be called. Around this time, the emperor was reading reports and realized that the winter had dragged on and the land was barren. Food production has declined. He didn't know how many poor people could survive this famine ravaging the country like a plague. But at that very moment, the ministers burst into the emperor's presence. They found out that the crown prince and Feng Zifan were growing watermelons and wanted to discuss it. The emperor was deeply troubled to realize that even his subordinates had heard the rumors. He was disappointed that his scoundrel son ignored him and decided to give him a good beating like a naughty puppy. However, the ministers delighted the emperor by confirming that the watermelons had indeed grown, and they even tasted them, finding them very sweet. The emperor believed the ministers were trying to play a joke on him and thought such a thing was impossible, unless it was some kind of magic. Although the ministers didn't know how they managed it, if the landings had been carried out in winter, there would have been no famine, and the man realized he urgently needed to discuss this. Therefore, he ordered the servants to immediately bring the crown prince and Feng Zifan here. And so, soon these two young men found themselves in the emperor's chambers. Immediately, looking at his son, the ruler demanded that he show him the watermelon he had grown. However, Hao Zhao explained that he raised them with great effort. He would gladly give this watermelon to his father for just 3,000 coins. And obviously, the emperor could not help but be angered by such bold words. He reminded his little son that he must watch his words. However, the boy knew that even if his father beat him, he would accept the punishment, for he had always been nothing but a useless son in the emperor's eyes. Hearing these words, Jifeng realized they were like a slap to the emperor's face in front of everyone. If Hao Zhao overstepped, it would mean the end for them both, like a death sentence. Fortunately, the emperor agreed to Hao Zhao's terms and agreed to pay 3,000 coins. Then the prince admitted that the watermelon was already waiting outside the gates, so he asked the servants to bring it here. And soon the shiny, beautiful fruit was placed on the table before the emperor. He couldn't believe they had actually managed to raise him. But he wanted to know how his son learned the technology for growing watermelons, as he was sure Feng Jifeng was involved in it all. And the prince couldn't admit that the whole idea was his. It would only confirm his father's fears that he was a foolish heir. Our hero stepped forward to explain to the prince how to land, while the heir, forgetting food and sleep, cared for the watermelons, resulting in a harvest that seemed like a blessing from heaven. And of course, the emperor immediately asked the hero if it was possible to increase the planting area. Feng Zifeng understood the man's seriousness. Growing watermelons was just a game for the prince, but for the emperor and ministers, it was a vital matter tied to people's lives. Therefore, after considering all the requests, he reported that the number of landings could be increased. Then the man decided to find out what else he could grow besides watermelons. However, it was possible to grow anything the emperor desired, but first, Feng Jifeng needed to prepare a test field for planting. In the end, the delighted ruler praised the hero for his contribution to the country's development. For this, he was promoted to personal guard officer, and now also responsible for agricultural development. Jifeng was amazed that the ruler valued vegetable cultivation so much, he made him a member of his personal guard. With a smile, the ruler announced that from today, besides tutoring the prince, Feng Jifeng must work hard in the fields. But if he succeeds, a generous reward brighter than gold awaits him. However, his son was clearly upset by his father's decision. He reminded them that growing watermelons was his achievement, so he suggested entrusting the task to him. But to the ruler, it all seemed like his son was just looking for an excuse not to study. Therefore, he demanded that he stay and ordered everyone else out of his chambers. This is how our hero realized that at this pace, he would quickly climb the career ladder and build a real fortune. But now he needed to meet his new subordinates. As soon as they saw the gentleman, all the soldiers greeted Commander Fan loudly and in unison. And for some reason, our hero was quite upset because all these guys were just perfect picks, tall, big-built, and full of warrior spirit. And Feng Zifeng couldn't accept this, so he decided to use these guys as farmers. Soon they looked just like farmers are supposed to. Of course, they still had a lot to learn. However, the guy found literally the perfect candidate to be a farmer. This was a disheveled warrior, carefully watching the master's every move. But suddenly, Jifeng approached him and smeared mud all over his face. The warrior was literally shaking with rage, stunned that his master was smearing all kinds of filth on his face. But Feng Zifeng told the guy to be quiet, because although it was indeed manure, real farmers shouldn't fear dirt and hard work like pampered courtiers. But at that moment, the young man heard one of the officials behind him call out sharply. When he turned around, he saw it was Officer Yin, who was coming straight at him, determined to kill him right then and there. The frightened hero immediately ordered his warriors to stop the incoming threat at once. But the man scattered all those guys in his path like a bowling ball knocking down pins. The frightened hero had no choice but to run to the emperor. Bursting into his chambers, he immediately dropped to his knees and explained that he couldn't handle the assigned task. He believed Mr. Yin was far more capable and smarter than him. He would successfully complete the task. At that very moment, the official who was looking for the boy burst in. But as soon as he saw the emperor, he dropped to his knees, greeted his majesty, and tried to explain that he had come to report on the completed work. But the emperor was delighted that the man had arrived, for now his son would be responsible for developing the farmland. Of course, the official was shocked. His son had just been transferred from the capital patrol, and he couldn't understand why he was being demoted. But the emperor calmly explained that his son was very talented and had received the proper recommendations for the job. And then the official realized that it was all the work of our hero! However, the young man calmly promised the official that he would take good care of his son. Only then did the man realize he should have strangled that scoundrel much earlier, and none of this would have happened. The events take place in Sichuan province, specifically in the Department of Agriculture. Gathering all the farmers, our hero decided to explain the task set before them. However, young Master Yin explained that all they knew was how to cultivate the land, and they didn't understand how they could help. And just like that, the boy got hit with a stick by the hero for not understanding. He didn't understand why they were told they'd be useless for this job when all they had to do was plow the land. The rest of the discussions could wait. And of course, everyone was shocked that Feng Jifan struck the official's own son. He himself was quite surprised at how rudely they began treating him. However, our hero calmly explained that this was a show of strength. If anyone slacked off, he wouldn't just beat them, he'd hang them from a tree. And right then, all the workers realized they loved farming and felt highly motivated to work. Even the young official Yin was surprised at how well violence worked on these people. Some time passed, and our hero rested under a shelter, shielded from the snow, with a plate of fruit beside him. At that moment, Mr. Yin approached to greet the captain. Clearly, the hero was shocked to see the guy so covered in dirt, like a pig wallowing in mud. However, he calmly explained that he came to report the greenhouse was built and thanked the hero for the opportunity to try his hand at farming. Feng Jifang was amazed that this guy had turned so dark, like anthracite, yet he still thanked him. As it turned out, his past life was mostly made up of horseback riding and studying. Only after arriving here did he finally understand what he truly wanted to do. He loved figuring out how to make the greenhouse brighter and the watermelon sweeter, and thanks to Jifan, he discovered the meaning of his life. And our hero was amazed that his spiteful father had almost destroyed a true professional in his own son. However, the young man was quite sorry that in these parts you couldn't grow just anything you wanted. And indeed, in those times food was expensive and yields were low. It would have been much better if they had improved crop varieties. Soon a merchant also visited the hero, believing he was summoned to review the mining reports. However, Mr. Yan was handling all these matters now. Our hero had no need to know about them. The merchant also explained that a foreign trader heard Feng Jifang was unwell, so he brought 1,000-year-old ginseng from the west. Our hero clearly understood that this man was just trying to butter him up, since ginseng doesn't grow in the west. They were trying to fool him like a fool. But in any case, he invited the man in to talk. As is well known, Ming Dynasty silk and porcelain were famous worldwide, and shipping them by sea was both highly profitable and quite risky. One day, a ship was attacked, forcing the merchant to go ashore in unfamiliar territory with no connections. After questioning those around him, he learned that Feng Jifang was quite friendly with the merchants. This was his last chance. Apparently, he wanted to bribe him to let him break the law, but Jifan was not the kind of person to allow that. In the end, the man entered and immediately greeted Mr. Feng Jifan, introducing himself. However, his name was too long. Our hero couldn't remember it, so he immediately told the man to stop talking and give him the gift. It turned out the gift was a warming blanket brought from the West, a product of the highest quality. But Feng Jifang realized the man was mocking him by calling such junk a treasure. The man was shocked that his trick was uncovered so quickly, but he had something else up his sleeve. It was a shining pearl, a legend of the West, one of a kind, glowing like a fallen star. However, Feng Jifang explained that passing off a glass orb as a pearl was just too foolish, especially since the hero was nearly finished building his glass-making furnace. The man realized he had seriously misjudged this one too, so only one copy remained. The rare specimen was ginseng brought from the West. But our hero just laughed, not understanding why traders saw sweet potatoes as no different from ginseng. This made him wonder about the man's mind. He seemed unaware that what he was holding was a sweet potato. He tried to justify it by saying the ginseng was very old, which is why it grew so large. The man bought it for 300 gold coins, a rare treasure that's hard to find. Our hero knew well that sweet potatoes originated in America before somehow ending up with the man. This product isn't rare, but it's highly nutritious, yielding 10 times more than today's crops. This is a true artifact that could save millions of lives. If the hero can obtain it easily, this potato will earn him nationwide fame as a savior of the homeland. The man wanted to discuss his ship specifically about the potatoes, and Feng Jifang immediately explained that he would write a letter to his father, and they would solve his problem. And the man was very glad that his capital would be saved. However, Jifang warned that his father is a very decent man. He's not sure he'll succeed. And then the merchant realized he had been deceived and had given away all those gifts for nothing. The events take place in the land tax collection office. On the mountain, our hero asked his young assistant to come over because he wanted to show him something. He showed a bag of sweet potatoes he grew himself, and if the planting goes well, they could harvest 30 times more, equal to 3,000 jin. Of course, the guy was beside himself upon hearing such news. He immediately thanked his captain for the trust and promised to make the best use of this potato. And our hero clearly understood that the boy was so talented that the entire future of the dynasty depended on him, like a precious gem. And just like that, winter has come to an end. Thanks to young Mr. Ina's efforts, the sweet potatoes were successfully grown and harvested. Even Feng Zifeng was quite surprised that sweet potatoes actually grew in these parts. He hoped the potatoes would actually be edible by then. Right now, his students would be just what he needs for the test. So, pouring the purple liquid into a bowl, he invited the students to come and taste the food their teacher had personally prepared for them. Clearly, the students were surprised. The teacher was unusually kind to them, so much so they thought it might be their last day alive. But when they saw the brew, they realized what was going on. One of the students suddenly remembered he had prepared a map for the teacher and immediately went to get it. Of course, the students were amazed at how cleverly this student tried to escape this torment. At that moment, Tan Yin spoke, thanking the teacher for the meal provided. He immediately finished the entire bowl of prepared potatoes in one go. Besides, the food was so delicious that he forgot to use chopsticks and asked his friends to try the dish. And our hero was glad that Tan Yin liked the food. He believed the other students simply had to try it too. He knew that as long as the student was still alive, he could confidently sell this food. At that moment, another student peeked at his friend, realizing the food was actually quite edible, so he was probably overreacting. So he returned with the map as promised, pretending he had really stepped out on business. Feng Zifeng decided to ask the young man how much they could plant in Sichuan province, according to his field research. It turned out the mountain terrain was very rocky and hilly, so even with plenty of labor, there was still very little land suitable for farming. And Ji Fan clearly remembered that a severe drought soon followed. Even planting the entire mountain with potatoes wouldn't end the famine. Moreover, farmers these days are very conservative. They'll never dance to his tune, so he'll have to buy the land. These lands were the main source of food for many people. You can't just buy land for nothing. However, since he managed to seize the Sichuan province, he'll have to try his luck with the Empress. Maybe she'll grant him a bit more land. For this reason, our hero immediately finished all his tasks and headed to the palace. Before the hero could even knock on the door, he heard the Empress's loud screams from inside. She was stunned by the boldness of these brash intruders who didn't know whose land this was but already wanted to claim it. And of course our hero thought the Empress was angry with him personally. At that moment, the Empress scolded her brothers for harming the Zhou family over a piece of land, and reminded them they had beaten the widowed Empress's nephew. Our hero clearly understood that this was the very family respected by emperors of all three dynasties and feared even by Emperor Hongji himself. If it weren't for the Empress's protection, these two would have been dead long ago. But now they've crossed someone even the Empress dares not offend. At that moment, two were sobbing, begging their sister for mercy, and promising it would never happen again. And right then, the Empress kicked those two slackers out. Our hero knew perfectly well that it was better to leave now and not upset the Empress any further. However, she noticed the departing hero and clearly understood that he had heard their conversation. However, contrary to Jifan's expectations, the woman did not get angry with him. It's all because the boy's mind was always full of good ideas. He wanted to figure out how to save his brothers who couldn't live up to the expectations placed on them. The hero himself didn't know how to save these guys, as the furious Empress could destroy the Fan family with a snap of her fingers and he was too young to survive that. Besides, these guys really messed up. Even if the Emperor forgives them, Feng Jifan can't do anything about it. The battle between the Zhang and Zhou families will be a real bloodbath. While the boy remained silent, the Empress realized he had no ideas and apologized, knowing it was all due to her constant indulgence of her brothers. It's precisely because of her foolishness and kindness that they ended up in this situation. At that moment, the nephew arrived at the palace of the widowed Empress. The boy who was beaten explained to Her Majesty that these boys had become so bold they attacked him, challenging His Majesty's authority. The Empress was surprised. Usually, the Zhou family avoided meddling in worldly affairs. But the Zhang brothers clearly didn't understand the rules and needed to be taught a lesson. The servant also reported that, according to rumors, the Empress had already given them a stern warning, and the widow understood that the woman was trying to ease the situation. But that wasn't enough, because this was about the Zhou family. At that moment, her nephew demanded that she find the one responsible and make sure there was enough evidence against them. The thing is, not even the Emperor himself can oppose the Empress's personal order. This time the brothers are finished. The frightened servant reported that Feng Zifeng was also with the Empress and said the Zhang brothers suffer from some brain disorder, which is why they recklessly get into fights. When our hero proposed this idea, the Empress challenged it, believing her brothers were perfectly healthy. But Jifan reminded them that these two look really unwell. Based on his experience, their behavior strongly suggests illness. However, the beaten man believed these two were just looking for an excuse to avoid responsibility, and was ready to do whatever it took to tear their estate apart like a hurricane. However, the widowed Empress, upon hearing of the illness, immediately shut down the case. Having lived such a long life, her nephew still never understood how this world works. So the woman explained that they used illness as an argument against themselves. They would lose face if they argued with sick people as if they were mad. In truth, the widowed empress just wanted to save face. Family quarrels would breed hatred, and fearing for her family's future after her death, she saw easing the conflict as the only right path. After this incident, the widow realized that Feng Zifan was quite an amusing person. The emperor's family saw him only as a playmate for the prince. But today he resolved a matter that could have ended in bloodshed, which was truly impressive. So the woman immediately turned to her servant. She needed the details. She wanted Jifeng to come here for the birthday celebration, because she was eager to meet him in person and find out what kind of person he really was. The scene shifts to the palace of the young Prince Ho Zhao. Feng Jifeng came to visit but found him buried in a pile of books, working non-stop. It turned out the reason was that the widowed empress's birthday was coming up soon, and the heir planned to give her a special gift, his own handwritten theses on the study of Taoism. And since she deeply valued this philosophy, Jifan knew the empress would be happy to learn how much His Highness loved and respected her. However, the young man calmly admitted he would be very grateful if Feng Zifan could copy the texts for him, as his calligraphy was excellent. And he also asked Zifan to include explanations since Taoist texts are quite difficult to understand. And our hero was amazed that all the prince's respect for the Dowager Empress simply vanished like morning mist. Of course, it was easy for him to help his friend. But he was curious where he found all these interpretations of Taoist writings, since they were either written by amateurs or the ruling party, which was a terrible choice. And the prince didn't even know there were other writings, so he asked the hero to help him choose the best one. It is known that the best interpretation of the early Ming Dynasty sutras is the collection Tao Te Ching. Finally, his knowledge came in handy, because in his past life he aimed to be just a ladies' man, never realizing the true meaning of this spiritual scripture. Soon the gift reached the widowed empress, who had heard that a family devoted to Taoism had compiled hundreds of different interpretations of the sutras. However, it was the first time she heard such a version and wanted to know where the prince had copied it from. Obviously, the boy was worried that something was wrong with the content of the sutras Jifeng had chosen. It turns out that Feng Jifan's writings were based on the teachings of a prominent Taoist from the Ming Dynasty. But due to slow communication back then, this version remains little known today. Although these texts were created in the early years of the Ming Dynasty, no tomb raider ever found the grave where these sutras were kept, so they never fell into the hands of future generations. The bowed servant explained to the widowed empress that the texts presented here could not be authentic and were not written by the crown prince himself, fearing that some dishonest people might have deceived him. Only then did the prince realize that his friend must have copied the wrong explanations of the sutras. But the widowed empress was very curious to know who had written this description. In the end, the prince had no choice but to blame his eunuch for it all. The man immediately dropped to his knees and explained to the widowed empress that he was well aware of palace rules and would never copy such sutras at His Highness's request. The Dowager Empress knew her grandson and Feng Jifan were very close, so Ho Zhao likely lied to protect his friend. The obvious conclusion was that this entire plan was Jifan's idea. The empress knew the Fan family had no complaints about him before, but he dared to insult classical authors and mislead the prince, so they had to deal with the matter. She ordered the heretical texts to be sent to Master Pu from the temple for thorough examination, with instructions to note any deviations, investigate the matter, and report back to the palace officials. If anything violated the canons, action must be taken against the heretic. And then the prince painfully realized he couldn't protect his friend or help him. Somewhere around this time, a hot summer arrived. Under the scorching sun and heat, the prince had been kneeling for 4 hours, barely feeling his legs from his father's punishment like a statue in the desert. At that moment, the servant rushed in to deliver a new order from His Majesty. The boy was already hoping he might be able to rise from his knees. However, he was instructed to move to the place where the sun shines the brightest. And obviously, the prince didn't understand why he was being punished so harshly, as if he were a hardened criminal. The events return once again to the palace of the Empress Dowager. She invited the emperor to explain that her grandson was too young to endure such torture, and advised him to take better care of him and watch over those around him. The emperor couldn't argue with the widow, only explained that because of his youth, he wanted to teach the boy a lesson, and hoped it would help him better understand right from wrong. The woman honestly admitted she couldn't sleep all night after what happened yesterday. She didn't want to harm or kill anyone, but leaving Feng Zifan near the prince was simply impossible. Obviously, the prince believed the widowed empress intended to exile Jifan from the capital, a cruel and harsh punishment. However, the emperor reminded them that although the princess was healthy now, her illness could return at any moment, and she needed Jifan's care and support. The Empress Dowager was quite upset that the Emperor acted as if Ji-fan was the only person in the world who could treat brain diseases. At that moment, the arriving servant asked the lady to speak with Master Pu. It's time for the master to personally report to the Emperor how far Feng Jifang has strayed from the norm. As is known, the late Emperor was fond of Taoism and alchemy. So many people followed him, though some took the chance to undermine the government. Only Master Pu kept his Taoist heart, choosing to study Taoism in solitude and never conspired with the secular world. After the ruler's death, most followers of Taoism and alchemy were exiled, leaving only Master Pu to lead Northern Taoism and eliminate the remaining rogue forces. That's why this man's status is so high. Now Jifan's fate rests in Master Pu's hands. Just one word from him can decide it. The man who had finally arrived bowed before the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. The Emperor understood that, unfortunately, although Feng Jifan was a member of the Imperial Palace, his future could be completely destroyed by someone's words. The man calmly explained that this interpretation of the sutras, sent by the widowed Empress, was literally considered a Taoist sacred text to be passed down through generations, and he greatly wished to honor the author. And obviously no one could possibly believe it. Even the Emperor couldn't accept that Ji-fan, besides his other talents, was also a Taoist. And the Dowager Empress realized that if a man spoke so highly of the author, he was probably a decent person. But the man considered our hero so saintly that he felt he had no right to judge him. And of course, for the widowed Empress, this was a complete surprise. For having spent her life reading sacred texts, she had never discovered this gem. She asked to send her decree inviting Feng Jifan to the palace on the 10th day of the 6th lunar month to join the birthday celebration with the crown prince. Clearly, the emperor was stunned by this news, as only royal family members were allowed in the palace on the birthday. If Jifan shows up now, rumors might start about his ties to their family. And if rumors start about a possible marriage to the princess, not even the emperor can stop them. Around this time, our hero was struck by bad luck. He accidentally gave the prince fake treaties and nearly got exiled. And the widowed empress was truly terrifying, like an enraged tigress. At that moment, the disciple Tang Yin came to inform his teacher that the monastery had sent him many invitations, all from the great master. But our hero flew into a rage, ordering his student to hand over all the invitations so Jifang could tear them up. He wanted nothing to do with those stinky Taoists. Soon, servants of the imperial palace entered the room. They reminded the hero that the widowed empress's birthday was approaching, and ordered Feng Jifang to attend the incense ceremony. And then Jifang realized, whether he liked it or not, he would have to meet those stinky Taoists, as if dealing with swamp demons. Then he immediately shouted at Tan Ying, ordering him to call the students at once so they could go with him. Around this time, the son of official Lu arrived at the monastery. The young man calmly explained that once a student received guidance from a great master and attained enlightenment, so he asked the mentor to give him the same teaching. However, the master had been practicing in seclusion for many years, so the guard asked the visitor to leave. In the end, the disappointed young man had no choice but to leave. But suddenly, Feng Jifang appeared near the gate, introduced himself to the guards, and demanded to be let through. Everyone was just waiting for this master, so they let him in along with his entire entourage. And obviously the official's son was stunned. Why was he let in but not the other guy? This seemed simply inexplicable, given the reputation our hero carried behind him. In truth, the great master was amazed by Feng Jifan, who wrote such outstanding treatises. He must be an exceptional person. At first glance, the guy seemed like a half-educated youth, and he even thought he might have been deceived. So he decided to check and asked him to explain what he thinks about rest and inaction. Our hero was fully aware that this old Taoist was testing him. If he gives himself away here, the Dowager Empress will find out, and then it will be the end for him, like a condemned man. Of course, he could have started spouting nonsense right to the man's face. But this old man has spent his whole life reading treatises. He's not easily fooled. And if he makes a mistake, it will be even worse. So he calmly explained that he did not know the answer to this question. He's never studied the Tao and doesn't understand it at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the man just laughed at his words. That was an excellent answer. For keeping secrets from one's comrades was true peace and stillness. Feng Zifang couldn't believe that such an answer actually helped. But it turned out the answer was deep and complex. Ordinary people couldn't grasp it. When other Taoists themselves don't understand something, they don't hide it or pretend. They answer honestly. That's the true meaning of peace and non-action. However, he was very curious about where this collection of judgments had come from. The boy explained that he was guided by a master, and about 5 years ago, an old Taoist recognized his great potential and wanted to take him as a disciple to teach him the Tao, so he studied diligently. And clearly the master was very curious to find out who this person really was. Our hero paused for a moment and remembered that this man was usually called Wei Dao. Of course, the old man couldn't believe that his mentor was still alive. And our hero never expected that the name he would mention would turn out to be the teacher of this old man. Things were looking grim because his forgery was the treatise of Wei Dao, and obviously his student could expose the hero. It has been revealed that this monastery was founded by Wei Dao, who later entrusted worldly affairs to his disciples and set off on a journey, earning a good reputation that lives on in the collection of judgments. His student was an orphan raised by Wei, so he became both teacher and father to him. When the old man, a Taoist priest, heard he was alive, he couldn't hold back his emotions. He shared how 40 years ago, the teacher suddenly left the monastery, and they never heard from him again, never imagining they would cross paths once more. And clearly our hero sighed with relief that the man had disappeared 40 years ago. If he had used real treatises, they would have figured it out, and that would have been very bad. The elder explained that all these years he had followed his mentor's path every day, walking the way of the noble teacher's Tao. And our hero, seeing his tears, realized that if he had known the old man's teacher was Wei Dao, he wouldn't have mentioned it to avoid causing such pain. But what interested the old man most was what the teacher said when he was with Ji Fan. And he calmly explained that Wei Dao said he has talents that appear only once in 1,000 years. He also said he had a few students, but as a Taoist preacher, all he could do was pass on worldly matters to them. The old man was ashamed to admit it, but he and his brothers had been studying the Tao with their teacher for 20 years, all in vain. He was very glad that the master had found such a skilled student like Ji Feng and believed it was fate that they were meant to meet. Now the old man saw the hero as a brother, for if the mentor valued him so much, it was better to learn the Tao together. But to Ji Fan, the attempt to make him a monk seemed like a cruel joke. Then the old man explained that their monastery had been developing the teachings in the north for 100 years, passing them down through 4 stages, Dao, De, Chao, and Tian. Where Yes was their teacher, Dao was Ji Feng together with the old man. 39 people represented Chao, and Tian is hundreds of other students. And since the brother was the master's student, he would become a mentor brother to the elder. In their monastery, he would rank below 1 but above 1,000. Our hero calmly explained that he was just lucky to receive guidance from a master, but he could never become a Taoist monk. If his father found out, he would surely kill him like a traitor. However, the old man explained that their monastery comes directly from the Dao school in Longhushan, and they are allowed to eat meat and have families. Then Ji Feng reminded them that he was the future lord of Nanhe and an official. He couldn't spend all day stuck in a monastery studying. However, the old man reminded him that their school had no restrictions. The young man could learn the Tao anywhere, in a temple or not, especially since Feng Zifan had a natural talent. He was chosen by fate. He couldn't refuse this offer. But our hero calmly got up, reminded that he still had business in the city, said a quiet goodbye to the old man, and quickly vanished like a ghost. Of course, the old man was stunned that such a gifted boy had simply run away from the monastery. He was deeply saddened that the teacher had predicted exactly this fate for him. At that moment, the hero's students were discussing the incident and could only agree on one thing. Their teacher's actions were unpredictable. Besides, little brother Van really wanted to befriend their master, something the students couldn't help him with. But the guy felt that Ji Fan was clearly hiding something. It would be better for everyone if he could get closer to them. At that moment, Feng Zifang ran to them in panic, realizing that if he didn't escape soon, he'd have to become a monk. And just like that, after a daring escape, he found himself at a tea shop at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a stranger staring intently at him. The aristocrat stopped in the middle of his students, and Ji Fan was quite afraid that another student was trying to join him. Bowing, the gentleman introduced himself, admitted he had a few questions about the teachings, and asked the great mentor for advice. However, to the guy's great shock, our hero flatly refused to help with anything, and the students pretty much expected that kind of reaction from their mentor. Feng Zifang didn't want to take any risks because he was afraid the boy's father would tear his head off, especially since the boy was destined to grow up and become a very important person. At that moment, they were distracted by a quarrel near the tea house. Someone was arguing for money despite not having paid their tax yet, and he reminded them that this was the monastery's land money. These taxes were mandatory. Feng Zifang was surprised that the monastery's lands extended all the way here. It seems these were all monastery holdings. The merchants believed these monks had no honor. This year brought heavy snow and drought, yet they didn't lower the rent even a bit. People had nowhere to go. At that very moment, the woman burst into tears, not knowing how to carry on with her affairs. At that moment, our hero approached her, showed a bit of silver, and asked her to answer a couple of questions. Obviously, the lady shared the gift and promised to tell everything exactly as it happened. And Ji Fan was very curious about how much land the monastery owned. It turns out everyone says the monastery had about 10,000 kin of arable land, just around the capital. And besides the land they leased to aristocrats, they had plenty of monastery-owned land. Feng Zifeng knew well that to expand the potato fields before, he had sent several students to survey almost all the lands available, but success was limited. He never imagined the monastery had so much arable land. If sweet potatoes can be grown on all these lands, it could save many people. The lady warned that the monastery prayed a lot every year and kept gaining more land. The monks lived well, but even in bad harvest years, they never lowered the taxes. They had no limits. Some monks, hiding behind the law, controlled the lands as they pleased, kept many concubines, and shamelessly humiliated the poor people. And clearly even Tan In was angry, believing those damn monks looked down on people. They only received a few hundred each in alms, yet they wanted more, completely spoiled. And the moment you pressured them, they attacked people like rabid dogs. However, our hero, hearing all these words, realized this was a perfect chance to return to the monastery. In the end, when he arrived and saw the old monk, he immediately greeted him as his brother, and the elder was overjoyed that Jifeng had returned, promising he would never let him go this time. The events continued in the dining hall of that very monastery. There sat a man named Van Tani Bao, contentedly gazing at the rich spoils granted to him that day. The only thing clouding his good mood was the annoying obstacle posed by those cursed Chanosh who dared to interfere with tax collection. But at that very moment, our valiant hero struck the unfortunate fat man with a truly magnificent slap. The whole issue was that Feng Jifeng overheard the vile things he said about his students. Clearly, the burly scoundrel was quite surprised that someone dared to show up, brazenly inviting trouble in the holy sanctuary and expecting to get away with it. The impudent man calmly explained that such monks posed no threat to him whatsoever. He asked to bring in the people who would personally smash this shoddy operation to pieces. The fat man exclaimed that Feng Zifan had completely lost his mind. He would never let them destroy everything. However, the hero's students truly set about methodically smashing everything they could find in the rooms. Behind stood a silent young gentleman who knew this monastery was connected to the reigning empress, a move even Feng Zifan found excessive. However, he clearly admired the bold and determined spirit of the young man. Such people were rare these days. The especially angry Tan Yen approached the fat man on behalf of the common people. He couldn't understand where all the boldness had gone. The same boldness the man once used to squeeze money out of the unfortunate. Suddenly, the monastery elder named Zhang appeared and ordered the intruders to stop the destruction immediately. He also ordered his men to arrest these brainless idiots to deliver righteous justice. Feng Jifeng knew full well that this Taoist temple was rotten to the core, and Wang Tani Bao was rushing to gather all the money specifically for this senior adept. So our hero asked the old man not to rush anywhere and better to stay silent altogether. Zhang was clearly shocked that some brat dared to act so boldly on his sacred ground. However, Feng Jifeng calmly introduced himself as the elder brother and mentor of the great master, who was the old man's uncle and mentor, leaving Zhang clearly disappointed that he did not kneel before his uncle, as if he had completely lost his fear of God. The man himself, who had heard that the master had gained a brother mentor, never expected it would be this young lad. In the end, he had no choice but to bow down, following the teachings of Taoism. At that time, the status of a mentor was paramount. If the elder had not bowed to his teacher, it would have been seen as the greatest insult to Feng Jifan, so such a thing was never questioned. Clearly, the elder's servants were stunned to see their lord fall to his knees. One of the fat man's brothers couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that the brother who did whatever he pleased in the temple would finally get what he deserved? At this moment, Feng Jifeng decided to determine the fate of this fat man. He reminded that, as a follower of the temple's fourth generation, he showed the hero the greatest disrespect. For this, he was banished from the holy monastery and will now sweep the streets every single day. However, it was clear that Feng Jifan now needed to find a new owner for the dining hall. Just then, the fat man's brother walked by, calmly cracking sunflower seeds. But it was this very man our hero appointed as the head of this place, something no one expected. That unfortunate man chased the hero all the way to the monastery gates, crawling on his knees and begging the Lord to keep him in his position. In the monastery, no one dares defy the elder, and Feng Zifang made him the leader, which was basically a death sentence for him. Our hero decided to find out if the man has been happy with his life over the past few years. It turned out that in recent years, the poor guy was just begging and then getting beaten up by the nasty old man. Feng Jifang calmly reminded the man that he was now equal to the elder. But since the man could live in luxury while the elder lived in poverty, he should have opposed this arrangement. And only upon realizing this did the old man truly become enraged. Our hero explained that as the man's mentor, he would support him. There was absolutely nothing to fear. He will be able to defeat the elder and literally become the king of this monastery. In the end, he realized this was the best option for him and decided to overthrow the elder's dictatorship. After that, he hurried back to the monastery to carry out good deeds. However, the aristocrat Van believed that this man was completely unfit for the position he had been given. Feng Jifeng himself knew well that the elder was strong enough to crush this man like an annoying fly with just one hand. That's exactly why the noble young man was curious about what guided the hero. Today, Feng Jifeng was in a good mood, and decided to enlighten the young lad after all. It was known that the monastery's reputation had become terrible, but the Grand Master never got involved in internal affairs, so our hero smashed the refectory to lure out the scoundrel hiding behind the extortioner, and the trick worked perfectly. He pulled out the old man and, using his position, could now ruin his reputation, challenge his authority, and force him to accept such a worthless brute as his superior. Feng Jifeng decided to use this poor soul not because he had high hopes for him, but to cut off his escape routes, leaving him no choice but to rely on our hero. In other words, he became his pawn, and only by relying on Feng Jifeng could he truly take part in the monastery's affairs. As is well known, when everything is carefully thought out in a person's mind, they can confidently put that strategy into action. This is precisely what is called the unity of knowledge and action. Truly, upon hearing this, the young man realized he had literally gained new insight from the hero's simple story. In fact, the unity of knowledge and action is an idea proposed by Wang Yangming in his mature years, forming the foundation of his philosophical thought. But now the aristocrat realized that the gentleman had likely done all this not just for justice, but to gain some benefit from it. Feng Zifeng, seeing the young man's insight, was not surprised that he would become a great sage, for he had already fully uncovered his plans. Now our hero pretended that all his actions were done solely for the good of the people. The aristocrat was quite angry that the gentleman seemed to find it essential to be hypocritical. In the end, Feng Jifeng admitted he needed the monastery's farmland. Better he manage the land than let those scoundrels rob the people. Besides, our hero didn't look like a poor beggar. He wanted to cultivate the fields with the best crops so that hunger would disappear forever. Hearing these words, the aristocrat realized that although Feng Zifeng seemed like a complete fool, he truly cared for the people, which was genuinely heartening. In the end, as soon as 6 months of harsh snowstorms passed, they were followed by several months of prolonged drought. The fields bore no fruit, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of those who died from the cold. Ominous rumors spread among the people, and crowds of beggars composed verses blaming the emperor's sins for all their misfortunes, as crime grew so rampant that even imperial soldiers were attacked by angry mobs. From history books, Feng Zifeng knew that on June 17th, rain would come to cool the heated situation. Even Ho Zhao faced tough times. It felt like his whole life was trying to break him. However, Feng Zifeng suggested that His Highness pray for rain, as he knew a master who was truly skilled in this art. Ho Zhao thought his brother had completely lost his mind. After all, their parent hated any talk of gods and would definitely punish him for it. However, our brave hero promised that they would take care of His Majesty. If it rains, it will be the prince's success. But if the skies stay silent, they won't harm those wretched Taoists and will lead them to the palace in submission. His Majesty would never raise a hand against such a loyal son, and the prince realized they would come out ahead no matter what, so he decided to ask the hero for advice on the best course of action. At that moment, a worried servant rushed out of the temple, desperately searching for the mentor. He admitted that his older brother had just nearly taken his life and planted stolen goods on him to banish him from the monastery forever. Just at the right moment, the man arrived. So Feng Jifeng introduced His Highness the Prince to the very master he had been talking about. This very man was highly skilled in calling forth the rain. Then our hero whispered to the man that if he didn't want to be expelled from the monastery, he had to behave and pretend to be a true master. Everything else would be handled by Feng Zifeng himself. The hero explained to the prince that all he needed to do was ask for an altar to be built, and they would surely bring rain soon. The monastery's servants arrived at the imperial court, and truly they saw a man standing on a vast altar, trying to summon the heavenly moisture. However, the elders saw this as outright charlatanism and cornered the eccentric, waiting for his inevitable failure so they could disgracefully banish him. At that moment, the prince gazed up at the clear sky where the sun shone brightly. The heir began to doubt there would be rain today and feared that Feng Zifeng intended to deceive him. However, the young man asked to trust the master, as many precious lives were at stake. Of course, Feng Zifeng only remembered an approximate time. There was a high chance he had simply set up the unfortunate master. At this moment, officials and many scholars also gathered. Clearly, they thought what was happening was madness that needed to be reported to His Majesty immediately. By this time, almost everyone had gathered at the sacred place, as Feng Zifeng kindly informed the prince. Now he asked the heir to show his love for the people and make his father see him in a new light. With tears in his eyes, the prince pleaded to the heavens. For 2 months straight, the land has endured great disasters. The prince is deeply anguished that he cannot care for his majesty or protect his people. If it doesn't rain today, he wishes to die an honorable death. That was enough to build the drama, so Feng Jifeng asked his friend to finish the performance. However, he ignored the words and immediately declared that if he died, he hoped the grateful heavens would send rain to wash over his passing. Right then, the eunuch fell to his knees, explaining to the prince that he couldn't speak like that. After all, he was the heir to the throne and simply couldn't die. But Feng Zifeng just couldn't understand why the rain still hadn't come. Some drama would have at least brightened up this spiraling situation. At that moment, one of the ministers arrived at the emperor's palace and reported that common folk here and there were praying for rain. However, the prince was the emperor's heir. If he failed, it would mean the Ming dynasty had lost the favor of heaven. The man knew this was complete madness. They should have brought the prince to the palace immediately. But as soon as the emperor spoke these words, the sky darkened with storm clouds and lightning, and then it truly began to rain. Shortly before, the elder just laughed, eager to see how his crazy rival would summon rain on such a clear day. What kind of master fools the emperor with mere prayers for rain? He was literally a parasite on the monastery, so he hoped the office manager would bring him to justice. No matter what he thought, it still started to rain. And then the elder realized that this might be the beginning of his end. At that moment, another nobleman realized that the monk standing at the altar who called forth the rain was likely the very parasite of the monastery they had been talking about. The elder simply gave an awkward bow, promising to explain everything. However, the nobleman only mocked the old man, who himself looked like a true parasite. In the end, he was to be sent to court, but the elder still insisted he acted for the monastery and begged for mercy. At that moment, everyone was praying to the monk standing at the altar. In the end, since the rain invocation succeeded, Emperor Hongji immediately honored him as a man of perfect wisdom and granted him the title of patron of faith. After the entire performance, the prince, soaked from the rain, also appeared before the father. However, the emperor completely ignored the young man and walked straight to the hero. He was very curious to find out how it happened and whether there really is a person who can control the weather. However, Feng Jifeng knew perfectly well that such a thing was impossible. Rain summoning was nothing but a simple trick. But this prayer made the people believe. They think the Son of Heaven and his servants are not just pretending, but truly convincing the people that heaven favors the imperial house. The emperor realized that Feng Jifeng had chosen a truly wise approach, but he was curious to know how the young man knew it would rain today. Our hero lied, claiming there was a method his uncle taught him as a child. Just by observing nature, you could tell that it would probably rain today. And right then, the emperor realized from his words that the boy might have been mistaken and there might not have been any rain, meaning he had taken an unjustified risk. The son calmly explained that if the Taoist hadn't brought the rain, they would have simply sacrificed him. And Feng Zifeng tried to justify it by saying he did it all for the people. If the rain hadn't come, he could have simply told them it was all due to the master's mental issues. And immediately, comparing the answers of the two, the emperor realized that his son had nothing sacred compared to Feng Jifeng, so he angrily banished his heir. After that, the emperor admired Feng Jifeng even more, surprised by his knowledge of celestial signs and curious about what other talents the boy might have. However, the young man also knew how to get 20 shi of grain from just 1 mu of land. At that time, the yield of Minsk fields was about 2 shi per mu, meaning Feng Zifeng planned to increase the current harvest tenfold. If 1 mu could truly yield 20 shi, officials would be willing to twist off their own heads and play football with them. After hearing these words, the emperor was convinced that Feng Jifeng was truly an extraordinary young man. If things continue like this, perhaps one day hunger will vanish from the country forever. And Feng Zifeng realized for the first time that day was not far off. The events have moved to that very monastery. An elder came and informed everyone that, by the mentor's order, all fields must be planted with red potatoes. In the end, all the monks went out to work diligently in the fields. Time passed like this, and soon one of the officials arrived at the emperor's palace. He immediately reported to His Majesty that the fields on Mount Sishan had already yielded 36 shi, 15 times the usual harvest. However, the official was convinced that Feng Jifeng was definitely inflating the numbers. He was furious that the brat lied straight to the emperor's face, as if he was tired of living. He didn't envy the boy's father at all. If that were his son, he'd have killed him long ago. However, the minister also revealed that the monastery fields are being planted with the new crop grown in Sishan, causing widespread discontent among the peasants. The official clearly understood that if this was not his son's doing, he could destroy Feng Zifeng for the sake of the people, as he was uneducated and prone to foolishness. Another servant arrived, explaining that Deputy Centurion Zhang Xin was the strongest advocate for this new culture, and had brought all the complaints against him gathered during the Ming Dynasty audit. And only then did the official realize with horror that he had been collecting complaints about his own son. That scoundrel Feng Zifang was always looking for trouble, and he even dragged his wonderful son along into a whirlpool of trouble. But in the end, given the circumstances, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he explained to the emperor that he found everything highly suspicious, and wanted to double-check the matter. If any false accusations were found, he would take the harshest measures. Obviously, the emperor allowed him to act as he wished. The events shift to the centurion's barracks on Xishan. The young man quickly noticed that the sweet potato stems were clearly damaged and needed urgent fertilization. But looking at his boss, his assistant was horrified to the core. The whole issue was that behind the young man stood his father, who pointed out that it was his own son who had caused the trouble. Obviously, the boy wanted to know why his parent had come here. He even thought he had arrived to congratulate them on their bountiful sweet potato harvest. However, the man saw only withered leaves and, furious, believed his son was trying to deceive them all. In the end, the young man had to be told that sweet potatoes grow underground. You have to dig. In the south, for example, they've already harvested whole bags from just 1 mu of land. Then the man realized how wrong he had been in his suspicions. However, he still scolded his son, who tried to lecture him, for making such a racket when they took the land near the monastery with Feng Jifan. Because of them, he lost face in front of his colleagues. However, the boy explained that it was just a misunderstanding. But the official flared up again, reminding that it wasn't about how useful it was. After all, the boy was a future official and shouldn't be digging in the dirt like a common peasant. There was nothing honorable about that. However, the young man truly loved farming. It was the only thing that made him feel genuinely useful, the path Feng Zifang had shown him, and since agriculture was the foundation of the state, he was willing to endure anything for the people. The official couldn't believe how much his son had changed. He was at a loss for words, briefly feeling as if he saw the shadow of Feng Zifang behind him. But this was no shadow at all. It was truly Feng Zifang himself, coming to greet his subordinate. The man was stunned, unable to understand when that little pest had appeared here. He scolded Feng Zifang for his bad behavior that changed his son so much, and said he deserved to be punished. At that moment, Feng Zifang handed the man a piece of sweet potato. He was so amazed by its sweet and fragrant taste, he almost swallowed his tongue. Our hero calmly explained that this was the very sweet potato they had been growing. Then he calmly explained to the man that he really hated lying. The man was standing right there in the middle of a field with a harvest of 30 shi. Feng Jifang really hoped that now his uncle would finally start trusting him. And truly, tasting the sweet potato, he could not help but admit his complete defeat. It was simply divine. At one point, the man burst into tears like a child, realizing what a great blessing this culture was for ordinary people, that they would remain fed during these terrible years. This roasted root vegetable he just tasted was truly wonderful. From the very first bite, he felt a true happiness he hadn't experienced in a long time. However, Feng Jifang made the man even happier by explaining that sweet potatoes can be eaten in more ways than just baked. In another form, it will be even more enjoyable, as you can create many wonderful dishes from it. In the end, the man decided to try all the dishes laid out on the table. Even his son was worried. He knew how tasty the sweet potato was, but it wasn't wise to eat so much of it. However, the parent clearly didn't understand the dangers of overeating this root vegetable. At that moment, the man felt the chi in his body descend into his lower abdomen. In the end, he let out a fart so powerful it blew away several huge boulders behind him. And our hero, barely holding back laughter, explained that the man's inner energy was unmatched throughout all of China. In the end, growing sweet potatoes in Xishan brought tremendous success. The emperor ordered to keep up the good work, and from that moment on, the common people stopped starving. The captain was promoted to 1,000-man commander, and others were rewarded for their success in sweet potato cultivation, while Feng Zifang himself was appointed as the county governor. His father realized this time he had lost the battle. He cared too much about what others thought and ignored his own son's feelings. So, genuinely happy for him, he allowed him to continue his beloved work and not disappoint the emperor. The boy himself knew he was no longer the weakling he once was. Working in the fields had made him much stronger and more resilient. Even his father was amazed to see the strong physique of his once frail boy. Seeing these two agree, our hero was glad his own father wasn't such a bore. He always defended him, believing he showed great promise. Around this time, on the 9th day of the 6th lunar month, the birthday of the Empress Dowager was celebrated. By the highest decree of the Ming dynasty, this event was considered extremely important. The imperial court prepared for months, and no more than 10 chosen women were allowed to enter the palace to congratulate the empress. Around this time, our hero stood behind a lavishly prepared table. And finally, when he looked out, he saw his Aunt Fan Shi. As it turned out, last night the hero's father was furious, unleashing thunder and lightning, not knowing which scoundrel dared to offend his dear sister. However, she calmly explained that her husband and his family would take care of her, though she didn't get along well with her sister-in-law. After all, she was the eldest in the family and the daughter of a prince, so she was a bit proud. Yet living with them was hard, and feeling sad, she went to her brother to share her sorrow. And of course, the moved father immediately began to pity his poor little sister. Our hero began scanning the crowd, searching for that very scoundrel, the prince's daughter. And there he saw the villainess his aunt couldn't get along with. The woman was clearly very surprised when she noticed her nephew at the celebration, and the widowed empress was stunned by the stranger's behavior. The thing is, while everyone bowed to the empress, she stood motionless like a pillar, which back then was seen as ignorance of etiquette and a grave disrespect to the empress, a serious offense. Obviously, the woman immediately fell to her knees, hesitating and unaware of the trouble she had gotten into. At that moment, the villainess explained to the empress that she was the wife of the prince's second son and was unfamiliar with palace etiquette, which led her to break the sacred chamber's rules. The woman secretly rejoiced that her aunt had slipped up and now faced inevitable harsh punishment. She then introduced herself as the eldest of the family and expressed her wish to accept the punishment on behalf of the younger members to avoid breaking the rules. The villainess hoped the widowed empress would truly appreciate her knowledge of the rules. Our hero watched the unfolding drama like an exciting play, knowing his aunt wouldn't last 3 acts against that bold woman's tricks. The Dowager Empress herself was convinced that this woman was highly educated and wished to take a closer look at her. The woman clearly understood that winning the Empress Mother's favor was no easy task. And she had also heard rumors that even Feng Jifan had gained family ties thanks to the Empress. So she decided to ruin everything by reminding Her Excellency that Fan Shi was from Nanhe County, and that her nephew Feng Jifan had a terrible reputation throughout the capital. Hearing these words, Feng Zifang realized the woman had completely lost her nerve in what she was saying. The Empress Dowager was surprised that the woman knew Feng Jifan. She calmly explained that although she hadn't met the young man personally, everyone in the capital knew this fool, and rumors spread that he was an uneducated idler who wasted his days doing nothing. It looked so ridiculous that it would be even more foolish to say that Feng Zifan plans to conquer the earth and take over the entire universe. At that moment, the woman concluded with a sly smile that Feng Zifang was the biggest fool you could find anywhere under heaven. However, the Empress was furious that the woman had gathered these rumors here and there and now spoke about them with such confidence. Only then did the lady realize that everything had turned out very badly for her. It turns out that this morning the Empress summoned the hero because she heard he became a brother of the Great Master, and it seems she wrongly accused him. Fen Jifang immediately shed a tear and admitted that there were probably bad rumors about him, which he had long since gotten used to. Seeing the boy's genuine reaction, the widowed Empress even felt a pang of pity for him. Now, looking at the hero, the woman couldn't believe people had been speaking ill of Feng Zifan all along. He honestly admitted he didn't know why it happened, but couldn't do anything, and listened to it day after day. Obviously, the woman couldn't believe that Feng Zifang had been here all along as an honored guest. At that moment, bowing, our hero apologized for being so uneducated, having wasted days away, and for his notorious reputation throughout the capital. Obviously, the hero knew that although she was a gossip who spread rumors everywhere, if he didn't argue with her and stayed polite, it would hurt her even more. Feng Zifang explained that he had heard from his aunt that the lady was very kind. He wanted to visit her, but learning about his own mental issues and bad reputation, he feared being rude and decided not to go. By addressing her with all due respect, Feng Zifang showed his deference. But as a woman of high society from a noble family, she looked down on him, poor as he was. The Empress was clearly outraged that the boy was considered infamous and demanded to know who dared to slander him. And the woman realized she had completely lost all respect in the eyes of the Empress Mother. All she could do was apologize for her mistakes. Aunt Feng Zifan was very proud because her little nephew knew how to persuade people. At that moment, the hero defended the lady, saying that although she gathered gossip, today was a celebration and it shouldn't be turned into a punishment. The young man knew that all the series he'd watched weren't wasted. At moments like this, you have to show generosity. He wasn't going to argue with that loudmouth woman. The Empress Mother understood that she did not know all the details. However, Feng Jifan had a truly excellent and noble upbringing. He certainly couldn't be called ignorant, unlike what that uneducated lady claimed. Obviously, the woman couldn't understand how this runt could know anything about Taoism. She believed that scoundrel had originally wormed his way to the Empress through Taoism, so the situation could still be fixed. So the woman shared that she had already invited a famous master from Jiangning to congratulate the Empress Mother. The monastery on Mount Lunhu was the birthplace of the Zhengyi Taoist school, with Lunquan being just one part of it, and the master was never the head of the monastery, so his status in Taoism was insignificant. Even the Dowager Empress had heard that this master originally studied the teachings in the Lunhu Mountains. He was an exceptional Taoist, and she couldn't wait to meet him. The cunning lady knew that as soon as this master arrived, she could finally humiliate Feng Jifan completely. Soon, bowing respectfully, the Taoist arrived, honored to be invited to this palace, paying deep respects to the Empress and ready to answer any questions she might have. At that moment, the cunning woman reminded them they also had Feng Jifang, a Taoist, who could have sought advice from the master. And then the hero realized that although he gave the woman a chance to save her reputation, she seemed to refuse it. In the end, he calmly explained that it's unlikely you can seek advice from a stranger in Taoism. And then the lady realized that Feng Zifang was clearly trying to weasel out and intended to disgrace him. However, the arriving master recognized Feng Zifan and couldn't believe he had met him here. He admitted that he recently read his collection of thoughts and never expected to encounter such a great master there. Then he dropped to his knees and immediately greeted the hero as his mentor. Obviously, no one expected this or knew what was happening. Even the emperor was amazed, while Hou Jiao simply admired his master and brother. Our hero felt deeply awkward. After all, the man who fell to his knees before him was on the same level as Wei Dai, whose treatise he had so brazenly copied. In the end, the Taoist bowed and explained that since the mentor was present today, he dared not boast of his knowledge and wished to leave immediately. And the wicked noblewoman couldn't understand how it had come to this. In the end, the plan with the master failed. But she still had a gift from the Wei family that she fully invested in. It could be her salvation. At that very moment, the servant announced that Prince Wei's family was presenting 4 jade ornaments, 60 corals, 10 jin of agate, and 6 tau of pearls. At the same time, their prince was offering a pair of glasses. However, Hou Jiao quickly explained that he knew their brother and Feng Jifan had built a glass workshop on Shishan and produced 1,000 jin of glass in a single day. But in the emperor's eyes, it seemed as if his son had decided to destroy his own sworn brother. Even the bold lady was shocked that Feng Zifang turned out to be so stingy. This time, she definitely won the fight. At that moment, Feng Zifang approached the woman and honestly admitted he had spent a lot of time thinking and decided to make longevity glasses for her. He was really hoping the lady would wear them herself. At that moment, the Empress's hands trembled with fear. The Emperor was terrified, not understanding what had happened to the Empress. And the cunning lady laughed, believing the Empress was simply trembling with rage. But truly, she was simply amazed, seeing so clearly for the first time in her life. Everything around became incredibly clear. It was a true miracle. Our hero knew the Empress had experienced all the joys life could offer, but these glasses would open up new horizons for her. She honestly told Feng Zifan that she had never received such a wonderful gift in her life, and no gold or silver could compare to these magical glasses. She was eager to thank the young man somehow. And of course, the woman couldn't understand how something like that was even possible. Our hero, bowing, explained to the lady that he didn't need any rewards, but he had an aunt married to the second son of Prince Wei, and all his cleverness was thanks to her guidance. The woman realized that since such a kind child was raised under her aunt's guidance, the woman herself must have been good too. For this reason, she immediately ordered Lady Fan Shu to be made a second-rank lady. Although Fan Shu was a 5th-rank lady, she suddenly jumped to 2nd rank, an unprecedented event at court, while Lady Mu remained 3rd rank. Clearly, the hero was very grateful to the lady and thanked her on behalf of his aunt for this kindness. Even the emperor was amazed at how quickly our hero accepted the gift. Once he expressed gratitude, his decision was final, and the empress could no longer change her mind. All the other noble ladies immediately began congratulating the noble Lady Fan, and Mrs. Mu realized she had been completely crushed, and now a good life was out of reach. General Quan Yue's battle against Milu's rebels in Guizhou has reached a breaking point, with rising soldier casualties and the dynasty's authority plummeting, so imperial official Wang Shi gathered elite troops to crush Milu's army in one decisive strike. At the same time, Hou Jiao came to his friend to share that he had fully learned Wang Shi's battle plan. He was simply amazing. He pulled armies from 4 provinces from all directions to thoroughly surround and destroy the Guizhou rebels. The Milu soldiers are just a disorganized mob, easy to handle. This time the uprising will be crushed in no time. But our hero just laughed at the words of the young heir. After that, he explained that he wouldn't be so confident in those words if he were in his place. Clearly, the prince was very curious why his friend had such doubts. So he decided to investigate himself, having studied military treatises since childhood, and being the best expert in cavalry and warfare. In this war, victory will surely be theirs. However, Feng Jifang explained that in this world, there are no clear victories. If Milu managed to defeat an official with such a weak army, then the same could happen to Wang Shi. Of course, the boy understood how skillfully Feng Zifang had bypassed the usual rules of warfare. So I calmly explained that it was all just empty talk. Military strategy is not as simple as he thinks. In the end, all these disputes happened right before the official's eyes. Official Van felt quite awkward that these two were arguing as if he didn't even exist. Soon, our hero headed home to rest for a while. He knew everyone was now completely convinced that Van Shi's strategy was perfect. Too bad history had already shown it was far from that. However, unexpectedly, a servant arrived to warn the hero that a guest was coming. He needed to hide quickly, and it turned out the guest was a young aristocrat. Feng Zifeng had no idea why the young man had come to see him, but he immediately bowed to the hero, presenting him with a scroll. This was the last military report from Guizhou. Wang Shu was ambushed, and his suppression plan failed. The young man dared to ask how the gentleman realized that Van Shi's strategy would fail. Our hero knew well that although this guy was annoying, he was incredibly talented. After all, he had to get past all the servants and guards to reach him. However, there were many others besides this young man who wanted to know the answer to the question. Soon the hero was also summoned to the imperial chambers. The emperor wanted to know how Feng Jifang could have known that Wang Shu's plans would fail. Our hero calmly explained that although Milu's army is large and appears weak, it has one great advantage. They know the terrain perfectly and, like ghosts, can strike from hiding, always causing trouble for the imperial army. Their soldiers came from other provinces, so it's no surprise they struggle to navigate unfamiliar territory and have no idea how to find Milu's rebels. Apparently, the supply trains are constantly under attack, so the size of the army here is far from the deciding factor. The emperor wanted to know if their troops really couldn't do anything against this small band of bandits. However, Feng Jifan had a solution for everything. If enemies could ambush, then so could they. Once, the Xiongnu had the strongest cavalry, but Han Emperor Wu trained even stronger riders who made the Xiongnu flee in retreat. They just need to build fortifications in the rocks, find people to study the terrain, and learn to fight in the mountains, and then victory will be theirs. They will follow the enemy's path and cut it off for them. Of course, no one could have imagined that Feng Zifan was knowledgeable in military affairs. His words carried great meaning, making it hard even for officials to find fault. At that moment, the hero realized he hadn't finished speaking and was about to continue. But the emperor silenced the boy with a wave of his hand and ordered him to leave immediately. It was clear the ministers were surprised that His Majesty didn't let Feng Jifan finish speaking. However, he worried the young man might get arrogant if the emperor started listening to everything he said. But he's still ordered to do absolutely everything our hero just advised. The day of the palace exams has arrived, the final test that will decide each student's future path. And of course, the young aristocrat sat waiting for the exam to begin. Suddenly, an unusual premonition ran through his entire body. When he turned to this hero's students, he had no idea what had happened to the three of them. It turned out that in the morning, Feng Zifang warned the guys they had an exam today, and asked them to say something to him as their teacher one last time. Of course, everyone was really hoping the mentor would share a clever trick to pass the exam. However, he warned that their old essay templates wouldn't work for this exam, so only the heavens could help them. It would be a disaster if they'd only read books and ignored what's happening around them. And basically, the mentor was right, because they had no idea how to write an essay about the principles of governing a country on their state exams. But they all remembered Feng Zifan once mentioning how to suppress uprisings. He said defeating Milu was easy. Just build fortresses in the mountains and the job's done. Although the students weren't the brightest, they remembered everything the teacher said and decided to try passing the exam just like that. The young aristocrat faced no such difficulties. He had read military treatises since childhood and knew everything about uprisings, especially since he listened to what his father and relatives said about it. What no one could predict in this matter, Mr. Feng somehow foresaw it all. But the exam will reveal who is truly stronger. In the end, the events shift to the winter chambers where the emperor was studying writings. However, he saw 4 identical essays, all about fortifications in the mountains, so the emperor knew Feng Jifang was definitely involved. However, Minister Li awkwardly pointed out that all these students studied together, so the similarity in their answers was hardly surprising. However, the emperor was furious. These were writings from recommended students, but they were full of worries about the rebellion, and he didn't want worries, he wanted solutions. Then Minister Li presented the emperor with an excellent 8-part essay that His Majesty had to see. Reading it, the emperor realized the student insisted that success depends on supply provisions. He proposed halting the suppression of the uprising, lulling the rebels into a false sense of security, securing provisions for the army, and calculating the total payroll costs. The emperor was amazed. This student wrote just as well as the Minister of Defense himself. The minister explained that this response came from Mr. Wan, who was also the son of the first official Wan. And the emperor couldn't argue. The official had raised a worthy son, so he expected the boy to top the exam. Of course, all the officials were thrilled that the son was just as talented as his father. Truly a fortunate stroke of luck. However, The emperor was more concerned that all of Feng Jifan's students had slightly different results, so he believed that this was where all of Feng Jifan's luck ran out. Moreover, if Feng Jifan's fortifications in the mountains were any good, good news would have come from Guizhou long ago, but all they've had so far are losses. However, unexpectedly, one of the assistants brought urgent news, a report from Guizhou. The scroll fell into the Grand Duke's hands, and he immediately began to read it. However, what he saw made him anxious, and he immediately rushed to the palace. So even under the cover of night, he ordered the servants to harness the horses and set off immediately. Around this time, young Master Van was sitting at home reading a book. His father approached him, reminding him that the exam results were posted today and hoping the boy would go check them out. However, the young man was confident that his essay was just as good as the other students, not to mention his knowledge, so no one could surpass him. He was definitely in first place. The father was outraged. His son clearly had no shortage of arrogance. In truth, the man was very proud of his son, so confident in his victory. However, the boy knew he shouldn't overlook Master Feng Zifan's students, so he decided to go and see for himself. When he arrived to hear the results, he saw that every single student of the hero was kneeling, staring at their spots on the list. Early in the morning, seeing this, they all rushed to the hero, apologizing to the teacher for their terrible exam results and even asking for forgiveness. However, our hero calmly reminded the failures that he would no longer be their teacher. Such disgrace. He wouldn't teach anyone anymore. The other students were literally begging for another chance and not to be expelled from school. And the hero was clearly angry that his students decided to lecture him, as if they had completely lost their fear. But before our hero could punish these unruly students, the guards tied him up and, by His Majesty's order, led him to the palace. So, as he left, the hero promised they would talk to the students later. This conversation was far from over. This is how Feng Zifeng ended up in the imperial palace. Yet no one even glanced his way. Not a single eye was raised. Ever since Feng Zifan was dragged in, the emperor hasn't said a word, leaving our hero clueless about why he was brought here at all. The first thing the emperor said was that Feng Jifan had managed to cause him trouble. And immediately, falling to his knees, the hero praised the emperor and apologized on behalf of the servant for his harsh words or actions. After all, the servant had a troubled mind, was young, and expected to die soon. However, the emperor, watching his behavior, just gave a sad little laugh. He then explained that he wasn't going to scold him. After all, even though he was a pain, the emperor was planning to praise him. Of course, our hero couldn't argue. He felt like the emperor was mocking him. However, it turned out that today he received news from Guizhou. With the help of mountain fortifications, the rebel forces were defeated, and no one could believe such success without double-checking the information, which is why the news reached him late. Our hero couldn't help but be proud of himself. After all, he had planned for everything to turn out just like this. The emperor calmly explained that it was Feng Jifeng who proposed the idea of mountain fortifications, so he could be promoted to lord. But he needed to work on his harsh temper, so the emperor ordered him to keep kneeling. Success in suppression led to a generic exam answer, but the issue was controversial. The exam topic was quelling the Milu uprising, yet the average answer focused on mountain fortifications. In the end, the top 4 spots were all taken by Feng Zifan students, who wrote an averaged answer. Everyone except the unruly Xu Jin. He landed all the way in 33rd place. In 5th place was young Mr. Van, who couldn't believe he ranked so low on the list. One way or another, Van's response was valid, pointing out that Commander Van Shi's tactics had flaws, and he was rushing too much. Relying on successful raids, he sent all troops to surround the rebels, not realizing they were skillfully hiding and ambushing without being detected. Mr. Van suggested switching from a quick war to a prolonged one, but if the rebels drag it out, their forces won't last long and will end up at a disadvantage. However, Van didn't realize that Van Shi was rushing because he had a limited budget himself. The court, eager to end the rebellion quickly, decided to cut military costs. In the end, Feng Jifan's plan had clear advantages. If the rebels ambush, the imperial troops should do the same, and with training they could even surpass the enemy. This was the best tactic. Secondly, fortifications didn't require many people, so maintenance costs were much lower, making them very economical. In the end, young Van finally came back down to earth and realized he had lost this time. Around this time, beggars, claiming that disasters were sent by the heavens because of an unworthy emperor, began attacking the imperial guards at night, and things were starting to spiral out of control. To preserve the court's honor, the emperor ordered the guards to capture the bandit leader within 10 days. Day and night, the guards relentlessly chased him across the city, but half a month has passed and the leader still hasn't been caught. Of course, the disciples of Feng Jifan also practiced this, so they wanted to find a way to thank their generous teacher for all the help he had given them. Soon our hero came to his students, clearly very sleep-deprived from the late-night work. Then one of the students approached him, excited to have found a way to help the teacher get some sleep. Around this time, the emperor was furious that the criminals kept causing chaos and their leader was still at large. He decided to ask one of his outstanding students what they thought about it, and the young disciple Feng Zifan suggested entrusting this task to the master, who would surely solve it in an instant. However, when the young man suggested this, he never expected their mentor to dislike the idea, which caused some difficulties. Fen Jifanu had no choice but to accept the offer. Though he didn't want to take work from the guards, he was confident he could catch those scoundrels, and his students were ready to help him with it. However, Feng Zifang refused their help, because even though they were smart, that wasn't enough. They would get hurt and let the villains escape. However, Feng Jifan had an excellent plan for tracking down and capturing criminals. Around this time, the young son of an official realized that Feng Jifang was simply incredible, able to summon rain, grow crops, quell rebellions, and even build fortresses in the mountains. The young man had no idea how Feng Zifan could manage to do absolutely everything all at once. Suddenly, he even saw a vision of Feng Zifan, who offered to guide the boy onto the true path. But it was no vision. Feng Jifang had truly come to visit him. The young man could hardly believe his joy that the hero had truly decided to help him. However, Feng Zifan had one condition. The young man had to catch the gang leader with him. And the young man reminded them that the guards had searched the entire capital and still couldn't solve it. So he didn't understand how Feng Zifang planned to fix this problem. But the hero had a plan. Once he catches the leader, he'll go to Sishan and tell the students, including Wan. So he asked the boy to have no doubts and simply trust him. For 17 days straight, the palace guard has tirelessly searched for the leader of the bandits, scouring nearly the entire capital without a trace of the criminal. At that moment, a report came to the leader that several rebels had been caught overnight, but the dungeons were already full of them. So the captain had to catch the gang leader himself and ordered his men not to return without him. No sooner had he spoken than he was informed that the gang leader had been captured by the commander. And the man couldn't stop rejoicing, knowing there was nothing the guard couldn't handle. All that was known is that Feng Zifang caught the criminal, and the criminal himself vouched for it. Soon the emperor received a report that Feng Jifan had caught the gang leader in just one day, and he couldn't believe it was possible. But the eunuch explained that he trusted Lord Feng Jifan above all, though he felt the lord had acted too hastily with this criminal. He heard that Mr. Feng Zifang wasn't conducting any investigation, but simply grabbed a hotel owner, accusing him of being the gang leader. The emperor was shocked to hear that Feng Jifang had so easily blamed an innocent man. Although the eunuch was reluctant to say it, he had to check whether Mr. Feng Zifang had really caught the right person or not. However, the innkeeper named Zhang could barely stand on his feet. Obviously, the emperor saw this as a real mockery, and decided the boy was having mental troubles again. So he asked everyone to ignore his antics. It turned out the report stated that Mr. Feng Zifang personally vouches for everything and wants to use the captured criminal to teach a lesson at Xishan. Obviously, the emperor was curious about what lesson Feng Jifan wanted to use the criminal for, and worried he might cause a stir again. For this reason, he ordered an immediate journey to Xishan to see for himself what the hero was up to. Around this time, a tied-up man sat on the slope, not far from our hero. Around this time, the head of the guard addressed his warriors, reminding them that the leader was elusive, and they had searched the capital inside and out. The guard lost many fighters, but he couldn't understand how they failed to catch such a worthless fool. It seemed like their entire guard was full of idiots. However, Feng Jifang asked the commander to calm down a bit. After all, he hadn't even started his lecture yet. Then calmly showed everyone the true legendary gang leader. He had a nose, 2 eyes, hair on his head, and skin that was neither too thick nor too thin. He wasn't much different from ordinary people, yet somehow he was unlike them at the same time. Clearly, the emperor, hearing this, realized it was all empty chatter and couldn't understand what our hero was up to or what he meant to say. At that moment, the hero stepped on the man's foot, causing him to groan even louder. And when our hero pulled the gag from his mouth, the prisoner immediately shouted loudly and even cursed with the worst words. Feng Zifang concluded that the man felt pain like anyone else and believed he was a good person, so he could be considered just like everyone else. Exactly because the gang leader is just an ordinary person, he's not so easy to spot in a big crowd. Many must be wondering how such a loser managed to outsmart 100,000 guards. The problem was that the guards didn't understand who the rebels really were, and without knowing your enemy, no amount of effort will make a difference. However, the guard commander grew somewhat angry. Though the hero claimed this was the bandit leader, he demanded proof. And of course, he had the evidence. So he handed the floor to his assistant Van. And then one of the men rose from the crowd sitting behind the guards. He explained that he led the city's beggar gangs and could confirm that this was indeed the gang leader. However, the enraged guard couldn't believe that Feng Jifan was really going to appoint a random peasant as the leader of the beggars' gang. It seemed like child's play. However, the man calmly explained that he truly was their leader, having joined them during the hard times and voluntarily taken charge, even choosing their shelter himself. Even the emperor was surprised that the man honestly admitted to being a rebel, knowing it was punishable by death, and he wanted to know why the man had turned himself in voluntarily. But the truth was, the poor man still believed it was better to wander in exile than live in poverty. However, two gentlemen gave them a safe haven in Sishani, where they earned their own food and clothes and finally found peace. But once it took hold in the capital, everything changed completely. He felt guilty for this, and even more terrified that one day chaos might come to Sishin too, and then their last shelter and clothes would be gone for good. Though he was a rebel unafraid of death, his family had nothing to do with it, and he only wanted a peaceful life for them. However, the guards still didn't believe a single word from the poor man, thinking that Feng Zifan must have paid him well to bribe him. This only angered the man, but he knew it was pointless to argue. Those they called bandits were just poor people seeking shelter, no different from other desperate souls with nowhere to go. They huddled together just to have something to eat and avoid being chased away. But once they found a quiet spot, some went begging while others turned into bandits. The guards, always well-fed and clothed, can't understand this. They never feel hunger or cold, so serving the emperor comes easy. If the poor were in their place, they'd serve even more loyally. But if those in power truly cared about the people, no one would dare commit such lawlessness, because it was the powerful who oppressed them. They were the ones who deserved to be punished for slaughtering ordinary people. Our hero clearly saw how tense things were getting, so he immediately approached his comrade and asked him to keep quiet, since these matters weren't about the commander himself, but about those above him, and the real blame lay with those behind it all. Then the hero calmly explained to the commander that if he still needed more proof, they had plenty of poor folks they could question. After this, our hero turned to all his students. He explained that they would all serve at the court in the future, and as their teacher, he would show them how to perform their court duties. His very first question was to find out what methods the students had to stop the unrest. Right away, the young aristocrat raised his hand, recalling Confucius's teaching that education can end chaos. However, Feng Zifang reminded us that this didn't work. After all, even 2,000 years later, rebels still roam everywhere. Of course, Confucius was right, but later generations misunderstood his words. They believed education meant repeatedly explaining great truths to bring order to the world. But officials must first feed the people, and only when the people are fed can education bear fruit. Then no one will dare to start a rebellion. Rebels are flesh and blood too. When hungry, they'll resort to any means, but once fed, they'll become more obedient. It's a simple yet wise truth. A good official is like a teacher, turning rebels into obedient citizens, while a bad official can turn even obedient citizens into rebels. At this very moment, the eunuch decided to find out what order His Majesty the Emperor would give, and he wished for Feng Jifang to do him a favor, wanting to see for himself the place that made the rebel Wang give up his leadership title and stay here. And suddenly his son appeared beside him, familiar with the place and ready to guide his father. Although the man agreed, he suddenly screamed in fear, not understanding how his miserable son ended up there. But it turned out the boy had been listening to Feng Zifan's lecture all along. Soon they arrived at the wanderer's settlement. Van calmly explained that he personally oversaw the construction of 3,600 yards for vagrants in Sishan, which were exactly the rebel houses up ahead. However, the emperor couldn't understand how people could live in such houses at all. At that moment, one of the women noticed that two gentlemen had arrived. She immediately fell to her knees and began thanking both of them for saving their lives. Without them, none of them would have made it this far. However, the prince smiled calmly at the woman, explaining that it was an honor for them to care for her, and the greatest thanks was that she did not forget them. He did this because usually all the honors went to Feng Jifan. He wanted his father to look at his son and see that the people recognized him as their lord. However, the emperor still talked to the hero, unable to understand how people could live well in such a place. Surely they must have had a very hard past for this to feel like paradise to them. For this reason, the emperor issued a new order. Once the leader is captured, the others will be pardoned. This was a very wise decision. All of Sishan will remember the emperor's mercy. However, his decision would have lacked wisdom if he hadn't seen everything with his own eyes, as he still wouldn't understand why there were so many rebels in the country. This time, Feng Jifang became a mentor even to the emperor himself. Though our hero didn't want to upset the emperor, he knew he had taught the young lord a lesson. Around this time, the young man stood there, soaking wet in the heavy rain. He finally grasped the formula uniting action and knowledge. Originally, this was a theory he was supposed to develop at 37 while in a county of Guizhou province, but under our hero's influence, it was born in his mind ahead of time. He soon returned home and found a book containing the latest interpretation of Confucius's humanity. But to him, it was nothing more than a cheap trinket, so he threw it away. He also found a book that offered a comprehensive interpretation of the idea of loyalty. However, he still considered it complete nonsense and got rid of the book. After that, he glanced at the palace exam textbook. He believed they had no right to even exist, so he decided to simply burn them. Obviously, when his father saw his son burning books left and right, he thought he had gone mad. How dare he burn sacred texts? However, the son calmly pointed out that his father had read many books over the years but never grasped the wisdom of the sages. The essence of these ideas was all about devotion and humanity, but today's scientists only managed to fill the air with empty words. Of course, the father thought his son had completely lost his mind for saying such nonsense. But he insisted. They scientists achieved nothing. They buried themselves in books hoping to grasp something that way. That was true madness. If you truly wish to understand the wise, first prove your worth, then gain understanding and strive for growth. This unity of knowledge and action is the path his mentor showed him. Clearly, the father was so angry that he stomped out of the room immediately. The son hoped this was his father's way of giving consent. After all, he was a top official, and his insight was sharp. However, it turned out the man armed himself with knives from the kitchen and was planning to go to Feng Jifan to kill that vile creature who had confused his son. At this time, our hero was calmly resting at home. He really wished people in ancient times could have listened to some popular music. But suddenly, the young man heard the familiar voice of his new student. He hoped the master would find him a room in the estate, but if not, he could share one with him. Obviously, the hero couldn't understand what his student was doing here. He calmly explained that his father had kicked him out, but now he could study peacefully with his mentor, so he had no regrets. However, Feng Jifang calmly reminded him that he hadn't officially accepted him as a student yet. But none of that mattered much. The young man was starting fresh and would pour his whole soul into learning from Feng Jifan, becoming his disciple. Our hero realized that the young man didn't want to become his apprentice to have him as a master, but simply wanted to live off him. However, the young man believed that Feng Jifan would have no problems with the sim and showed off his muscular arms. And truly the hero welcomed him as a dear guest in his home. Soon, after showing him to the room, our hero explained that he would be sharing it with one of his students. He didn't smell, so there shouldn't be any problems. But before the guest could rejoice, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, so he decided to eat first before continuing to unpack his things. Feng Zifeng was quite surprised that the young man felt right at home here. But if he keeps freeloading like this, there'll be nothing left of Feng Jifan's fortune. He couldn't allow that, so he had to make the kid pay for everything. Soon Feng Zifeng lay down to sleep. Now that the bandits were dealt with, he could finally rest properly. However, the emperor's servants and guards were ordered to appear at the palace. At that moment, the widowed empress was scolding the servants. Unable to understand how those idiots could let the emperor fall ill, now they were all to blame. The servants explained that at first His Majesty simply lost his appetite, but out of respect for his mother, he forbade them from disturbing the widowed empress. Officials reported that after returning from Xishan, the emperor didn't say a word. Perhaps his illness was somehow connected to it. At this very moment, Lord Feng Zifan arrived, eager to find out what was happening. The servants immediately cried out that their emperor hadn't eaten a bite since returning from Xishani, and they were at a loss trying to understand what had happened to him. Our hero immediately hid behind the prince, insisting he had nothing to do with it and hoping the prince might know what's going on. Or maybe the emperor ate something bad while on Xishan. His wife was crying. Usually His Majesty loved cooking rice and bean porridge, but now he wasn't eating anything at all. Feng Jifeng knew well that the emperor had a weak heart, and it seemed the recent event with the people had deeply affected him. Judging by history, it was around this time that the emperor's blood pressure started rising. He was overworked and then passed away. Then his extravagant son took the throne, power fell into the hands of officials, and the order established under the emperor was destroyed, hastening the fall of the Ming dynasty. At this moment, worried officials had already begun to ponder what to do with the power over the entire state, as it all demanded immediate discussion. However, Feng Jifeng asked them to remain silent for now and let him go directly to the emperor. As soon as he saw the man lying on the bed, he immediately bowed in greeting, after which he expressed concern about his painful condition. When the emperor ascended the throne, he clearly wanted to rule justly, dedicating himself fully to his work without a single day of leisure. He was always calculating and impartial, very demanding of himself, yet never lost his compassion for the people. Feng Jifeng knew well that a man always believed his hard work was worth it. But when he arrived at Xishan and saw many people like beggars, he realized that half his life's efforts had been in vain, and the era of peace and prosperity was nothing but a mockery. Even Feng Zifeng, with all his madness, did everything to earn people's recognition. Though it was tough, he managed, because no matter what others said, he stayed true to his beliefs. At this moment, the man lying with his eyes closed burst into tears. Our hero was relieved, realizing the Emperor had started to respond, meaning his condition wasn't as bad as feared. But as soon as the Emperor turned to him, he immediately ordered him to get lost. Then the hero realized that comparing his own problems with the Emperor's illness was probably not very appropriate. When the prince approached him, he calmly explained that the Emperor was still ill and needed the right medicine for his weak heart. He was supposed to go to Sishen, get a certain potion, and be back by lunchtime tomorrow. And so, noon arrived the next day, with the young prince waiting for the hero at the Emperor's chambers. He didn't know where he was wandering and was already planning to head to Sishan himself. The Empress was crying. According to the doctor, the Emperor's condition was very serious, so she asked for the prince to stay in the palace for now. Even Hao Zhao himself was outraged, realizing these useless doctors were good for nothing. At that moment, our hero appeared, apologizing for being late. But he brought the remedy, and clearly everyone felt immense relief upon seeing Mr. Fen. At that moment, the hero decided to hide what medicine he had brought, knowing it wouldn't work otherwise. But the prince was furious with his friend's behavior. The situation was dire, yet he kept showing off. So the young man immediately took him to his father. Feng Zifeng calmly explained that if they want the medicine to work, no one should be nearby, especially Hao Zhao. In the end, everyone was ordered to leave, leaving only the Emperor and Feng Jifan. However, the Emperor ordered Feng Jifan to leave him alone and not interfere. It was all because he literally didn't have the strength to look at his disgusting face. However, our hero calmly explained that he had brought a gift for the Emperor and would disappear immediately after giving it. Then he showed the Emperor the letter and read its contents aloud. "Uncle Tsar, we send you kisses and hugs. When you're sick, you need to eat more pampushki and you'll get better." Clearly, the offended Emperor believed that Feng Jifeng was simply testing his patience. But the hero explained that it was a letter sent by the children from Sishin when they heard the Emperor was ill. They are still learning the characters, so that's why they write like that. He wondered if the Emperor was interested in hearing the letter to the end. Clearly, the man immediately ordered the hero to read the letter to the very end. In the end, the hero continued. "Dear uncle, the sovereign, I know the medicine is very bitter, but it will make you feel better. You need to rule well, so don't be lazy." The Emperor was stunned. Usually everyone only flatters and fawns over him, so it's hard to describe how deeply this child's letter touched his soul. Next it said, "Teacher Feng Jifan tells us the Emperor eats 30 piglets, 5 cows, and 100 chickens a day, and is always surrounded by 1,000 beauties. He can't possibly be sick." Obviously, the Emperor didn't believe what the children wrote, and immediately decided to see the letter for himself. It said, "If our uncle the Emperor rules well, we'll have food to eat too." In the end, unable to finish reading the letter, the man broke down in tears. He decided to ask Feng Jifan if he was really a bad ruler. However, he could confidently say that a wise emperor like that is 1 in a million. But the man couldn't understand. If so, why are there still so many beggars like these children living in the Celestial Empire? But the hero calmly explained that nothing could be done about this. However, if the Emperor keeps punishing himself like this, these children will repeat the fate of their poor parents. And in 20 years they will become just like their parents. But this depended solely on the Emperor. Therefore, Feng Jifeng wanted to know, what will His Majesty do? Our hero froze. He knew the Emperor had already swallowed the medicine, and now he had to see whether it would anger or inspire him. At that moment, the officials wept before the Empress, realizing the Emperor had heart problems, and if Feng Jifeng struck his weak spot, things could only get worse. But at that moment, a servant ran to the whole family. He immediately joyfully announced that His Majesty requested the food to be served at the table. He wished to taste the meal prepared by his wife. Obviously, everyone immediately burst into tears of joy, knowing that from now on, everything would be all right. Around this time in Sishani, our hero was rereading a child's letter and realized the kids weren't doing so well with their handwriting. They needed to find a teacher. And at that moment, his new freeloader ran up to him asking for another helping of food. Then Feng Jifeng remembered that Wang was excellent at teaching. He was the most outstanding teacher of the Ming era. So he came up with a clever idea on how to make use of this guy. Soon they found themselves on Mount Sishan, and the young aristocrat couldn't understand why, since they were supposed to be serving the state. However, the teacher believed the best thing for them was to take care of the children, thinking the hero was clearly underestimating them. However, the other students were determined to carry out their teacher's will to the very end. But after just a few days, they were completely overwhelmed by the task. Their new brother was feeling great, so he suggested the kids stop slacking and start teaching the children. But it was still too early, and the poor things hadn't slept at all. They couldn't understand how anyone could work so hard. Besides, their brother Van never seemed to get tired, even though they were ready to collapse from exhaustion. Suddenly, a little boy approached the young man and explained that his father was sick. For this reason, he asked to leave class today to help out at home. Of course, the young aristocrat was amazed by the boy's devotion to his parents and decided to go help his family. He picked up the hoe and realized he had never truly understood how hard working the land could be. But together with his little one, they managed to gather a huge pile of delicious sweet potatoes. And for the first time in his life, the young man felt genuine joy from a bountiful harvest. Soon, the family fed the teacher the same sweet potato, hoping he would like it. And the young man truly enjoyed sharing a meal with the whole family. It was a simple joy after a long day of hard work. Soon the young man came and knelt before Feng Zifan, thanking him for the valuable lesson he had taught him. Feng Zifang had no idea what was going on since they hadn't seen each other for a couple of days, and he couldn't have given any lesson. However, the young man explained that at first, he didn't understand why the teacher sent them to teach. Everyone was busy with government work, and none of them knew why they had to deal with children. He felt that Feng Zifang simply didn't appreciate their skills. But today it finally clicked for him. The mentor wanted to show them that a compassionate heart is essential for uniting knowledge and action. After working in Sichuan, the young man realized that for ordinary people, happiness is simply having enough to eat and wear. When he was a student, he thought state order was based on rights and security. But today he realized true order means everyone has food and clothing. He was always fed and dressed, so he ignored the needs of ordinary people and was foolish because of it. Our hero didn't expect the boy to come down from the heavens on his own, so he sent them to live among the people, experience their hardships, and become officials who understand their needs. The young man was deeply grateful to his teacher, feeling unworthy of his lessons now that he truly understood the mentor's message. All the other students also bowed, feeling unworthy of his teachings. Our hero was amazed that this kid understood, since Feng Zifang never intended to teach him any lesson. This young man would later be called a great sage for good reason. His mind was truly astonishing. In the end, during the uprising in Guizhou, Wang Shi managed to defeat Milu's forces in mountain battles, but the leader himself was never captured. Of course, the man was very curious about where the leader was hiding, because when catching bandits you have to start with the boss, but since the ringleader was never caught, the uprisings couldn't be put out and only kept growing. The emperor sent Feng Jifan's father to lead the troops, and he immediately set off to handle the problem. However, Feng Jifang handed him a pouch. His father was to use it if he encountered any trouble in Guizhou. Clearly, the man was even moved to tears by his son's kindness. But he asked his son not to be sad. He was defeating bandits long before the boy was even born. In the end, the man truly had experience in quelling uprisings, and his army was quite skilled too. After conquering the mountains, they trained even harder. Upon arrival, the man heard that the rebels had launched a bold attack on the county he had previously taken control of, so he decided to fight back with his soldiers from the mountain fortress. However, Leader Wang worried that in this crisis the mountain fortress troops wouldn't be needed. After all, he could call for backup himself here. But the hero's father explained that in that area they were ambushed and lost 3,000 soldiers, including the partisan detachment's general, and he himself wanted to lead his troops into battle. He also reminded that according to recent reports, tens of thousands of rebels attacked Anshan, which is the second largest city in the region. If they lose him, the Min army's defense will collapse. Obviously, the man didn't understand why General Van still wouldn't let him step forward. However, the reason was that he wanted to lead the attack himself and fight the rebels to the death, while the commander's troops were only meant to cover him. It's all because Van Shi held the title of Governor-General, while the hero's father was a Commander-in-Chief. By the rules, they were equals, but in reality, civilian officials had much more authority than military officers. That's why the man was deeply offended that Van Shi wouldn't listen to him. Van Shi explained that while the mountain fortress troops can be useful, the number of rebels and casualties keeps growing. Their mountain troops are worth their weight in gold. They can't afford to waste them. If they don't catch the instigator, the mountain troops will be useless. In the end, Van Shi went to help, while the hero's father stayed to defend. One night, he decided to see what his son had written to him and what he had put in the bag. There was a small letter explaining that the main rebel forces were preparing to attack Anshun, planning to storm the city by ambushing the imperial troops and defeating them after wearing them down. The man realized that if his son was right, it meant that Van Shi's forces had already been defeated. Instead of just defending, it would be better for him to go reinforce the fight. If they capture Mila, they'll crush the uprising and save the region from a new threat.